Day 3 of Osarov's reign of terror brought a downpour such as no one in Nizhny Tagil could remember, and this was a city where grudges were nursed, meaning memories were as long and vibrant as the winter chill. Day 3 also brought other deaths, one so brutal, so horrific, that there now came to the remnants of Stas Kuzin's people a black fear. One that crept into their bones, lodging there like a grain of polonium, eroding their confidence the way the radioactive material eats away flesh. It began in the early hours of the morning, just past 2 o'clock, as Osarov boasted to Arkadyin afterward. With great stealth, I broke into the head enforcer's house, tied him up, and forced him to watch what I did to his family, Osarov told Arkadyin later. When he was finished, he dragged his victim into the kitchen, where he went to work on him using the fire-reddened tip of a carving knife he slid from a wooden rack. The pain of what Osarov did to him hammered the enforcer out of his state of shock, and he began screaming until Osarov cut out his tongue. An hour later, Osarov was finished. He left him in a pool of his own blood and vomit, alive but just barely. When the enforcer's associates came for him as they did each morning to begin their daily patrol, they found the front door flung open, which led them to the abattoir inside. It was then, and only then, that Mikhail Tarkanian entered Nizhny Tagil. By then, the criminals were in such a frenzy that they'd all but forgotten about Arkadyin. "Lev Antonin, I think I can provide the solution to your problem," Tarkanian said to the new head of Stas's gang when he met with him in his office. There were 7 heavily armed men standing guard. "I'll find this killer for you and take care of him." "Who are you, stranger? Why would you do this?" Lev Antonin squinted at him suspiciously. He had a gray face with long ears and stubble on his chin and cheeks. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "Who I am is of no importance, except to say that I'm intimately familiar with men such as your murderer," Tarkanian replied without hesitation. "And as to why I'm here, the answer is simple. I want Leonid Danilovich Arkadyin." At once, Antonin's expression changed from suspicious to enraged. "And why would you want that fucking whoremonger, that shit-faced miscreant?" "That's my business," Tarkanian said mildly. "Your business is keeping your people alive." This was true. Antonin was a pragmatic man, with none of the mad fire that had burned within his predecessor. Tarkanian could read him like a comic book. Clearly, he was all too aware that the current of fear lapping at the knees of his men was undermining both their effectiveness and his authority. He also knew that once fear made its presence felt, it spread like wildfire. On the other hand, he wasn't about to give away the farm. Arkadyan's head on a platter was what they'd all dreamed of since Arkadyin had killed Kuzyin and set their world ablaze with bullets and death. Letting go of that dream wouldn't endear him to his rank and file. He scrubbed his face with his hand and said, "Fine, but you'll bring me the killer's head so all my men can see for themselves the end of this filth. And then, if you can find that bastard Arkadyin, you can have him." Naturally enough, Tarkanian did not believe this Neanderthal. He recognized the greed in his yellow eyes and intuited that it was not enough for him to be given the head of the murderer. He wanted Arkadyin as well. The 2 bloody heads would cement his power over his people for all time. "What Lev Antonin wanted was irrelevant," Tarkanian told Arkadyin afterward. "I had planned for such a treacherous eventuality." It would have amused Osarov to no end to find the murderer for the baboon named Lev Antonin and bring him the freshly cut head, but no, he was to be denied this pleasure. He scowled when Tarkanian told him that Tarkanian himself would find and deliver the murderer to Antonin. "To take the fury out of your heart, I have another assignment for you," Tarkanian told him. "A much more important job that only you can do." "I strongly suspect he doubted that very much," Tarkanian told Arkadyin later. but when he heard what I wanted him to do, a smirk spread across his face. Poor bastard, he couldn't help it. Tarkanian needed someone to bring to Lev Antonin. But not just anyone. He had to look like a murderer. Moving through the twilit streets of Nizhny Tagil, Tarkanian scoured the bars for a likely victim. Now and again he was forced to sidestep puddles as big as small ponds, caused by the deluge that had only recently been reduced to a light mist. As it had been since dawn, the claustrophobically low sky was a dull gray, but now it was marred here and there by bruises of yellow and lavender, as if the storm had brutalized the day. Tarkanian parked himself outside the most raucous of bars and lit a harsh Turkish cigarette, pulling the smoke deep into his lungs and exhaling it in a gray cloud as thick as those above his head. Night gathered around him like an acolyte as the drunken laughter spilled out to him, along with the shattering of glass and the chunky exhalations of a fistfight. A moment later, a big man, bleeding from the nose and several cuts on his face, staggered out onto the sidewalk. As he bent over, hands on knees, wheezing and retching, Tarkanian ground out his cigarette under his boot heel, walked over, and delivered a vicious chop to the exposed back of the man's neck. The drunk pitched forward, hitting his forehead on the pavement with a satisfying smack. Tarkanian grabbed him under the arms and pulled him into the alley. If any passers-by noticed what he was up to, none of them gave the slightest indication. All of them hurried on about their business without even a glance in his direction. Life in Nizhny Tagil had trained them to ignore anything that wasn't their business. It was the only way to keep healthy in this city. In the deepening shadows of the stinking alley, Tarkanian checked his watch. There was no way to contact Ostrov. He'd just have to hope he'd accomplished his part of the plan. 15 minutes later, he walked into a bakery and bought the largest layer cake in the glass case. Back in the alley, he dumped the cake and, lifting the man's severed head by his beer and blood-damp hair, placed it carefully in the cake box. The glassy eyes stared blankly back at him until he lowered the lid. Across town, he was admitted to Lev Antonin's office, where the boss was still guarded by his 7 heavily armed goons. "Lev Antonin, as I promised, I brought you a present," he said as he placed the box on Antonin's desk. On the way over, it had grown surprisingly heavy. Antonin looked from him to the box, evincing little enthusiasm. Signaling to one of his bodyguards, he had him open the box. Then he stood up and peered inside. "Who the fuck is this?" he asked. "The murderer." "What's his name?" "Mikhail Gorbachev," Tarkanian said sardonically. "How the hell should I know?" Antonin's face was particularly ugly when he smirked. "If you don't know his name, how do you know he's the one?" "I caught him in the act," Tarkanian said. "He had broken into your house. He was about to kill your wife and children." Antonin's face darkened, and, snatching up the phone, he dialed a number. His face relaxed somewhat when he heard his wife's voice. "Are you all right? Is everyone safe?" He frowned. "What do you mean? What? Who the fuck is this? Where's my wife?" His face had grown dark again, and he looked at Tarkanian. "What the fuck is going on?" Tarkanian kept his voice calm and even. "Your family is safe, Lev Antonin, and they'll remain safe as long as I have free passage to take Arkadian. If you interfere in any way, I'll surround the house, my men will break in, and your wife and 3 children will die." Antonin whipped out a Stechkin handgun and aimed it at Tarkanian. "I'll shoot you right here where you stand, and I promise your death won't be quick. In that event, your wife and children will die." Tarkanian's voice had an edge now. "Whatever you do to me will be done to them." Antonin glared at Tarkanian, then dropped the Stechkin on the desktop next to the cake box. He looked ready to tear his hair out. The idea with Neanderthals, Tarkanian said to Arkadian later, is to lead them by the hand through all their possible responses, showing them the futility of each one. He said, "Listen to me, Lev Antonin. You have what we bargained for. If you still want everything, try to remember that pigs get slaughtered." Then Tarkanian left the office to find Leonid Danilovich Arkadian. Tracy Atherton and Alonzo Pecunia Zuniga presented themselves on the front steps of Don Fernando Herrera's house at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, bathed in brilliant sunshine amplified by a virtually cloudless sky. Bourne, with his spade beard and new hairstyle, had shopped for clothes suitable for a distinguished professor from Madrid. Their last stop was an optician's, where he purchased a pair of contact lenses the color of the professor's eyes. Herrera lived in the Santa Cruz barrio of Seville, in a beautiful 3-story stucco house, painted white and yellow, whose upper-story windows were guarded by magnificent wrought-iron balconies. Its facade formed one side of a small plaza, in the center of which was an old well that had been turned into an octagonal fountain. Small haberdashery and crockery shops lined the other 3 sides, their quaint fronts shaded by palm and orange trees. The door opened at their knock, and when Tracy gave him their names, a well-dressed young man escorted them into the high-ceilinged wood and marble entryway. There were fresh white and yellow flowers in a tall porcelain vase on a polished fruitwood table in the center, while on a marquetry sideboard an engraved silver bowl was filled to overflowing with fragrant oranges. A piano melody, soft and sinuous, came to them. They could see an old-world drawing room with a wall of ebony bookshelves illuminated by raking light from a line of French doors that led out onto an inner courtyard. There was an elegant escritoire, a matching pair of sofas of cinnamon-colored leather, a sideboard on which were arranged 5 delicate orchids, like girls at a beauty pageant. But the drawing room was dominated by an antique spinet piano, behind which sat a large man with an enormous shock of luxuriant white hair, brushed straight back off his wide, intelligent forehead. His body was bent in an attitude of exacting concentration, and there was a pencil gripped between his teeth, so that he looked like he was in pain. In fact, he was composing a song with a rather florid melody that owed a debt to any number of Iberian virtuosos, as well as to certain flamenco folk tunes. As they entered, he looked up. Don Herrera had startling blue, slightly exophthalmic eyes, making him look something like a praying mantis as he rose, unfolding from the piano bench in stages. He had dark, leathery skin, wind-burned and sun-wrinkled, marking him as an inveterate outdoorsman. His body was lean and flat, as if he had been constructed in 2 dimensions instead of 3. He appeared to wear the years he'd spent in the Colombian oil fields as a second skin. Taking the pencil from between his teeth, he smiled warmly. "Ah, my distinguished guest, what a pleasure." He kissed the back of Tracy's hand and shook Bourne's. "Dear lady, and Professor, it's an honor to welcome you both to my house." He gestured toward one of the leather sofas. "Please make yourselves comfortable." He was dressed in an open-neck white shirt under an immaculate cream-colored suit of lightweight silk that looked soft as a baby's cheek. "Would you care for sherry or something stronger, perhaps?" "Sherry, and some garrocha, perhaps, if you have it," Bourne said, playing his part to the hilt. "An excellent idea," Herrera proclaimed, calling in the young man for the order. He wagged a long, tapered forefinger at Bourne. "I like the way your palate works, Professor." Bourne looked fatuously pleased, while Tracy carefully hid her amusement from the older man. The young man arrived carrying a chased silver salver, on which was set a cut-crystal decanter of sherry, 3 glasses of the same cut crystal, along with a platter of the sheep cheese, crackers, and a wedge of deep orange quince jelly. He set the salver down on a low table and departed as silently as he had come. Their host poured the sherry and handed out the glasses. Herrera raised his glass, and they followed suit. To the unsullied pursuit of scholarly inquiry. Don Herrera sipped his sherry, and Bourne and Tracy tasted theirs. As they ate the cheese and quince jelly, he said, "So, tell me your opinion. Is the world, in fact, going to war against Iran?" "I don't have enough information to make a judgment," Tracy said, "but in my opinion, Iran had been flouting their nuclear program in our faces for too long." Don Herrera nodded sagely. "I think finally the United States has gotten it right. This time Iran has provoked us too far. But to contemplate another world war, well, to sum up, war is bad for business for most, but uncommonly good for a few." He swung around. "And Professor, what is your learned opinion?" "When it comes to politics," Bourne said, "I maintain a strictly neutral posture." "But surely, sir, on such a grave issue that affects us all, you must come down on one side or the other." "I assure you, Don Herrera, I am far more interested in Nagoya than I am in Iran." The Colombian gave him a disappointed look, but then wasted no more time in getting down to business. "Senorita Atherton, I have given you full access to my unearthed treasure, and now you have brought with you the Prados, and by extension all of Spain's leading expert on Goya. So," he spread his hands, "what is the verdict?" Tracy, smiling non-committally, said, "Professor Zuniga, why don't you provide the answer?" "Don Herrera," Bourne said, taking his cue, "the painting in your possession, attributed to Francisco José de Goya y Lucientes, is in fact not painted by him at all." Herrera frowned, and for a moment his lips pursed. "Do you mean to tell me, Professor Zuniga, that I have been harboring a fake?" "That depends on your definition of fake," Bourne said. "With all due respect, Professor, either it is a fake or it isn't." "You may look at it that way, Professor, but there are others. Let me explain by saying that the painting, though by no means commanding the price you have set on it, is far from worthless. You see, tests I've made confirm that it was produced in Goya's studio. It may even have been sketched out by the master himself before he died. In any event, there can be little doubt that the design is his. The actual painting, however, lacks the particular slightly mad attack of his brushstrokes, though it mimics these quite convincingly, even to the trained eye." Don Herrera drained the last of his sherry, then sat back, his large hands folded over his lower belly. "So," he said at length, "my painting is worth something, just not the price I've quoted to Senorita Atherton." "That's right," Bourne affirmed. Herrera made a deep sound in his throat. "This turn of events will take some getting used to." He turned to Tracy. "Senorita, given the circumstances, I fully understand your desire to withdraw from our arrangement." "On the contrary," Tracy said, "I'm still interested in the painting, though an adjustment markedly downward in price would be necessary." "I see," Herrera said. "Well, naturally." His gaze turned inward for some time. Then he roused himself. "Before proceeding further, I'd like to make a call." "By all means," Tracy said. Don Herrera nodded, rose, and went to a desk with delicate cabriole legs. He punched in a number on his cell phone, waited a moment, then said, "This is Don Fernando Herrera. He's expecting my call." He smiled at them while he waited. Then he said into the phone, "Por favor, momentito." Quite unexpectedly, he handed the cell to Bourne. Bourne looked up at him expectantly, but Don Herrera's face bore no hint of what was happening. "Hello?" Bourne said, continuing in perfect Spanish. "Yes," the voice on the other end of the line said. "Professor Alonso Peconillo Zuniga here. To whom am I speaking?" Chapter 18. Nothing, Amun Shalthum said with evident disgust. He was staring down at the young man Soraya had fished out of the Red Sea after he jumped overboard to escape her questioning. They were in one of the shipboard cabins provided for them by the owner of the dive shop, a narrow, foul-smelling place whose exaggerated rocking made the sunlight an inconstant companion. Shalthum's expression was a combination of frustration and fear. "He's nothing but a runner, an advance-man for drug smugglers." That didn't seem like nothing to Soraya, but she could see that Amun wasn't in the mood for thinking about anything other than the terrorist cadre. It was at this moment, when his distress was most evident, that she abandoned the notion that he might be misleading her. She was sure he wouldn't be so emotional about the situation if he was covering up al-Makhabarat's involvement. The wave of relief that ran through her was so powerful, she rocked on her feet. When she recovered, she turned her full concentration on the origin of the terrorist cell. "All right, so they didn't come through here," she said. "But there must be other places along the coast." "My men have checked," Amun said darkly, "which means the route I proposed is wrong. They didn't come overland through Iraq after all." "Then how did they get into Egypt?" Soraya asked. "I don't know." Shalthum seemed to chew over this notion for some time. "They wouldn't be stupid enough to try transshipping the Khosar missile from Iran by plane. It would have been picked up by a radar or one of your satellites." That was true enough, she thought. Then how did the Iranian terrorists get the missile into Egypt? This enigma brought her full circle, back to her first suspicion that Egyptians, but not al-Makhabarat, had been involved. But it wasn't until they were back on deck, the runner was in custody, and the boat was heading back to land, that she proposed it aloud to Shalthum. They were standing by the starboard rail, the wind whipping at their hair, sunlight turning the skin of the water to a white dazzle. He had his forearms on the rail, his hands clasped loosely, staring down into the water. "Amun," she said softly, "is it possible that someone in your government, one of your enemies, one of our enemies, created the opportunity for the Iranian terrorists?" Even though she'd been careful to phrase the question in the most benign way, she felt him stiffen. A muscle in his cheek began to spasm, but he surprised her when he answered. "I've already thought of that, Azizti. And much to my chagrin, I made several discreet inquiries this afternoon while I was alone in my search of the dive clubs. It cost me in political capital, but I did it, and it came to nothing." He turned to her, his dark eyes more sorrowful than she'd ever seen them. "Truly, Azizti, it would have been the end of me if what you asked had been the truth." And it was at this precise moment that she knew. He'd been fully cognizant of her suspicions, had accepted them uncomfortably until the possibility became too much for him to bear. He'd been humiliated making his calls, because just asking the question was traitorous in nature, and now she realized what he meant by political capital, because it was likely, probable even, that some of the people he'd called would not forgive him his doubts. This, too, was part of the modern-day Egypt, something he'd have to live with for the rest of his life. Unless... "Amun," she said so softly he had to lean into the wind to hear her. "After this is over, why don't you come back with me?" "To America?" He said it as if she were speaking about Mars, or someplace even more distant and alien. But when he continued, there was a kindness in his voice she'd never heard before. "Yes, Azizti, that would solve many problems. On the other hand, it would raise an army of different ones. What would I do, for instance?" "You're an intelligence officer. You could—" "I am an Egyptian. Worse, I am the head of al-Makhabarat." "Think of the intel you could provide." He smiled sadly. "Think of how I would be reviled, both here and in your America. To them, I am the enemy. No matter what intel I provided, I would always be the enemy, always distrusted, always watched, never accepted. Not if we were married. It came out practically before she thought it. There was a shocked silence between them. The boat, nearing the dock, had slowed, and the wind had died. The sweat, popping out, dried against their skin. Amun took her hand, his thumb rubbing the splay of small bones in its back. Aziz-T, he said. Marrying me would be the end of you as well. The end of your career in intelligence. So what? Her eyes were fierce. Now that she had said what was in her heart, she felt a kind of wild freedom she'd never experienced before. He smiled. You don't mean that. Please don't pretend you do. She turned fully to him. I don't want to pretend with you, Amun. All the secrets I carry have made me sick at heart, and I keep saying to myself that there must be an end to it somewhere, with someone. He slipped one arm around her narrow waist, and as the crew around them snapped to, tying off the ropes on the gleaming metal cleats on the side of the slip, he nodded. At least on this one thing we can agree. And she tilted her face up into the sunlight. This is the one thing that matters, Aziz-T. Miss Trevor, have you any idea who could have... Though the man heading the investigation into DCI Veronica Hart's death, what was his name? Simon something. Simon Heron, yes, that was it. Kept asking her questions. Moira had ceased to listen. His voice was barely a drone in ears that were filled with the white noise of the explosion's aftermath. She and Humphrey Bamber were lying side by side in the ER, having been examined and treated for fistfuls of cuts and abrasions. They were lucky, the ER doctor had said, and Moira believed him. They had been transported via ambulance, made to stay lying down while they were given oxygen, and given superficial exams for concussions, broken bones, and the like. Who do you work for? Moira said to Simon Heron. He smiled indulgently. He had short brown hair, small rodent eyes, and bad teeth. The collar of his shirt was stiff with starch, and his rep tie was strictly government issue. He wasn't going to answer her, and they both knew it. Anyway, what did it matter what part of the intelligence alphabet soup he belonged to? In the end, weren't they all the same? Well, Veronica Hart wasn't. All at once, the hammer blow hit her, and tears leaked out of the corners of her eyes. What is it? Simon Heron looked around for a nurse. Are you in pain? Moira managed to laugh through her tears. What an idiot, she thought. To stop herself from telling him so, she asked how her companion was. Mr. Bamber is understandably shaken up, Heron said without a hint of sympathy. Not surprising, since he's a civilian. Go to hell. Moira turned her head away from him. I was told you could be difficult. That got her attention, and she turned back, catching his eyes with hers. Who told you I could be difficult? Heron gave her his most enigmatic smile. Ah, yes, she said. Noah Purlis. Who? He shouldn't have said that, she thought. If he'd kept his mouth shut, he might have stopped the flicker of response in his eyes before it gave him away. So Noah was still just a step away from her. Why? He didn't want anything from her, which meant that he'd become afraid of her. That was good to know. That would help her through the bleak days and weeks ahead, when, alone and at risk, she would blame herself for Ronnie's death. Because hadn't the bomb been meant for her? It had been slipped into the tailpipe of her rental car. No one, not even Noah, could have foreseen that Ronnie would be driving it. But even the small satisfaction that he had failed paled against the collateral damage. She'd been near death before. She'd had colleagues or targets die in the field. That was part of wet work. She'd been prepared for it, as much as any human being could be prepared for the death of someone known to you. But the field was far away, across one ocean or another. The field was at a certain remove from civilization, from her personal life, from home. Ronnie's death was something altogether different. It was caused by a series of events and her reaction to those events. All at once, a tide of ifs engulfed her. If she hadn't started her own firm, if Jason weren't dead, if she hadn't gone to Ronnie, if Bamber weren't working for Noah, if. But they'd all happened, and like a daisy chain, she could look back and see how all these events interlocked, how one led inexorably to another, and how the end result was always the same: the death of Ronnie Hart. She thought then of the Balinese healer Suparwita, who had looked into her eyes with an expression she hadn't been able to decipher until now. It had been the sure knowledge of loss, as if even then, back in Bali, he'd known what was in store for her. The insistent buzzing of Simon Heron's voice drew her away from the blackness of her own thoughts. Her eyes refocused. What? What did you say? Mr. Bamber is being released into my custody. Heron stood between her bed and Bamber's, as if daring her to defy him. Bamber was already dressed and ready to go, but he seemed frightened, indecisive, shell-shocked. The doctor tells me you need to stay here for more tests. The hell I will. She sat up, swung her legs over the side, and stood up. I think you'd best lie down, he said in that vaguely mocking tone of his. Doctor's orders. Fuck you. She started putting on her clothes, not caring if he saw flashes of her body or not. Fuck you and the broom you flew in on. He could not keep the contempt off his face. Not a very professional response, is ooh! In the next instant, he doubled over as she buried her fist in his solar plexus. Her knee came up to meet his descending chin, and as he crumpled, she dragged him up, splaying him out on the bed. Then she turned to Bamber and said, You have only one shot at this. Come with me now, or Noah will own you forever. Still, Bamber didn't move. He was staring at Simon Heron as if in a daze. But when she extended her hand, he took it. He needed someone to guide him now, someone who might tell him the truth. Stevenson was gone. Veronica Hart had been blown apart in front of him, and now there was only Moira, the person who had dragged him out of the doomed Buick, the woman who had saved his life. Moira led him out of the emergency room as swiftly and efficiently as possible. Fortunately, the ER was a madhouse, EMTs and cops trotting this way and that alongside their patients, giving reports on the fly to the residents, who in turn barked orders to the nurses. Everyone was overworked and overstressed. No one stopped them or even noticed their departure. A contingent of Amun's men met them on the dock, where he held the young drug trafficker by the scruff of his neck. The poor kid was scared shitless. He wasn't one of the tough Egyptian youths who knew very well what they were getting into. He looked like what he was, an indigent tourist who'd been hoping to score some quick money to continue his world odyssey. It was probably why he'd been chosen by the drug runners in the first place. He looked innocent. Shalthum could have let him go with a warning, but he was in no mood to be magnanimous. He'd cuffed his hands behind his back, then leapt back when the young boy had heaved up his last meal. Amun, have some pity, Soraya said now. Drug trafficking cannot be dismissed. This was the Amun she knew, rock-hard and gimlet-eyed. An involuntary shiver ran through her. He's nothing. You said so yourself. If you put him away, they'll just find another fool to take his place. Then we'll find him too, Shalthum said. Lock him up and throw away the key. At this, the young man began to wail. Please help me. I never signed on for this. Shalthum looked at him so darkly that the young man recoiled. You should have thought of that before you took the criminal's money. He slung him roughly into the arms of his men. You know what to do with him, he said. Wait! The young man tried to dig in his heels as Shalthum's men turned to take him away. What if I have information? Would you help me then? What information could you have? Shalthum said dismissively. I know how these drug networks are structured. Your only contact was with the people on the rung right above you. And since you're on the lowest rung... He shrugged and signed to his men to take the prisoner away. "I don't mean those people." The young man's voice had risen in fear. "There's something I overheard. Other divers talking." "What divers? Talking about what?" "They're gone now," the young man said. "They were here 10 days ago, maybe a little more." Shalthum shook his head. "Too long ago. Whoever they were, whatever they said is of no interest to me." Soraya stepped toward the young man. "What's your name?" "Stephen." She nodded. "My name is Soraya, Stephen. Tell me, were these divers Iranian?" "Look at him," Shalthum interrupted. "He wouldn't know an Iranian from an Indian." "The divers weren't Arab," Stephen said. Shalthum snorted. "You see what I mean? Sonny, Iranians are Persians, descended from the Scythian Sarmatian nomads of Central Asia. They're Shia Muslims, not Arabs." "What I mean..." Stephen swallowed hard. "What I meant to say was, they were white, like me. Caucasians." "Could you tell what nationality they were?" Soraya asked. "They were Americans," Stephen said. "So what?" Shalthum was losing patience. Soraya ventured closer still. "Stephen, what did you overhear? What were these divers talking about?" With a fearful glance at Shalthum, Stephen said, "There were 4 of them. They were coming off a vacation, that was clear. Only they called it leave." Soraya made eye contact with Shalthum. "Military men." "So he says," he rumbled. "Continue." "They'd just come up from the second dive of the day, and they were kind of giddy. I was helping them off with their tanks, but they acted as if I wasn't there. Anyway, they were grumbling about having their leave cut short. There was some kind of emergency, an assignment for them that came out of the air. That was what they said. It appeared out of thin air." "This is nonsense," Shalthum said. "It's clear he's making this up to spare himself life imprisonment." "Oh, God." At the pronouncement of his mortal sentence, Stephen's knees gave way, and Shalthum's men were obliged to hold him tightly in order to keep him on his feet. "Stephen." Soraya reached out, turned the young man's face toward her. He was as pale as death, and she could see the whites all around his eyes. "Tell us the rest of what you overheard. Did the divers say what their assignment was?" He shook his head. "I got the impression they didn't yet know." "Enough!" Shalthum cried. "Dispose of this rancid piece of meat." Stephen was openly weeping now. "But they knew their destination." Soraya held up her hand for Shalthum's men to stop dragging him away. "Where was it, Stephen? Where were the men headed?" "They were flying to Khartoum," the young man said through his tears. "Wherever that God-forsaken place is." Chapter 19. The President was met by Secretary of Defense Halliday as he was exiting the United Nations. Having sent the General Assembly into a frenzy by presenting the evidence against Iran in the bombing of the American airliner and the loss of 181 lives, the President had stopped for an impromptu press conference with the media, clustered around him like hens at feeding time. He obligingly gave them half a dozen choice sound bites to air or to carry back to their editors before his press secretary whispered in his ear that Secretary Halliday was waiting with urgent news. The President was on a high. It had been a long time since an American president could address that august body of the United Nations armed with evidence so damning it had shocked the representatives from Russia and China into silence. The world was changing, tilting against Iran in a way never before seen. The President, whose presence here was in no small part due to Bud Halliday, thought it fitting that the first person he speak with regarding his unqualified success was the Defense Secretary. "Break out the champagne," the President called as he signaled to Halliday, and the 2 men entered the long bullet and bomb-proof limousine. The vehicle took off the moment the pair were seated. Across from them was the press secretary, his cheeks as flushed with victory as the President's, a bottle of chilled American sparkling wine in his hand. Sir, if you don't mind, let's hold the celebration, Bud Halliday said. Mind? The president said. Of course I mind. Solly, open the damn champagne. Sir, Halliday said, there's been an incident. The president froze in mid-gesture, then slowly turned to his defense secretary. What kind of incident, Bud? Veronica Hart, the director of Central Intelligence, is dead. At once, the color drained from the president's flushed cheeks. Good Christ. What happened, Bud? A car bomb, we think. There's an ongoing investigation, but that's the most recent theory. But who? Homeland Security, AFT, and the FBI are all coordinating their efforts under the NSA umbrella. Good. The president, all business now, nodded curtly. The sooner we clear up this car bomb mess, the better. As usual, we're on the same page, sir. Halliday glanced Solly's way. Speaking of which, we're going to need a comprehensive press release and spin control. After the plane incident, the last thing we need is speculation about terrorists and another bombing. Solly, get our talking heads on it right away, the president said. Then get into overdrive on an official release. Coordinate it with Secretary Halliday's office, would you? Right away, sir. Solly slipped the sweating bottle back into its bucket of ice and started calling contacts on his cell phone. Halliday waited until the press secretary was engaged in his first conversation. Sir, we've got to think about a replacement for DCI Hart. And before the president could jump in, he continued, It seems fair to say that the experiment with hiring from the private sector has run its course. In any event, we need to move quickly to fill the gap. Get me a list of the qualified senior people at CI. I will certainly do that. Halliday texted a message to his office as they spoke. He looked up. The list will be on your desk inside an hour. But his face was still deeply troubled. What is it, Bud? It's nothing, sir. Oh, come on, Bud. We've known each other a long time, haven't we? There's something on your mind. Now's not the time to hold back. Okay. Halliday exhaled deeply. This is the perfect time to merge all the intelligence organizations into one organic whole that shares raw intel, makes coordinated decisions, and cuts through the bloated red tape that frustrates all of us. I've heard all this before, Bud. With some effort, Halliday stitched a grin on his face. No one knows that better than I do, sir, and I understand. In the past, you agreed with the DCI, whoever it was. The president worried his lower lip. There's history to be observed, Bud. CI is the oldest, most venerable institution in the constellation of the intelligence communities. In many ways, it's the crown jewel. I can understand why you'd want to get your hands on it. Rather than waste time in denial of the truth, Halliday decided to take another tack altogether. The current crisis is another case in point. We're having difficulty coordinating with CI, especially Typhon, which might very well have the intel we need to ensure that our retaliation against Iran doesn't hit a snag. The president stared out the smoked window at the monumental public buildings at the district's heart. You've received the money for what have you named the operation? The Secretary of Defense gave up trying to follow the train of the president's thoughts. Pinprick, sir. Who thinks of these names? Halliday sensed his boss didn't want an answer. The president turned back to him. Who do you have in mind? With his choice in the forefront of his mind, Halliday was ready for that one. Danziger, sir. Really? I thought you were going to propose your intelligence czar. Jamie Hernandez is a career office man. We need someone with a more robust background. Quite right, the president agreed. Who the hell is this Danziger? M. Errol Danziger, the NSA's current Deputy Director of Signals Intelligence for Analysis and Production. The president returned to his contemplation of the passing streetscape. Have I met him? Yes, sir. Twice. The last time when you were at the Pentagon, just last... Remind me, please. He brought in the printouts Hernandez distributed. I don't recall the man. Hardly surprising, sir. There's nothing remarkable about him. Halliday chuckled. That's what made him so valuable during his stint in the field. He worked Southeast Asia before moving into the Operations Directorate. Wet work? Halliday was startled by the question. Nevertheless, he saw no point in lying. Indeed, sir. And returned home to tell the tale. Yes, sir. The president made an unintelligible sound deep in his throat. Bring him to the Oval Office at... He snapped his fingers for the press secretary's attention. Solly, opening today? Solly put his call on hold, scrolled through a second PDA. 5:25, sir. But you only have 10 minutes before the formal press conference. We need to make the 6 o'clock news. Of course we do. The president lifted a hand, smiling. 5:25, bud. 10 minutes is more than enough time for a yay or nay. Then, abruptly, he turned to other matters, a crisis agenda packed with daunting security issues, at the end of which was not a hot bath and a good meal, but a phone conference with his director of protocol, deciding on who to invite to the state funeral for DCI Hart. Seconds after Bourne took the phone, Herrera's young man had stolen into the room. Now he pressed the muzzle of a Beretta PX-4 9mm pistol to Tracy's left temple. She was wide-eyed, sitting painfully erect at the edge of the sofa. "My dear fellow," Don Fernando Herrera said as he took the cell from Bourne. "I may not know who you are, but I know this much. My threatening you will avail me nothing." His smile was sweet, almost soft. "Whereas if I tell you that I will have Fausto blow her brains out, pardon the crudeness of my words, Senorita Atherton, unless you tell me who you are, I feel certain that you will be more inclined to tell me the truth." "I admit that I've underestimated you, Don Herrera," Bourne said. "Adam, please, tell him the truth." Tracy was clearly terrified for her life. "I know that you're a confidence man, just as I know you've come to swindle me out of my Goya, which, by the way, Professor Alonso Peconia Zuniga, the real Don Alonso, has confirmed to me is authentic." He pointed. "He has also confirmed that Senorita Atherton is genuine. How you seduced her into going along with your scheme is between the two of you." But his expression conveyed his dismay and disappointment at Tracy's fall from grace. "My concern is who you are and which of my enemies hired you to con me." Tracy shivered. "Adam, for God's sake!" Herrera cocked his head. Come, Senor Conman. You have forfeited your right to scare the young lady." It was time for him to act. Bourne knew that. He also knew that the situation was on a razor's edge. Herrera was the wild card. On the surface, it seemed unlikely that such a polished gentleman of Seville would actually direct the young man to pull the trigger. However, Herrera's black hand's work in the oil fields of Colombia belied his current gentlemanly identity. At heart, he might still be that rough-and-tumble man who fought, finessed, and bullied his way to a fortune in the oil industry. A man didn't successfully do business with a tropical oil company without a heart as hard as mahogany, and without spilling some blood. In any event, it was not for Bourne to gamble with Tracy's life. "You're right, Don Herrera. My apologies," Bourne said. "Now to the truth. I was hired by one of your enemies, but not to take the Goya from you." Tracy's eyes opened even wider. "I came up with this ruse to get in to see you." Herrera's eyes glittered as he drew up a chair to sit in front of Bourne. "Continue." "My name is Adam Stone." "Forgive me if I'm skeptical." He snapped his fingers. "Passport. And use your left hand. You don't want to alarm Fausto, believe me." Bourne did. With the tips of the fingers on his left hand, he produced his passport, which Herrera scrutinized as if he were a special agent from immigration. As he handed back the document, he said, "All right, Senor Stone. What are you?" I'm a freelance specialist in, let us say, hardware of a special nature. Herrera shook his head. Now you've lost me. Don Herrera, you know a Balinese merchant by the name of Wyan. I do not. Bourne made a show of ignoring the lie. I work for the people who supply Wyan. Adam, what is this? Tracy said. You told me you were interested in seed money for an e-commerce startup. At this, Herrera sat back, contemplating Bourne in, it seemed, an entirely new light. It seems, Senorita Atherton, that Adam Stone lied to you as easily as he did to me. Bourne knew he'd made a desperate gamble. He'd calculated that the only way to take control of the situation was to astonish the Colombian. In this, it appeared, he'd been successful. The question is why? Bourne saw his chance to tip the scales in his favor. The people who hired me, the people who supply Wyan. I told you I don't know anyone named Wyan. Bourne shrugged. The people I work for know better. They don't like the way you're doing business. In fact, they want you out of it completely. Don Herrera laughed. Fausto, do you hear this? Do you hear this, man? He hunched forward so his face was close to Bourne's. Are you threatening me, Stone? Because the air in my house is vibrating in such a way. Now there was a stiletto in his hand. The hilt was inlaid with jade, the long blade as tapered as Herrera's own fingers. He tipped the blade forward until the point touched the skin above Bourne's Adam's apple. You should know I don't take kindly to threats. What happens to me is irrelevant, Bourne said. The senorita's blood will be on your hands. Surely you know how powerful my employers are. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. Unless I change my business practices. Bourne felt the shift in Herrera's thinking even before he said it. He was no longer denying his business in arms shipping. That's correct. Don Herrera sighed and made a sign to Fausto, who removed the muzzle and holstered the beretta at the small of his back. Then he threw the stiletto onto the sofa cushion and, slapping his thighs, said, I think, Senor Stone, we both could do with a walk in the garden. Fausto unlocked the French doors, and the two men stepped out onto the flagstone path. The garden was an octagon, embraced by the sturdy arms of the house. There was a small grove of lemon trees, and, in the center, a tiled fountain in the Moorish style shaded by a palm tree. Here and there, stone benches were scattered, both in sunlight and in dappled shade. The air was perfumed by the lemon trees, whose new leaves were emerging like butterflies from their winter cocoons. Because it was cool out, Don Herrera indicated a bench in full sun. When they were seated side by side, he said, I must admit, Yevsin surprises me. He sends a man who is not only not a thug, but possesses uncommon wisdom. His head inclined a fraction, as if he were tipping his hat to Bourne. How much is that Russian son of a bitch paying you? Not enough. Yes, Yevsin is one cheap bastard. Bourne laughed. His great gamble had paid off. He had his answer. Wyan was being supplied by Nikolai Yevsin. Scarface had been sent by Yevsin, following Bourne all the way from Bali, where he'd first tried to kill him. He still didn't know why Yevsin wanted him dead, but he knew he'd just moved a giant step closer to finding out. He had a line on who Don Fernando Herrera really was. Nikolai Yevsin's competitor. And if he convinced Herrera Bourne could be turned, Herrera would give up everything he knew about Yevsin, which just might include what Bourne needed to know. Certainly not enough for having a stiletto held to my throat. No one regrets that necessity more than I do. The fissures in Herrera's face were set in high relief as they were struck by the slanting rays of the sun. There was a fierce pride in that face he'd held in abeyance while he was playing the part of the gentleman, a granite toughness Bourne could appreciate. I know about your history in Colombia, he said. I know how you took on the Tropical Oil Company. Ah, yes, well, that was a long time ago. Initiative never fades away. Listen to you. The Colombian gave him a shrewd sideways look. Tell me, should I sell my Goya to Senorita Atherton? She has nothing to do with me, Bourne said. A chivalrous thing to say, but not quite true. Herrera held up an admonishing finger. She was all too ready to take the Goya at an unfair price. That just makes her a good businessman. Herrera laughed. Indeed, it does. He delivered another sidelong glance. I suppose you won't tell me your real name. You saw my passport. Now is not the time to insult me. What I meant is that one name is as good as another, Bourne said, especially in our line of work. Herrera shivered. Christ, it's getting cold. He stood up. The shadows had grown long during their talk. Only one sliver of sunlight remained on the top of the west-facing wall, while day turned into fugitive night. Let's rejoin the lady businessman, shall we? And find out how badly she wants my Goya. M. Errol Danziger, the NSA's current Deputy Director of Signals Intelligence for Analysis and Production, was watching 3 monitors at once, reading real-time progress reports from Iran, Egypt, and Sudan, and taking notes. He was also periodically speaking into the microphone of an electronic headpiece, using terse signal speak he himself had devised, even though he was speaking on an NSA-approved encrypted line. His signals sit room was where Secretary of Defense Bud Halliday found Danziger analyzing and coordinating intel and directing the far-flung elements of this blackest of black ops missions. To those who worked most closely with him, he was known, ironically, as the Arab, because of the unceasing missions he'd successfully run against Muslim extremists of all sects. No one else was in the room, just the 2 men. Danziger glanced up briefly, gave his boss a deferential nod before returning to his work. Halliday sat down. He didn't mind the curt treatment that in anyone else would warrant a severe dressing down. Danziger was special, deserving of special treatment. In fact, this manifestation of intense concentration was a sign that all was well. "Give me your nibble, Triton," Danziger said into the mic. Nibble was signal speak for timetable. High and tight, Bardem is on the money. Triton was Noah Perlis's ops designation, the secretary knew. The software program Bardem, which analyzed the changing field situation in real time, was his responsibility. Let's get started on the Final 4, the Arab said. Final 4, the mission's last phase. Halliday's heart skipped a beat. They were close to the finish line now, nearing the biggest power coup any American official had ever managed. Damping down his excitement, he said, I trust you'll be finished with this session soon? That all depends, Danziger replied. Halliday moved closer. Make it happen. We're going to see the president in just under 3 hours. Danziger's attention shifted from his screens, and he said, Triton 5, into the mic before he flipped a switch, temporarily muting the connection. You met with the president? Halliday nodded. I brought your name up, and he's interested. Interested enough to meet with me, but it's not yet a done deal. The defense secretary smiled. Not to worry. He's not going to choose either of the candidates from inside CI. The Arab nodded. He knew better than to question his boss's legendary influence. We have a bit of a situation developing in Egypt. Halliday hunched forward. How so? Soraya Moore, whom we both know, and Amun Shaltoum, the head of the Egyptian intelligence service, have been snooping around the farm. The farm was signal speak for a current mission's theater of operations. What have they found? The original team was on vacation when their orders were transmitted. Apparently they were pissed off enough about their leave being cut short that their destination was overheard. Halliday scowled. Are you saying that Moore and Shaltoum are aware that the team was headed for Khartoum? Danziger nodded. This problem has to be nipped in the bud. There's only one solution. Halliday was taken aback. What? Our own men? They violated security protocol. The secretary shook his head. But still. Containment, bud. Containment, while it's still possible. The Arab leaned forward and patted his boss on the knee. Just think of it as another regrettable case of friendly fire. Halliday sat back, scrubbed his face with the heels of his hands. It's a good thing humans have an infinite capacity for rationalization. About to swivel back to his screens, Danziger said, Bud, this is my mission. I devised Pinprick. I designed it down to the last detail. But you approved it. Now, I know for a fact you're not about to let 4 disgruntled sons of bitches put our heads in the crosshairs, are you? Chapter 20. Don Fernando Herrera paused at the French doors, lifted a finger, and his eyes engaged Bourne's. Before we go inside, I must make one thing clear. In Colombia, I have taken part in the wars between the military and the indigenous guerrillas. The struggle between fascism and socialism. Both are weak and flawed because they seek only control over others. The blue shadows of Seville lent him a keen and hungry look. He was like a wolf that had sighted the face of his prey. I and others like me were trained to kill a victim who has been stripped of his defenses, who lacks any capacity for response. This act is known as the perfect crime. Do you understand me? He continued to peer into Bourne's face as if he were connected to an X-ray machine. I know you weren't hired by Nikolai Yevsen or by Dmitry Maslov, his silent partner. How do I know this? Though I know almost nothing about you, including your real name, which is the least important thing about you, I know that you are not a man to hire himself out to anyone. Instinct tells me this. Instinct steeped in the blood of my enemies, whose eyes I have looked into many times as I spilled their guts, men who measure their intelligence solely by their zeal for torture. Bourne felt galvanized. So Yevsen and Maslov were partners. Bourne had met Maslov several months ago in Moscow, when the Gruparovka boss was in the midst of a war with a rival mob family. If he was now in partnership with Yevsen, it could only mean that he'd won the war and was consolidating his power. Was it Maslov, not Yevsen, who was behind the attack on him? I understand, Bourne said. You're not afraid of Yevsen or Maslov. Nor am I interested in them, Herrera said. But I am interested in you. Why have you come to see me? It's not my Goya, it's not the senorita inside, beautiful and desirable though she may be. What, then, do you want? I was followed here by a Russian hitman with a scar on one side of his neck and a tattoo of 3 skulls on the other. Ah, yes, Bogdan Mashin, better known as the Torturer. Herrera tapped the tip of his forefinger against his lower lip. So, it was you who killed that bastard at the Maestranza yesterday. He gave Bourne an appraising look. I'm impressed. Mashin had left a litter of the dead and maimed behind him like a train wreck. Bourne was similarly impressed. Herrera's intel was swift and excellent. Bourne unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chest wound. He tried to shoot me dead in Bali. He bought a Parker Hale Model 85 and a Schmidt & Bender Marksman II scope from Wyan. It was Wyan who gave me your name. He said you recommended Mashin to him. Herrera's eyebrows lifted in surprise. You must believe me, I never knew. Bourne grabbed the Colombian by the shirt front and slammed him against the French doors. Why should I believe you? He said into Herrera's face. When the man who bought the Parker Hale couldn't be Mashin because he had gray eyes. At that moment, Fausto appeared from a doorway on the other side of the garden, his gun aimed at Bourne, who pressed his thumb into Herrera's Adam's apple and said, I have no desire to hurt you, but I will know who tried to kill me on Bali. Fausto, we're all civilized individuals here, Herrera said as he stared into Bourne's eyes. Put away your weapon. When the young man had obeyed, Bourne released the Colombian. At that moment, the French door opened and Tracy appeared. She looked at each of the three men in turn and said, "What the hell is going on?" "Don Herrera is about to tell me what I need to know," Bourne said. Her gaze returned to the Colombian. "And the Goya?" "It's yours, at the full asking price," Herrera said. "I'm prepared to—" "Señorita, don't try my patience. I will have my full asking price, and with what you tried to pull, you're lucky at that." She pulled out her cell. "I'll have to make a call." "By all means." Herrera raised a hand. "Fausto, show the señorita to a place where she can have privacy." "I'd rather be outdoors," Tracy said. "As you wish." The Colombian led the way back inside. When Fausto had shut the door and disappeared down the hallway, he turned to Bourne and very softly and very seriously said, "Do you trust her?" Harvey Corman had just bitten down into an indifferent roast beef and Havarti on rye when, to his astonishment, Moira Trevor and Humphrey Bamber exited GWU Hospital's ER entrance without his partner, Simon Heron, anywhere in sight. Corman threw down a 20, got up, tossed on his padded jacket, and swung out the coffee shop door, which was almost directly across the street from the hospital entrance. It was a quirk of luck that Corman was small and slightly pudgy, with round cheeks and almost no hair. More Tim Conway than his namesake. Still, with his physique and unprepossessing manner, no one would take him for a private intelligence operative, let alone a member of Black River. "What the fuck?" he thought as he carefully tailed the pair down the street. "Where the hell is Simon?" Noah Perlis had told him that the Trevor woman was dangerous, but, of course, he'd taken the warning with a couple of grains of salt. Not that he or Simon had ever met Trevor, which was why Perlis had chosen them for this assignment, but everyone in Black River knew Perlis had a thing for Moira Trevor, tinting his judgment of her. He never should have been her handler while she was working for Black River. In Corman's judgment, Perlis had made some key mistakes, including using Veronica Hart as a stalking horse, so Trevor wouldn't think ill of him when he'd abruptly taken her off mission. That was all in the past, however. Corman needed to concentrate on the present. He turned the corner and looked around, bewildered. Bamber and Trevor had been half a block ahead of him. Where the hell had they gone? "This way, hurry." Moira guided Bamber into the corner lingerie shop. It had two doors, one on New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, the other on I Street Northwest. She spoke on her cell as she led him through the shop and out the opposite door, back onto New Hampshire Avenue, where they lost themselves in the crowd. 5 minutes later, and 4 blocks away, the blue-top taxi Moira had called pulled up to the curb, and they quickly climbed in. As it accelerated away, she pushed Bamber down in the seat. Just before she herself slid down, she caught a glimpse of the man who had been following them, a man who looked comically like Tim Conway. There was nothing comical, however, about his grim expression as he spoke into his cell, no doubt apprising Noah of the situation. "Where to?" the taxi driver said over his shoulder. Moira realized she had no idea where to go to ground. "I know a place," Bamber said hesitantly. "Somewhere they won't find us." "You don't know Noah like I do," Moira said. "By now, he knows you better than your own mother does." "He doesn't know about this place," Bamber insisted. "Not even Steve knew." "Why should I trust anyone?" Bourne said. "Because, my friend, in this life you must learn to trust someone. Otherwise you will be consumed by paranoia and a longing for death." Herrera poured 3 fingers of Asombroso Anejo tequila into 2 glasses, handed one to Bourne. He sipped his, then said, "Me, I don't trust women, period. For one thing, they talk too much. especially among themselves. He walked over to the wall of books and ran his fingertips over the bound spines. Down through history, there were uncountable times when men from bishops to princes were undone by a bit of discreet pillow talk. He turned. While we fight and kill for power, that's how women amass theirs. Bourne shrugged. Surely you don't blame them. Of course I blame them. Herrera finished off his tequila. The bitches are the root of all evil. Which leaves you for me to trust. Bourne put aside his drink untouched. The problem, Don Herrera, is that you've already proved yourself untrustworthy. You've lied to me once. And how many times have you lied to me since you walked through my door? The Colombian crossed the room, took up Bourne's tequila, and drank it down in one long shot. Smacking his lips, he wiped his mouth with the back of a hand and said, "The man Wyan described, the man who tried to kill you, was hired by one of your own people." The killer's name? Boris Ilyich Karpov. Bourne froze, unable for a moment to believe what he'd just heard. There must be some mistake. Herrera cocked his head. "You know this man. Why would a colonel in FSB 2 hire himself out to an American?" "Not just an American," the Colombian said. "Secretary of Defense Irvin Reynolds Halliday, who, as we both know, is among the most powerful men on the planet. And he wasn't hiring himself out." But it couldn't be Boris, Bourne told himself. Boris was a friend. He'd helped Bourne in Reykjavik and then in Moscow, where he'd surprised Bourne by showing up at a meeting with Dmitry Maslov, with whom he was clearly friendly. Were they more than friends? Was Boris a partner of Yevsen, along with Maslov? Bourne felt cold sweat break out on his back. The spider's web he'd stepped into was growing exponentially with each interconnecting strand he discovered. But here, Herrera had turned away for a moment, rummaging through the drawer of the escritoire. When he turned back, he had a manila folder in one hand and a micro-recorder in the other. "Take a look at these." Bourne opened the folder when the Colombian handed it to him and saw what were clearly surveillance photos, black and white, grainy, but clear enough to see two men talking in earnest conversation. Though the faces were in close-up, the low light rendered everything slightly fuzzy. "They met in a Munich beer hall," Herrera said helpfully. Bourne recognized the shape and features of Boris's face. The other man, older, taller, was obviously American. It was indeed the Secretary of Defense, Bud Halliday. Then he saw the electronic date stamp, which was several days before he was shot. "Photoshopped," he said, handing back the photos. "In these times, all too possible, I admit." Herrera presented him with a micro-recorder as if it were a prize. "Perhaps this will convince you the photos are undoctored." When Bourne pressed the play button, this is what he heard above the reduced background clamor. "Terminate Jason Bourne, and I will use the full might of the American government to put Abdullah Chori where he belongs." "Not good enough, Mr. Smith. An eye for an eye. This is the true meaning of quid pro quo, yes?" "We don't assassinate people, Colonel Karpov." "Of course not. No matter, Secretary Halliday. I have no such compunctions." After a slight pause, Halliday said, "Yes, of course. In the heat of the moment, I forgot our protocols, Mr. Jones. Send me the entire contents of the hard drive, and it will be done. Agreed?" "Agreed." Bourne pressed stop and looked at Herrera. "What hard drive are they talking about?" "I have no idea, but as you can imagine, I'm trying to find out." "How did you come into possession of this material?" A slow smile reemerged on the Colombian's face as he put a forefinger across his lips. "Why would Boris want to kill me?" "Colonel Karpov didn't inform me when he asked for the favor." Herrera shrugged. "But as a matter of routine, I ran a check on the phone he was calling from. It was a satellite phone, and it was located in Khartoum. In Khartoum, Bourne said. Perhaps at 779 El Gamhuria Avenue, Nikolai Yevsen's headquarters. Herrera's eyes opened wide. Now, truly, I am impressed. Bourne lapsed into a meditative silence. Could there be a connection between Boris and Nikolai Yevsen? Could they be collaborators instead of adversaries? What grand scheme could bring these two disparate men together, could cause Boris to try to kill him, and, once discovering that he was still alive, hire the torturer to finish the job? Something didn't make sense, but there was no time now to figure out what, because Tracy was opening the French door to enter the room, and Herrera, smiling at her, said, "Has your principal made a decision?" "He wants the Goya." "Excellent." Don Herrera rubbed his hands together. He was grinning like a cat that has caught a particularly rare and tasty morsel. "The world has no idea who Noah Peterson is, but I have a suspicion our friend here does." He lifted his eyebrows as he gazed at Bourne. "Not talking?" He shrugged. "No matter. Mr. Peterson is Senorita Atherton's principal." Tracy stared at Bourne. "You know Noah? How is that possible?" "His real name is Noah Purlis." Bourne, thunderstruck, looked at both of them in turn. The spider's web had presented an entirely new dimension. "He works for a private American military contracting company by the name of Black River. I've had some dealings with him in the past." "What do you know?" Herrera said. "The world is filled with chameleons, and not surprisingly, they all know one another." He turned from Bourne and gave Tracy a mock bow. "Senorita Atherton, why don't you tell the gentleman where you're to deliver the Goya?" When she hesitated, he laughed good-naturedly. "Go on. You've nothing to lose. We all trust one another here, don't we?" "I'm to deliver the Goya by hand to Khartoum," Tracy said. Bourne could hardly catch his breath. What in the world was going on? "Please don't tell me you're to deliver it to 779 El Gamhuria Avenue." Tracy's mouth opened wide in an O of astonishment. How did he know? Herrera shook his head. "That's a question we'd all like answered." Book 3, Chapter 21. "Americans," Soraya said. "God in heaven, what madness is this?" She half expected Amun to make an acerbic comment, but he remained mute, watching her with his large scarab eyes. A cadre of American military men who just happen to be on leave here in Al-Hardaka are given a mission that begins in Khartoum 2 weeks or so before an Iranian Khosar-3 missile brings down an American passenger jet in Egyptian airspace. It's unthinkable. She raked a hand through her thick black hair. "For God's sake, Amun, say something." They were sitting at a seaside restaurant, eating because they knew they had to. Soraya had no appetite, and, she saw, Amun apparently didn't have much more. 3 of his men were sitting nearby, guarding Stephen, who was scarfing down a meal as if it was going to be his last. The sun was a flattened disk near the horizon. The cloudless sky arched above them, vast and somehow desolate. Shalthum pushed his food around his plate. "I still think he's lying to save his skin," he said sourly. What if he's not? The dive shop owner corroborated his story. There were 4 Americans diving off the boat approximately 2 weeks ago. They dived for 3 days, paid cash, and left abruptly without talking to anyone. Sounds like anyone and everyone. Amun shot a poisonous glance over at the prisoner. "It does make a compelling story, doesn't it?" "Amun, I don't think we can afford to take the chance he's lying. I think we should go to Khartoum." "And abandon the probability that Iranian terrorists were here in Egypt?" He shook his head. "Not a chance." Soraya was already on her phone, punching in Veronica Hart's number. If she was going to go to Khartoum, With or without Amun, she had to confirm her decision with the DCI. Heading into Sudan was serious business. She frowned as the phone continued to ring and no voicemail intervened. At length, a male voice answered. "Who is this?" "Soraya Moore. Who the hell are you?" "It's Peter, Soraya. Peter Marks." Marks was the chief of CI operations, smart and reliable. "What are you doing answering the DCI's private cell?" "Soraya, DCI Hart is dead." "What?" The blood drained from Soraya's face, and all at once she felt the breath rush out of her. "Dead? How could—" Her voice sounded thin, attenuated, far away. Dimly, she realized she was in shock. What happened? "There was an explosion, a car bomb, we think." "Oh my God." There were two individuals with her, Moira Trevor and someone by the name of Humphrey Bamber, a software designer with his own boutique firm. "Are they alive or dead?" "Alive, presumably," Mark said, "though that's pure speculation. We have no idea where they are. For all we know, they were responsible for the DCI's death. Or they fled for their lives." "Another possibility," Marks conceded. "At the very least, they need to be brought in and questioned as the only witnesses to the incident." He paused for a moment. "The thing is, the Trevor woman was involved with Jason Bourne." Events were moving faster than Soraya could follow in her current state. "How is that relevant?" she said curtly. "I don't know if it is, but she was also involved with Martin Lindros. Some months ago, DCI Hart was investigating the connection." "I was part of that investigation," Soraya said. "There was nothing to it. Moira Trevor and Martin were friends, period." "And yet, both Lindros and Bourne are now dead." Marks cleared his throat. "Did you know Ms. Trevor was with Bourne when he was killed?" A tremor of premonition chilled her. "I didn't, no." "I've done some digging. It turns out that Ms. Trevor used to work at Black River." Soraya's mind was reeling. "So did DCI Hart." "Interesting, no? There's more. Ms. Trevor and Bamber were admitted to the ER at George Washington University Hospital less than 20 minutes after the blast. No one saw them leave, but, and here's the really good part, a man who flashed a government ID asked for them by name less than 5 minutes after they began treatment. Someone followed them." "I would say so," Mark said. "What was the man's name, and what department of the government is he with?" "The billion-dollar question. No one could remember. The place was a madhouse, so I checked myself. Either no one is owning up to this agent, or he wasn't government. On the other hand, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that the DoD has secretly authorized some Black River ops to carry government IDs." Soraya took several deep breaths, both to calm herself and to allow her mind to start making connections. "Peter, the DCI sent me to Egypt to try to find out about the indigenous Iranian freedom fighters Black River made contact with. But in my most recent conversation with her, she agreed to let me explore a theory that the Iranian terrorists who shot down our jet had help transshipping the missile, possibly from the Saudis." "Jesus, and?" "The reason I was calling her now is that there's a possibility that the Iranians weren't involved at all." "What?" Marks exploded. "You've got to be kidding." "I wish I were. 2 weeks ago, 4 American military men on leave were suddenly sent on a mission that began in Khartoum." "So?" "Amun Shalthoum and I have been operating under the supposition that the Saudis helped the Iranian terrorists transport the Khosar-3 missile through Iraq and across the Red Sea to someplace along the east coast of Egypt. His people have been swarming the coast all day with nothing to show for it, so we've been searching for alternatives. The only other access into Egypt is from the south." She heard Mark's sharp intake of breath. "That would be Sudan. And Khartoum would be the logical staging area, the place where the Khosar-3 could be flown in under everyone's radar." "I don't understand. What's the connection between our military and Iranian terrorists?" That's just the point. There isn't any, Soraya said. We're looking at a scenario that doesn't involve either Iranians or Saudis. Marks laughed uneasily. What are you implying? That we shot down our own jet? The government wouldn't, she said, perfectly serious. But Black River might. That theory is almost as crazy, he said. What if the terrible incidents back home are connected to what's happened over here? That's something of a stretch, even for you. Listen to me carefully, Peter. DCI Hart was concerned about the current relationship between the NSA, specifically Secretary Halliday, and Black River. Now she's the victim of a car bomb. She allowed that pronouncement to hang in the air for a moment before continuing. The only way to get to the bottom of the mystery is eyes on the ground. I need to go to Khartoum. Soraya, Sudan is far too dangerous for a director to... Typhon has an agent in place in Khartoum. Good, let him investigate. This is too big, Peter. The ramifications too grave. Besides, after all that's happened, I don't trust anyone. What about this Chalthum character? He's the head of Al-Makabarat, for Christ's sakes. Believe me, he has as much to lose from this situation as we do. It's incumbent on me to point out that your agent in Khartoum can't guarantee your safety. By his tone, she knew he'd acquiesced. No one can, Peter. Keep DCI Hart's phone with you. I'll keep you apprised. Okay, but... As Soraya severed the connection, she looked at Amun. The director of Central Intelligence was just killed in Washington by a car bomb. This situation stinks, Amun. We're not up against Iranian terrorists, I know it. Will you come with me to Khartoum? Amun rolled his eyes, then threw his hands into the air. Azizti, what choice have you left me? After Moira and Humphrey Bamber exited the taxi in Foggy Bottom, he led her west across the bridge and into Georgetown. He was nervous, walking so quickly that several times she had to take him by the arm to slow him down because he was too terrified to listen to her. Along the way, she checked plate glass windows and cars' side mirrors for any sign of a tail, both vehicular and pedestrian. At least twice, she had them walk around the block or enter a shop as a double blind, to make certain they were absolutely clean. Only then would she allow Bamber to take her to their destination. This turned out to be on R Street, a red-brick federal-style townhouse with a copper mansard roof and 4 dormer windows where fat-breasted pigeons sat, cooing drowsily. They climbed the slate steps, and Bamber used the brass knocker on the polished wooden door. In a moment, it swung inward to reveal a slender man with longish brown hair, green eyes, and angular cheekbones. "H, you look... What happened to you?" "Chrissy, this is Moira Trevor. Moira, meet Christian Lamontiere." "The dancer?" Bamber was already on the threshold. "Moira saved my life. Can we come in?" "Saved your... Of course." Lamontiere stepped back into the small, jewel-like entryway. He did so with a grace and power no untrained human being could muster. "Where are my manners?" His face was clouded by worry. "Are you two all right? I can call my doctor." "No doctor," Moira said. As their host closed the heavy door, Bamber double-locked it. Seeing this, Lamontiere said, "I think we could use a drink." He gestured, leading the way into a beautifully appointed living room in dove gray and cream. It was a world of calm and elegance. Books on ballet and modern dance were scattered about the coffee table. On shelves were photos of Lamontiere on stage and in informal poses with Martha Graham, Mark Morris, Bill T. Jones, and Twyla Tharp, among others. They sat on gray and silver-striped sofas, while Lamontiere crossed to a sideboard, then abruptly turned. "You two look like you need a rest and some food. Why don't I toddle on off to the kitchen and make us all something to eat?" Without waiting for a reply, he left them alone, for which Moira was grateful, since she had a number of questions she wanted to ask Bamber without causing him embarrassment. Bamber was one step ahead of her. Sighing as he leaned back against the sofa, he said, "When I hit my 30s, it began to dawn on me that men weren't designed to be monogamous, either physically or emotionally. We were designed to propagate, to continue the species at all costs. Being gay doesn't change that biological imperative." Moira recalled him telling her that he was taking her somewhere even Stevenson hadn't known about. "So you've been having an affair with Lamontiere?" It would have killed Steve to talk about it. "You mean he knew?" Steve wasn't stupid, and he was intuitive, if not about himself, then about those around him. He might have suspected, or not, I don't know. But his self-image wasn't the best. He was always concerned that I would leave him. He rose, poured some water for both of them, brought the glasses back, and handed one to her. "I wouldn't have left him, not ever," he said as he sat down. "I'm not going to judge you," Moira said. "No? Then you'd be the first." Moira took a long drink of water. She was parched. "Tell me about you and Noah Purlis." "That fucker." Bamber pulled a face. "Tidy little war. That's what Noah wanted from me. Something he could tie up in a bow and present as a gift to his client. You got paid well enough." "Don't remind me." Bamber drained his glass. "That blood money's going straight to AIDS research." "Back to Noah," Moira said gently. "Right." "Please explain the phrase, a tidy little war." At that moment, Lamontiere called to them, and they rose wearily. Bamber leading the way down a hall, past a bathroom, and into the kitchen at the rear of the townhouse. Moira was eager to hear Bamber's reply, but her stomach was growling, and in order to regain her strength, she knew she needed to get some food in her. When she'd been house hunting, Moira had been inside homes like this one. Lamontiere had had a skylight installed, so instead of the dark and gloomy space it must once have been, the kitchen was now bright and cheery. It was painted a rich egg yolk yellow, with backsplashes behind the umber granite countertops of glass tiles in a complex Byzantine pattern of golds, greens, and blues. They sat at an antique parquet wood table. Lamontiere had made scrambled eggs with turkey bacon and whole grain toast. As they ate, he kept stealing worried glances at Bamber, because when he asked what had happened, Bamber said, "I don't want to talk about it." And then, because Lamontiere looked hurt, he said, "It's for your own good, Chrissy. Trust me." "I don't know what to say here," Lamontiere said. "Steve's dead." "The less said about that, the better," Bamber cut in. "I'm sorry. That's all I was going to say. I'm sorry." Bamber finally looked up from his plate and tried for a bleak smile. "Thank you, Chrissy. I appreciate it. I apologize for being such a god-awful shit." "He's been through a lot today," Moira said. "We both have." Bamber's gaze returned to his plate. Lamontiere looked from one to the other. "Okay, then. I have to practice." He stood up. "If you need me, I'll be in the studio downstairs." "Thanks, Chrissy." Bamber gave him a tender smile. "I'll be down in a while." "Take your time." Lamontiere turned to Moira. "Miss Trevor?" Then he left the kitchen. They saw he hadn't touched his food. "That went well," Moira said, trying and failing to lighten the mood. Bamber put his head in his hands. "I acted like a total jerk. What's happening to me?" "Stress," Moira offered, "and a whole lot of delayed shock. It's what happens when you try to stuff 2 pounds of shit in a 1-pound bag." Bamber laughed briefly, but when he brought his head up, his eyes were enlarged with tears. "What about you? Are car bombs part of your daily routine?" "Frankly, they used to be. Car bombs and so much more." He stared wide-eyed at her for a moment. "Jesus, what did Noah get me involved in?" "That's what I need you to tell me." "He said he had a client who—" He wanted to run real-life scenarios, as close to real-world simulations as possible. I told him there wasn't anything on the market that would fit his criteria, but that I could build him a program that could. For a fee. Of course for a fee, Bamber said shortly. I'm not running a not-for-profit. Moira wondered why she was being so harsh on him. Fleetingly, she realized that her ill temper had nothing at all to do with Bamber. She had called Dr. Firth in Bali, anxious to talk to Willard for an update on Jason's recovery, only to be told that Willard had returned to D.C. Firth didn't know where Bourne was, or claimed not to anyway. She tried Bourne's cell several times since then, but the call went straight to his voicemail. This made her terribly uneasy, though she tried to calm herself with the thought that if Jason was with Willard, he was safe and in good hands. "Go on," she said now, abruptly ashamed and vowing to be kinder to Bamber. Bamber rose, collected their plates, and took them to the double sink, where he scraped what was left of the food into the disposal, then placed plates and silverware into the dishwasher. When he was finished clearing the table, he stood behind his chair, hands wrapped around the top slat of the back, his knuckles standing out starkly. His renewed fear created a circuit of nervous energy he was barely able to contain. To be honest, I thought his client wanted to test out a new hedge fund formula. I mean, Noah offered so much money, so I thought, what the hell? I'll have my fuck you money in a month or two, and then no matter what happens in my business, I'll have this substantial stash. It's tough working freelance. The minute a downturn hits, the business dries up like you wouldn't believe. Moira sat back for a moment. Didn't you know that Noah worked for Black River? He presented himself as Noah Peterson, that's all I knew. You mean you don't run ID checks on your clients? Not when they deposit $2.5 million in my bank account. He shrugged. Besides, I'm not the FBI. Moira could see his point. In any case, she knew firsthand how persuasive Noah could be, how good he was at being someone else. He loved playing roles as much as a Hollywood actor. That way, he never had to be himself. At any time during the creation of Bardem, did you get a hint that the program wasn't meant for a hedge fund? A certain sadness came into Bamber's face, and he nodded. But not until near the end. Not even when Noah gave me instructions from his client for the second revision. He told me I needed to expand the parameters of the real-life data to include government responses to terrorist attacks, military incursions, and the like. And that didn't set off alarm bells? Bamber sighed. Why should it? These factors are important to hedge funds since they would significantly impact the financial markets. And it's my understanding that some hedge funds are set up to take advantage of short-term market dislocations. But at some point, you came to a different conclusion. Bamber paced around the kitchen, rearranging items that didn't need rearranging. The anomalies kept piling up with each revision. I can see that quite clearly now. He stopped talking abruptly. But at the time, she prompted, I kept telling myself everything was okay, he said with a good degree of anguish. I put my head deeper into the increasingly complex algorithms of Bardem. At night, when doubts began to plague me, I focused on the $2.5 million I'd put to work in treasury bills, my fuck you money. He leaned over the sink, his head down. Then, a couple of days ago, I hit a tipping point, and I knew I couldn't let things go on the way they had been. I didn't know what to do. So you told Steve about Bardem, and Steve did the search on Noah you'd failed to perform and discovered that he worked for Black River. And Steve being Steve, he couldn't sit on the information. He was too frightened to go to his superiors, so he passed a thumb drive on to the man he'd gone to when his internal search at the DOD turned up nothing on Noah. Jay Weston, Moira said. Of course. I poached Jay from Hobart, another private contractor to the military. He'd have ID'd Noah right away. And now Steve is dead, Bamber moaned, because of my stupidity and my greed. Flushed with rage, Moira got up and crossed the kitchen. Damn it, Bamber, get a grip on yourself. The last thing I need from you is self-pity. He turned on her. What's the matter with you? Don't you have even an ounce of humanity? My partner was just murdered. I don't have time for sentiment, and if I remember right, a friend of yours was blown 6 ways from Sunday right in front of you. Don't you have any remorse, any pity? Is there anything inside you except exacting your revenge on Noah? What? I mean, that's it, isn't it? That's what this is all about. You and Noah at each other's throats, and never mind the collateral damage. Well, fuck him and fuck you. As he stalked out of the kitchen, Moira grabbed onto the sink in order to keep her feet. All at once, the kitchen began to tumble over. She seemed to lose her bearings, to have become unmoored so that she could no longer distinguish the floor from the ceiling. My God, she thought, what's happening to me? And immediately an image of Ronnie Hart came to her, those lambent eyes watching her from inside the white Buick. Ronnie knowing the end had come and helpless to stop it. The explosion bloomed again in her mind, blotting out sight, sound, and thought. Why didn't I save her? Because there wasn't time. Why didn't I try anyway? Again, there was no time, and Bamber had grabbed her. Why didn't I break free? Because the wall of percussion had already hit her, hurling her backward, and if she had been any closer, she would have been caught up in the conflagration. She'd be dead now, or, worse, lying in a burn unit, her skin ripped and charred, covered in third-degree burns that would kill her slowly and painfully. Still, Ronnie was dead. She had survived. Where was the justice in that? The rational part of her brain told the grieving, irrational part that the world was chaos. It didn't care about justice, which was, in any case, a human concept, and therefore subject to its own form of irrationality. None of this interior debate could stem the tears that stung her eyes, ran down her cheeks, and set her to shivering as if she were ill. Bamber's words came back to haunt her. Was this what it was all about? A blood feud between her and Noah? All at once, she was back in Munich with Bourne, climbing the rolling stairs to the airplane bound to take them to Long Beach, California. Then Noah had appeared in the doorway, and she recalled the poisonous look in his eye. Had it been jealousy? She'd been far too distracted then, far too intent on her immediate goal of getting to Long Beach. But now that curdled expression on his face recurred to her like the acrid taste of spoiled food. How could she be certain she wasn't misinterpreting this remembered moment between them? Because, now she thought of it, his reaction to her leaving Black River was personal, as if he were her spurned lover. And so moving on from there, could her decision to start a rival company by poaching a select few of the best people from Black River have been in retaliation for Noah not making a play for her when he could have? All at once, she recalled the conversation she'd had with Jason that night in Bali when they'd been alone in the pool together. When she told him of her idea to start a rival company to Black River, he'd warned her that she would make an enemy of Noah, and he was right. Had he known then how Noah felt about her? And what had she felt about Noah? I gave up trying to please him 6 months before I quit Black River. It was a fool's game, she'd told Jason that night. What precisely had she meant by that? Hearing it now reverberate in her mind, mixing with all the other subtle revelations, it sounded like something a hurt lover would say. God Almighty, the collateral damage she and Noah had wrought. Slowly, like a punctured tire, the unreasoning anger went out of her. Her grip loosened, and she slid to the floor. If her back hadn't been braced against the wooden cabinets, she would have pitched over. It seemed a long time later, but surely it couldn't have been, when she became aware that someone was in the kitchen with her. In fact, 2 somebodies. They were crouched down beside her. What happened? Bamber asked. Are you all right? I slipped and fell, that's all. Moira's eyes were perfectly dry now. I'll fit you a brandy. Lamontiere, in a white unitard, ballet slippers, a towel draped around his neck, headed back into the living room. Moira, shrugging off Bamber's proffered hand, levered herself to her feet. Lamontiere returned with a snifter half filled with an amber liquid, some of which she drank immediately. The fire worked its way down her throat and flooded her body, bringing her fully back to herself. "Mr. Lamontier," she said, "thank you for your hospitality, but to be honest, I need to talk to Mr. Bamber in private." "Of course, if you are all right." "I am." "Excellent. Then I'll go shower. H, if you want to stay here for the time being." He regarded Moira for a moment. "Actually, both of you are welcome here for as long as you need." "That's extremely generous of you," Moira said. "It's nothing." He waved away her words. "I am afraid I don't have any fresh clothes for you." Moira laughed. "I can take care of that easily enough." "Well then." Lamontier gave Bamber a brief hug and left them alone. "He's a good man," Moira said. "Yes, he is," Bamber acknowledged. By unspoken mutual consent, they returned to the living room, where they collapsed, exhausted, on the sofas. "What happens now?" Bamber said. "You help me find out exactly what Noah Purlis is using Bardem for." "Really?" His entire body stiffened. "And how do you propose I do that?" "How about hacking into his computer?" "How easy for both of us that would be." He shifted his position, perching himself on the edge of the cushion. "Unfortunately, it's impossible. Noah uses a laptop. I know this because he has me send the updated versions of Bardem directly to it." Ugh! Though Wi-Fi networks were notoriously porous, Black River's was not. It had established its own worldwide network that was, as far as she knew, impenetrable. Of course, in theory, no network was 100% secure, but it might take a platoon of hackers years to get through. Unless... "Wait a minute," she said, suddenly excited. "If you had a laptop loaded with a Black River Wi-Fi encryption, would that help?" Bamber shrugged. "Probably, but how on earth are you going to get your hands on one?" "I used to work for Black River," she said. "I cloned the hard drive from my laptop before I sent it back." She considered the remaining obstacle to this possible solution. "The only problem is every time a Black River agent leaves the company, the encryption is updated." "Doesn't matter. If they're using the same root algorithm, which I'm sure they are, I should be able to crack it." He shook his head. "Not that it matters." His voice had soured. "We can't go back to our respective apartments, remember? Noah's people are sure to be waiting for us in both places." Moira stood, looked around for her coat. "Nevertheless," she said, "I've got to try." Chapter 22. On the 1-hour flight from Seville to Madrid, Bourne realized that Tracy was no longer wearing her wedding band. When he asked her about it, she plucked it out of her handbag. "I usually wear it when I'm traveling to discourage unwanted conversations," she said. "But there's no reason to wear it now." From Madrid, they were booked on an Egypt Air flight to Cairo. Once there, they were set to be taken to a military airfield just outside the Cairo International Airport, where a charter flight was waiting to fly them to Khartoum. She had already had her visas, and Don Herrera was kind enough to expedite Bourne's, still under the name of Adam Stone, of course. He'd also provided Bourne with a satellite phone, because his cell would have only spotty coverage in Africa. As Tracy put the ring away, she brought her briefcase onto her lap. "I'm sorry about that call to Professor Zuniga." "Why? It wasn't your fault." She sighed. "I'm afraid it was." With a sheepish look, she opened the briefcase. "I'm afraid I have a rather awful confession to make." She took out the sheets Bourne had already seen, the X-rays of the Goya and the letter from the professor. As she handed them over, she said, "You see, I'd already met him. Those are the X-rays he took. That's his letter authenticating the Goya. He was really very excited by the find, so much so, in fact, that he actually wept when I took it away from him." Bourne turned his laser gaze on her. "Why didn't you tell me this in the first place?" "I thought you were a rival. I was under strict orders to avoid a bidding war at all costs. so you can see why I didn't want to reveal anything that would drive up the price. And later? She sighed again, taking the sheets back and stowing them carefully away. Later, it was already too late. I didn't want to admit that I'd lied to you, especially after you'd saved us both at the corrida. That was my fault, he said. I should never have involved you in my dealings. It makes no difference now. As it turns out, I am involved. That was hard to argue with. Still, he didn't like her traveling with him to Khartoum, to the heart of Nikolai Yevsen's arms empire, into what must certainly be the center of the web into which he'd been thrust by the bullet that almost killed him. Khartoum was where Yevsen's headquarters lay, at 779 El Gamhuria Avenue. According to Tracy, that was where Noah Perlis was going to accept the Goya. From what Don Herrera said, it was also likely that Boris Karpov was there. Last month, he told Bourne he'd just come back from Timbuktu in Mali, and now Bourne had seen the photos, had heard the tape of Boris bartering a deal with Bud Halliday. Bourne still hadn't figured out how he would handle a situation where a trusted friend was the man who was trying to kill him. The question of the torturer still nagged at him. Why would Boris hire someone else when he could go after Bourne himself? But speaking of lying, Tracy said now, why did you lie to me about why you really wanted to see Don Herrera? Would you have taken me to see him if I'd told you the truth? Probably not, she smiled. So now that we've admitted our mistakes, why don't we start fresh? If you wish. She gave him a pensive look. Would you rather not? He laughed. All I meant was that lying comes easily to both of us. It took a moment, but color rose to her cheeks. My line of work, and clearly yours, is infested with unscrupulous people, con men, swindlers, even violent criminals. Hardly surprising, since, these days especially, artwork commands such astronomical prices. I've had to learn methods of protection against these dangers, one of which is becoming a convincing liar. I couldn't have said it better myself, Bourne said. They broke off the conversation as a flight attendant approached to ask them what they'd like to drink. When she'd brought what they'd ordered, Bourne said, I have to wonder why you're working for Noah Perlis. She shrugged and sipped at her champagne. He's a paying client like any other. I wonder whether that's the truth or a lie. It's the truth. At this stage, I have nothing to gain by lying to you. Noah Perlis is a very dangerous individual who works for an ethically unsound company. Perhaps, but his money is as good as the next person's. What Noah does is none of my business. It is if it brings you into the line of fire. Tracy's frown deepened. But why should it? This is a straightforward job, pure and simple. I think you're reacting to shadows that aren't there. When it came to Noah Perlis, no job was straightforward. Bourne had learned that from Moira, but he felt nothing would be served in continuing this topic with Tracy. If Noah was playing her, he'd find out soon enough. He was disturbed by the insertion of Noah Perlis's name in the mix. Nikolai Yevsen was a top arms dealer, Dmitry Maslov, the head of the Kazanskaya mob. He could explain away even Boris's tangential involvement. But what was Noah Perlis, a high-level operative of Black River, doing with these unsavory Russian criminals? What is it, Adam? You look perplexed. I had no idea, Bourne said, that Noah Perlis was an art collector. Tracy frowned. Do you think I'm lying? Not necessarily, he said. But I'm willing to bet someone is. Arkadyin received the call from Triton right on schedule. The pestilential Noah might be arrogant, patronizing, disrespectful, possessive of his power and his influence, but at least he was punctual. A sad victory, really, because it was so minuscule to everyone but himself. He was a man for whom mystery was important enough that it had taken on mythic proportions. In the way Arkadyin was a physical chameleon, having learned to remake his face, his gait, his very mien, depending on the role he was playing, so Noah was a vocal chameleon. He could be social and hearty, convincing and ingratiating. anything and everything in between, depending on the role he was playing. It took an actor, Arkadian thought, to mark another actor. The president's UN address had the desired effect, Noah told Arkadian. Rather than listening, he was always telling Arkadian something. Not only are the American allies on board, but most of the neutrals and even a couple of the normally antagonistic nations. You have 8 hours to finalize the squad's training. By then the plane will be on the landing strip, ready to take you to your drop point in the red zone. Are we clear? Never clearer, Arkadian said automatically. He was no longer interested in the drivel Noah was spouting. He had his own plans to go over for the 10,000th time, the crucial alteration to the joint American-Russian foray into Iran. He knew he'd only have one shot at victory, only one brief window while the chaos was at its height to implement his plan. Failure never entered his mind because it would spell certain death for him and for every one of his men. He was fully prepared. Unlike Misha and Osorov, when, on the fly, they'd created their straw man in an attempt to spring him from his basement prison in Nizhny Tagil. Word of the increasingly grisly and bizarre murders of Stas's men had raced around Nizhny Tagil with such unstoppable virulence that it even filtered down to Arkadian, securely hidden like a rat in the basement of the gang's headquarters. The news was disturbing to him, so much so, in fact, that it was the one thing that pried him from his dank and dreary haven. Who could be poaching on his territory? It was his job to make life for Stas's gang a living hell. No one else had the right. So up he went into the thickly hellish atmosphere of Nizhny Tagil. Night shrouded him, along with a noxious ashy drizzle that did little to obscure the skyline's fiery beacons. Smokestacks belching ferrous sulfur into the air. Like church bells in some other, more salubrious town, the blinding searchlight beams emanating atop the walls of the high-security prisons that ringed the benighted city marked off time at regular, soul-destroying intervals. Arkadian still thought of it as the late Stas Kuzin's gang, even though a moron named Lev Antonin had taken over by dint of brute force. 3 men had died violently in his ascent to power. Needlessly, as Arkadian well knew, because if you had a brain that worked, it wasn't difficult to figure out how to finesse your way to being Stas's successor. Lev Antonin wasn't one of those men, so in some sense he was the right man to lead Kuzin's band of cutthroats, sadists, and homicidal dimwits. It was the death of the gang's head enforcer, along with his family, that galvanized Arkadian. You didn't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out that Lev Antonin was going to be the unknown killer's next target. Whoever he was going about his business in methodical fashion. With each victim, he was moving up the ladder of the gang's hierarchy, the surest way to instill fear even in those who considered themselves inured to fear. In the dead of night, Arkadian approached Lev Antonin's house, a large, unspeakably ugly 2-story affair that equated brutal modern architecture with style. He spent a good 40 minutes reconnoitering the block, checking out the house from all angles, calculating the risk factors involved in every vector of approach. All the security lights had been switched on. The stucco looked flat and two-dimensional in the blue-white glare. As it happened, there was a half-dead cherry tree on one side of the house. It was an elderly, twisted specimen, as if it were a proud but exhausted veteran of many wars. Halfway up its height, its intertwined branches made a Gordian knot sturdy enough to support several men. They were thick enough that the night caught in its web, repulsing in its sphere even the man-made glare. As a boy, whenever he managed to escape the prison-like confines of his parents' home, Arkadian would climb trees, rocks, hills, and mountains, the steeper, the better. The more death-defying, the more he loved it, and the higher he was prodded to climb. If he died in the attempt, at least he died on his own terms, doing what he loved, not beaten to death by his mother. Without hesitation, he mounted the nether side of the tree, where its thick trunk afforded him deep shadow. Climbing hand over hand, he felt once again the old exhilaration he'd experienced when he was 9 and 10, before his mother, discovering him slipping out of the house yet again, had broken his leg. Once inside the Gordian knot, he paused to survey the scene. He was more or less at the level of the second-story windows, which were, of course, all shut tight against both intruders and the city's toxic ash. Not that a closed window was much of a problem for Arkadyin. What mattered far more was choosing one that fronted an empty room. He moved closer, looking through the glass from one darkened room to another. There were 4 windows, 2 and 2, in line with the second story, which he guessed meant 2 rooms, doubtless bedrooms. Lights out didn't necessarily guarantee an empty room. Peeling off a bit of bark from the branch nearest his right shoulder, he tossed it against the glass of the second window of the first pair. When nothing happened, he peeled off another piece, larger this time, and threw it harder. It hit the pane with a clearly discernible smack. He waited. Nothing. Now he made his way through the front half of the Gordian knot until he was almost up against the window pane. Here, the knotty branches had been sawed or clipped back, presenting their sheared side to the house. There was a gap of perhaps 18 inches between the lopped-off stumps and the light-mottled wall of the house, into which the windows were set like the dull eyes of a cuboid doll. As Arkadyin set himself in a convenient crouch, he saw his reflection staring back at him as if from out of some mythic, sentient forest. The paleness of his face startled him. It was as if he were looking at a future version of himself who was already dead, a version from whom the fire of life had been suddenly and cruelly drained, not by time, but by circumstance. In that face, he recognized not himself, but some stranger who had stepped into his life and, like a puppet master, had directed his hands and feet onto a ruinous path. A moment later, the image or illusion vanished, and, leaning across the gap, he jimmied open the window, slid it up, and clambered silently inside. He found himself in a very ordinary bedroom with a bedstead, a pair of lamps on nightstands, a dresser, all on a circular hooked rug. Nevertheless, at that moment it looked to him like a room in a sultan's palace. He sat on the corner of the bed for a moment, luxuriating in the give of the mattress, inhaling the homey swirl of perfume and body powder, which made him salivate like a beast scenting blood. Oh, for a hot bath, or even a shower. A narrow floor-length mirror announced the door to a closet, which he opened. He had, quite naturally, a marked aversion to closets, a confined space into which his mother locked him as punishment. But here he steeled himself, reaching in to run his open hand along the downy backs of the hanging clothes, dresses, slips, nightgowns, pale and shimmering as his face had been in reflection. What he breathed in, however, along with traces of perfume and powder, was the odor of solitude so familiar to someone like him. In his crummy basement lair, this scent was altogether familiar, almost a given. But here in a family home, it seemed strange and ineffably sad. He was just about to turn away and go about his business when he sensed something in the well of darkness below. Tensed and ready for anything, he crouched down and, pushing aside a handful of hideous tweed skirts, perceived a pale, oval face rising out of the gloom. It belonged to a small child. They stared at each other for a moment, transfixed. He recalled that Lev Antonin had 4 children, 3 girls and a rather sickly boy who, had his father been anyone else, would have had his life made miserable by his peers. It was this very boy whom he now faced, crouched in a closet as he himself had once been. A sense of loathing for his past overcame even his hatred of Lev Antonin. "Why are you hiding in here?" he whispered.
"Shh. Me and my sisters are playing a game."
"They haven't found you." He shook his head, then he grinned fiercely.
"And I've been up here a long time."
It was a sound rising up the stairwell from the first floor that refroze them both, a noise so unexpected it intruded upon this momentary and unaccustomed conversation. It was a moan, a female voice caught not in the midst of sex, but in abject terror. "Stay here," Arkadyin said. "Whatever you do, don't come downstairs until I come get you, okay?" The boy, clearly frightened now, nodded. Quitting the bedroom, Arkadyin stole along the hall. The lights might have been extinguished all through the second story, but downstairs they blazed like a house on fire. As he approached the wooden balustrade, he heard the moan again, more distinctly this time, and now he began to wonder what Lev Antonin could be doing to his wife to cause her such excruciating terror. Where were the other children while Lev Antonin was punishing his wife? No wonder they hadn't come upstairs looking for their brother. Light rose up the stairs in decreasing amounts as Arkadyin crept down bent almost double so he wouldn't be seen. He was not more than a third of the way down when he was greeted by a strange tableau. A man was standing with his back to Arkadyin. In front of him was Yoskar, Lev Antonin's wife, hog-tied to a ladder-backed kitchen chair. The gag that had been over her mouth was halfway off, hence the moans emanating from her mouth. One eye was swollen and there were cuts on her face, out of which drooled smears of blood. Huddled around her, like chicks around a hen, were 3 of her 4 children, all of whose ankles were tied together. Thus hobbled, they couldn't move and, given the menacing stance of the man looming over them, surely wouldn't. Where was Lev Antonin? The man took a lazy swing at Yoskar Antonin's head. "Stop your whining," he said. "Your fate is sealed. No matter what your husband decides, you and these brats—" He kicked out, the sharp toe of his shoe making contact with a hip bone here, a rib there. The children, already crying, began to sob in earnest, and their mother moaned again. "You and these brats are finished. Dead, 6 feet under, get me?" As Arkadyin listened to the man's manifesto, something important occurred to him. The man, whoever he was, must be an outsider. Otherwise he'd know that one of Lev Antonin's children was still free. Could he be the one who had been killing the gang members? At that moment, it seemed to Arkadyin to be a good bet, one he ought to put his money on. Retracing his steps, he returned to the bedroom closet, where he instructed Lev Antonin's son to come with him, but to stay quiet no matter what happened. Keeping the cringing boy behind him, he went silently down the steps until he was perhaps halfway down. Nothing much had changed in the scene below, except the gag was back in place and there was more blood on Yaskar's face. When Lev Antonin's son tried to peep out from behind him, Arkadyin pushed him back out of sight behind his legs. Crouching down, he whispered, "Don't move until I tell you it's okay." He recognized the look of abject fear in the boy's eyes, and something tugged at him, an emotion, perhaps, buried beneath the silt of his past. Ruffling the boy's hair, he stood and drew the Glock he'd tucked into the waistband of his pants at the small of his back. Rising to his full height, he said, "Why don't you take a step away from those people?" The man whirled around, his face twisted into an ugly mask for a split second before the soon-to-be familiar smile, full of condescension, replaced it. Arkadyin recognized that expression and what it revealed about the man behind it. Here was a man who lived for subjugation, the blunt instrument he used to gain it, fear. "Who the fuck are you? And how did you get here?" Despite being surprised, despite staring down the barrel of a Glock, there wasn't an iota of concern either on his face or in his voice. "My name is Arkadyin. And what the fuck are you doing here?" "Arkadyin, is it? Well, well." His smile turned smugly ironic. It was the kind of smile, Arkadyin thought, that begged to be expunged, preferably with a balled fist. "My name's Oserov. Vyacheslav Germanovich Oserov. And I'm here to get you the fuck out of this shithole." "What?" "That's right, jerk off. My boss, Dmitry Ilyanovich Maslov, wants you back in Moscow." "Who the hell is Dmitry Ilyanovich Maslov?" Arkadyin said. "And why should I give a fuck?" At this, Osarov's mouth opened, and a sound not unlike fingernails drawn down a blackboard emanated from it. With a start, Arkadyin realized the other man was laughing. "You really are a hick. Maybe we should leave you here with all the other cretins." Osarov shook with mirth. "For your information, Dmitry Ilyanovich Maslov is the head of the Kazanskaya." He cocked his head. "Ever hear the Kazanskaya, Sonny?" "Moscow Gruporovka." Arkadyin spoke on autopilot. He was in shock. The head of one of the capital's premier mob families had heard of him? He had sent Osarov, and presumably someone else, since Osarov had said "we," here to fetch him? Either idea seemed improbable, but taken together, the scenario seemed absurd. "Who else is with you?" Arkadyin said, trying desperately to recover his wits. "Misha Tarkanyan. He's with Lev Antonin, negotiating your safe passage out. Not that you seem worth the effort, now that you've made an appearance." There was no particular reason for Arkadyin to believe that Misha Tarkanyan wasn't somewhere on the ground floor, in the toilet perhaps. "Here's what's confusing about your story, Gospodin Ostrov. I'm wondering why this Maslov sent an incompetent to do a man's job." Before the Muscovite could form a reply, Arkadyin reached around behind him, grabbed the boy by the back of his shirt, and brought him into the light. He needed to regain control, and the boy was his ace in the hole. "Lev Antonin has 4 children, not 3. How could you make such a basic mistake?" Osarov's left hand, which had been at his side, out of Arkadyan's sight, gave a flick, and the knife with which he had been cutting Yoskar's face whirred through the air. Arkadyin jerked the boy away, but it was too late. The blade buried itself to the hilt, and the child was torn from his grasp. With a feral shout, Arkadyin discharged his Glock, then leapt after it, as if he could ride the bullet straight into Osarov's black soul. The bullet missed, but he didn't. He landed atop the Muscovite, and both of them went flying across the floorboards. They fetched up against sofa legs as thick and sturdy as a babushka's ankles. Arkadyin allowed Osarov to go on the offensive, the better to get a sense of his style, strength, and coordination. Osarov proved to be a street fighter, vicious but undisciplined, someone who obviously relied on power and animal cunning rather than his wits to win battles. Arkadyin took a few on the chin and the ribs, deflecting at the last instant a rabbit punch aimed squarely at his kidneys. Then he went to work on Osarov. He was motivated not Moira lived in a Georgetown townhouse of red-brown brick on Cambridge Place Northwest, near Dumbarton Oaks. More than a home, it was her sanctuary, a place where she could curl up on the chenille sofa, a snifter of amber brandy in her hand, and lose herself in a good novel. Traveling almost constantly, such nights had become rarer and rarer, making them, when they did come, all the more precious. Now, as twilight gave way to a glittering evening, she was haunted by the thought that someone was watching her house. Which was why she circled the block twice in a new rental car, because if the house really was under surveillance, a second drive-by would surely arouse suspicion. As she went by the second time, she heard a car start up, and, checking the rearview mirror, she saw a black Lincoln Town car pull out of its parking spot almost directly across from her house and take up position several car lengths behind her. She smiled to herself as she wove her way through Georgetown, whose maze-like streets she knew intimately. She'd left Bamber at Lamontiere's house. He'd offered to come along even though he was clearly scared to death. "I appreciate the offer," she had said in all seriousness, "but you can help me most by staying safe and sound. I have no intention of allowing Noah's people anywhere near you." Now, as she took the town car through a series of evasive maneuvers, she was doubly glad she'd made him stay away, even though this plan would have been far easier to execute with someone else driving the car. They could have left her off and driven on, leading the town car away while she doubled back to her house to fetch her Black River laptop. But nothing came easy in life, at least not in her life, and not in anyone else's she knew, so why bother complaining about it? Take the hand you're dealt and then finesse it. That was what she'd always done. That was what she'd do now. Night closed in as she drove down streets that became narrower and narrower as they approached the canal. Finally, she wheeled around a corner, made another left, braked to a halt, and, with the headlights still blazing, got out of the car in time for the driver of the Lincoln, its headlights off, to catch a glimpse of her as it nosed around the corner. It came to an abrupt halt just as she ducked into a doorway, and two men in dark suits got out and jogged down the cobbles toward the spot where she disappeared. They discovered a metal door deep in the shadows and drew their snub-nosed sidearms. The one with the shaved head pressed his back against the building's brickwork, while the other one tried the knob. Shaking his head, he raised his right leg and kicked the door open so hard it slammed back against the inside wall. Weapon at the ready, he stepped aggressively into the Stygian blackness. As he did so, the door swung hard into his face, breaking his nose. His jaws clamped shut, his teeth snapping off the tip of his tongue. His howl of pain was short-lived. Moira drove a knee into his groin and, as he reflexively bent double, brought her joined fists down onto the back of his neck. The bald man heard a muffled metallic clang, and without further hesitation, he stepped into the open doorway and fired 3 shots point-blank into the blackness, to center, right, and left. He heard nothing, saw nothing, and in a tense crouch, made his run into the interior. Moira slammed the spade-shaped end of the shovel she'd stumbled over into the back of the bald man's head. He pitched head-first onto the bare concrete floor. As she picked her way through the darkness and out into the gathering night, she heard the sound of police sirens. Doubtless, someone had heard the shots and called 911. She walked back to her car at a brisk pace, an absorbed look on her face, as if she were late for a dinner rendezvous. It was crucial now to appear normal, to blend into the heavy traffic on M Street until she lost herself amid the cobbled streets, shining in the light of old-fashioned street lamps. Another 10 minutes brought her back to her block, which she circled warily, on the lookout for another car with the lights off, someone in it, a sudden movement inside so he wouldn't be seen. But all appeared normal and serene. She parked and took another look around before mounting the steps to her front door. Turning the lock, she opened the door and, drawing her lady hawk from its thigh holster, stepped inside. Closing the door softly behind her, she double-locked it, then stood for some time with her back against it, listening to the house breathe. One by one, she identified the homey sounds of the hot water circulator, the refrigerator condenser, the heating fan. Then she sniffed the air to see if there was the trace of an odor that didn't belong to her or her things. Satisfied at last, she flipped the switch and the entryway and hallway were flooded with a warm, yellowish light. She let out the long breath she'd been unconsciously holding in. Moving silently through the house, she checked every room, every closet on the ground floor. She made sure the door to the basement was securely locked. Then she ascended the stairs. Halfway up, she heard a noise and froze in mid-step, her heart hammering in her breast. It came again, and she identified it as a branch scratching at the rear wall, where a narrow alley ran behind the row of townhouses. Resuming her climb, she took the staircase step by step, counting down from the top to make certain she bypassed the one tread that creaked. At the top of the stairs, something happened. The hot water circulator cycled off, and the resulting silence seemed to her eerie and ominous. Then, like an old friend, it returned, reassuring her. As she had on the ground floor, she moved from room to room, turning on lights, checking behind furniture, even, she thought, idiotically, under her bed. There was nothing and no one. The window to the left of her bed was unlatched, and she slid the semicircular tab home. Her Black River laptop was on the back shelf of her closet, under a line of shoeboxes. Picking her way across the room, she turned the doorknob, pulled the door open, and stepped in, leading with her weapon. She swept one hand across her hanging clothes, dresses, suits, skirts, and jackets all familiar to her, but which had now taken on a sinister aspect as curtains behind which someone could hide. No one jumped out at her, causing her to expel a small laugh of relief. Her gaze moved upward to the line of shoeboxes on the back shelf above her hanging clothes, and there was the laptop, just as she left it. She was reaching up to grab it when she heard the sharp crackle of breaking window glass and the dull thud as someone landed on the carpet. She whirled, stepped forward, only to have the closet door slam shut in her face. Her hand went to the doorknob and pushed, but something was keeping the door shut, even when she put her shoulder to it. Stepping back, she fired off 4 shots at the knob. The sharp scent of cordite tickled her nose, and her ears rang with noise. She pushed the door again. It was still firmly shut, but now she had other things to think about. The light filtering in from the tiny gap between door and frame was systematically vanishing. Someone was taping up the gap. And then, down at floor level, the slightly wider gap began to go dark, except for a space that was soon filled by the open end of the crevice attachment of her vacuum cleaner. A moment later, a portable generator coughed to life, and with a mounting horror, Moira sensed the oxygen in the closet being sucked out. Carbon monoxide was being pumped in through her own vacuum cleaner attachment. When Peter Marks found the Metro Police report on Moira Trevor, he was dumbfounded. He'd just returned from the White House, where he'd had a 10-minute evening interview with the president regarding the vacancy at the top of CI. He knew he wasn't the only candidate, but no one else at CI was talking. Still, he assumed the other 6 heads of the CI directorates were in line for similar interviews, if they hadn't already answered the president's summons. Of them all, he figured Dick Symes, the chief of the Intelligence Directorate, who was the interim DCI, would get the post. Symes was older, with more experience than Peter himself, who had only recently risen to the hallowed level of Chief of Operations under Veronica Hart's tragically short tenure as DCI. She hadn't even had time to vet candidates for deputy director, and now she never would. On the other hand, unlike Symes, he'd been handpicked and trained by the old man himself, and he knew the reverence in which the president held the longtime DCI. Peter was not certain he wanted the big chair anyway, simply because it would take him another giant step away from the field, which was his first love. "No matter how high you climb," the old man had told him, "you never outgrow your first love. You simply learn to live without it." On the other hand, Maybe having doubts about occupying the big chair was a way of insulating himself from disappointment in the event he wasn't chosen to succeed Hart. Doubtless that was why he buried himself in the Moira Trevor files the moment he sat down at his desk. The Metro Police report, almost perfunctorily brief, wasn't part of the stack of printouts and electronic data his staff had amassed for him. He'd had to go looking for it himself. Not that he was looking for a police report per se, but having exhausted the so-called leads overflowing his inbox, he had decided to go on a fishing expedition, just as he'd learned to do when he was a rookie field agent. Never rely on intel other people feed you unless you absolutely can't get it yourself, the old man had lectured when he'd first brought Marks into the fold. And never, ever rely on other people's intel when your life is on the line. Excellent advice, which Marks had never forgotten. And now, behold, the Metro Police report from yesterday describing a two-car crash in which a man named Jay Weston, a former employee of Hobart Industries and current employee of Heartland Risk Management, was killed, and Moira Trevor, founder and president of Heartland, was injured. Two oddities. First, Weston hadn't died from injuries sustained in the crash. He'd been shot to death. Second, Miss Trevor had claimed, loudly and repeatedly, as the first on-the-scene officer wrote, that a uniformed motorcycle cop had fired the shot through the driver's side front window into Mr. Weston's head. Basic forensic evidence at the scene confirmed Ms. Trevor's story, at least as far as the shot was concerned. As for the motorcycle cop, the report went on to say that no such department individual was even in the vicinity anywhere near the time of the shooting. When Marks came to the end of the report, there was an even more baffling oddity. There had been no follow-up, no re-interview of Ms. Trevor, no investigation into Mr. Weston's recent whereabouts that day or into his background in general. Apart from this brief report, it was as if the incident had never occurred. Marks picked up the phone and called the appropriate Metro precinct, but when he asked for the author of the report, he was told the officer, as well as his partner, had been reassigned. No further information was available. He asked for Lieutenant McConnell, their immediate superior, but McConnell refused to tell Marks where they had gone or what had happened to them either, and no amount of threats could open him up. "My orders come straight from the commissioner himself," McConnell said with no rancor, only weariness in his voice. "That's all I know, pal. I only work here. You got a beef. It's with him." For a minute, everything went black. Then powerful hands gripped Arkadian beneath the armpits and hauled him roughly off the Muscovite. When he blindly rushed back toward his antagonist, he received a kick to his rib cage that caused him to fall short, to wind up on his back, gasping for air. "What in the name of St. Stephen is going on here?" a voice roared. He looked up to see another man, feet spread, hands closed into fists, looming over him. He wasn't Lev Antonin, so Arkadian figured he must be Misha Tarkanian. "My name is Leonid Danilovich Arkadian," he said through gasps. "Your poorly trained animal, Osarov, just put a knife into that boy's heart." As Tarkanian glanced over at the small crumpled form on the stairs, Arkadian continued, "That's Lev Antonin's son, in case you have any interest." Tarkanian jerked as if struck by an electrical current. "Osarov, for the love of—" "If you don't finish off what I started," Arkadian said, "I will." "The fuck you will!" Tarkanian roared. "You lie there and keep still until I tell you otherwise." Then he knelt beside Osarov. There was a lot of blood, and his right collarbone was sticking through the skin. "You're lucky he's still breathing." Arkadian wondered whether Tarkanian was talking to him or to himself. He wondered if it mattered, then realized that it certainly didn't to him. "Osarov! Osarov!" Tarkanian was shaking his compatriot. "Shit, his face looks like a piece of ground meat." "I do good work," Arkadian said. While Tarkanian shot him a violent look, he got to his feet. Tarkanian raised a warning forefinger. "I told you!" "Relax, I'm not going near him," Arkadian said with a wince of pain, and went over to Yaskar Antonin. Kneeling down, he untied her, then unwound her gag. At once, her wail of grief and despair filled the room. She rushed past the men, mounting the stairs to take her dead son in her arms. And there she sat, sobbing uncontrollably, rocking her child against her breast, insensible to anything else. The other 3 children were crouched at Arkadian's feet, weeping and sniffling. He turned his attention from mother and son to free the 3 girls, who immediately rushed to their mother's side, brushing their hands over their brother's hair, briefly holding his legs before resting their heads against their mother's thigh. "How did this happen?" Tarkanian said. Again, Arkadian couldn't tell whether he was talking to him or to himself. Nevertheless, he spoke up, recounting everything that had happened as he'd seen and experienced it. He was quite detailed, he left nothing out, and he was absolutely truthful, intuiting that this was the best, indeed the only, course to take. When he was finished, Tarkanian sat back on his hamstrings. "Damn it to hell. I knew Osorov was going to present a problem. My error was in underestimating its size and scope." He looked around at the homey surroundings, made bleak now by the bloodstains, the female keening, and the stench of death. "Essentially, we're screwed. Once Lev Antonin gets wind of what Osorov did to his family, our safe passage out of this shithole of a town will evaporate faster than you can say, 'Not with my wife, you don't.'" Arkadian said, "Tony Curtis, Virna Lisi, George C. Scott." Tarkanian raised his eyebrows. "Norman Panama." "I love American comedies," Arkadian said. "So do I." As if acknowledging the inappropriateness of this conversation, Tarkanian hastily added, "All we'll have are those memories. And then, not even those, once Lev Antonin and his crew get a hold of us." Arkadian's mind was in full gear. He was in the middle of yet another life-or-death crisis, but unlike the 2 Muscovites, he was in his own territory. He could abandon them, of course, and go on the run. But then what? Back to his hole in the basement? He shuddered, knowing he couldn't spend another minute in enforced confinement. No, like it or not, his fate was now bound to these people, because they were his ticket out of here, because they would take him all the way to Moscow. "On the way in, I saw Yaskar's car in the driveway," he said. "Is it still here?" Tarkanian nodded. "I'll gather her and the children. Find her purse. The car keys ought to be in there. You do realize I'm not leaving without Osorov?" Arkadian shrugged. "That piece of shit is strictly your business. You want him along, you can carry him, because if I get near him again, I swear to you, I'll finish the job I started." "That won't sit well with Maslov, I promise you." Arkadian had just about enough of these interlopers. He got up into Tarkanian's face. "Fuck Maslov. Your worry should be Lev Antonin." "That cretin!" "Here's a news flash. A cretin can kill you just as efficiently as a genius. And usually a whole lot quicker, because a cretin has no conscience." He pointed to Osorov. "Just like your boy over there. An attack dog has more sense than he does." Tarkanian gave Arkadian a penetrating look, as if he were seeing him for the first time. "You intrigue me, Leonid Danilovich." "Only my friends call me Leonid Danilovich," Arkadian said. "So far as I can see, you don't have any friends." Tarkanian went searching for Yaskar's handbag and found it on the floor just past the end of the sofa where it had apparently been knocked off the end table. Opening it, he dug around, a moment later lifting out the car keys in triumph. "Maybe, if we all get lucky, that will change." Asphyxiated in her own home was not a fate Moira had ever contemplated. Her eyes were watering, and she was slightly dizzy from holding her breath for so long. Holstering her lady hawk, she hauled out a low step stool leaning against the rear wall, shook it open in the center of the small space, and climbed up until she could reach the ceiling, which, like the rest of the closet, was lined with cedar. A buzzing in her ears had already begun, product of a lack of oxygen, as she felt for the outline of the square in the cedar planking that was invisible from below. Tracing a line to the center of the square, she used both fists to pop the hatch she'd built in the closet. Pulling out the laptop, she hauled herself up into the crawl space in which she stored her bulky winter items in the summer months. Crawling across the bare plywood floor, she jammed the hatch back into place, collapsed onto her side, and gasped air into her burning lungs. She gave a little moan, knowing she couldn't afford to stay there long. The carbon monoxide would seep into the crawl space soon enough. The small storage area gave out onto a jungle gym of beams and raised roof joists, across which she now crawled with great care. Because she had built the storage space herself, she was familiar with every square inch of it. On either end, as the building code specified, there were venting triangles. She didn't know whether they'd be large enough for her to squeeze through, but she knew she had to try. The distance wasn't great, but sweating, her heart pounding, it seemed to take her forever to traverse the treacherous expanse of crisscrossing beams to the far end, where a glimmer of streetlight announced the venting triangle. That light drew her like a moth, growing in size as she approached it. Still, when she arrived, her heart sank, because it didn't look nearly large enough to accommodate her body. She hooked her nails around the nether side of the metal band that described the triangle and pulled it off. A freshet of cool night air brushed her face like a lover's caress, and for a moment she lay still, simply breathing. Setting the triangle carefully aside, she slid headfirst through the opening. Now she could see that she was at the rear of her house, overhanging the narrow alley where she and her neighbors put out their garbage for the sanitation truck that weekly rumbled down the cobbles, disturbing the residents' sleep every Thursday at daybreak. The glow of her neighbors' security lights streamed harshly into the interior, illuminating the laptop as she placed it on the lip of the opening. It was then that she saw to her consternation and alarm that the laptop's hot swappable hard drive was missing. She checked and checked again, as one will when a wallet is lost, because the enormity of the loss is such a shock. Then, with a grunt of disgust, she shoved the laptop away. All this effort, putting herself in harm's way, and for nothing. With her hands against the brickwork of the facade, she began to lever herself out, rounding her shoulders to get them through the triangle at its widest point. No mean trick. She had barely enough room to squeeze them through. Then she grasped one of the decorative stone outcroppings to increase her leverage. Now she had to contend with her hips, which didn't look as if they'd make it. She was struggling with this problem of solid geometry when she heard a sound directly below her. Twisting her neck painfully, she saw that her rear door was opening. Someone was coming out, a figure in black. Though he looked severely foreshortened because of her awkward view from above, she could see him clearly enough. He stood motionless on the back step, peering around. Now she turned back to her task, desperate to free herself. Resettling her grip on the ornamental stone lip, she redoubled her effort to haul her lower body through the opening. Unfortunately, this resulted in her hips getting stuck in the triangle. Belatedly, she saw how she should have twisted to have the best shot at getting through. She tried to push herself back, to free herself, but she was stuck. Down below, the man in black had lit a cigarette. By the way he was glancing up and down the alley, she figured that he must be waiting for the Lincoln Town car to pick him up. As she continued to struggle, she saw him pull out his cell phone. Any moment now, he would punch in his Confederate's number, and finding they didn't answer, would take off on his own. With him would go her hard drive and any chance of hacking into Noah's Wi-Fi network. The man in black put his phone to his ear, and she willed herself to relax, to exhale, so her body would soften. There. She was free. Now she twisted her hips and hauled herself through. Hanging precariously from the stone ornamentation, she heard the man's soft voice spiral up to her, along with the smoke from his cigarette. Knowing she was out of time, she let go and, plunging downward, landed on him. As he fell to the cobbles, his cell phone flew through the air, shattering some feet away. His head hit the street with a sickening smack. Jolted, aching, and slightly disoriented, she crawled over the corpse of the man in black, and in so doing found his cell phone. She stared at it curiously for a moment. If she was holding his cell, what had flown through the air? Staggering to her feet, she zigzagged her way to where the splintered plastic and metal shards lay shining on the cobbles. On one of the small rectangular pieces was a thick red lightning bolt from upper right corner to lower left, symbol of all of Black River's specially designed hardware. "Oh, God," she moaned. "No!" Sinking to her knees, she scooped up the disks, remnants of her hard drive, which was split open, unusable, unsalvageable, utterly ruined. Chapter 24. While Bourne and Tracy waited in the first-class lounge in Madrid for their Egypt Air flight, Bourne excused himself and walked toward the men's room. He passed the shiny ranked shelves displaying newspapers from all over the world, in a great many languages, but all with more or less the same screaming headlines. Negotiations break down, or on the brink, or last diplomatic hope gone, but which invariably included the words Iran and war. When he was out of Tracy's sight, he extracted his cell and called Boris's number. There was no answer, no ring even, which meant that Boris had his phone off. He thought a moment, and walking to the window so that he was away from everyone, he scrolled through his phone's address book until he brought up another Moscow number. "What the hell?" a crusty old voice shouted down the line. Ivan Volkin," he said. "It's Jason Bourne, Boris's friend." "I know whose friend you are. I'm old, not senile. Besides, you caused enough mayhem when you were here 3 months ago to remain indelible in the mind of an Alzheimer's patient." "I'm trying to get in touch with Boris." "What else is new?" Vulcan said tartly. "Why don't you try calling him instead of bothering me?" "I wouldn't be calling you if he answered his cell." "Ah, then you don't have his satellite phone number." Which meant, Bourne thought, that Boris had returned to Africa. "You mean he's back in Timbuktu?" "Timbuktu?" Vulcan said. "Where did you get the idea Boris had been in Timbuktu?" "From Boris himself." "Ha! No, not Timbuktu. Khartoum." Bourne leaned against the glass, chilled by the fierce air conditioning of the lounge. He felt as if the ground were sliding out from under his feet. Why did all strands of the spider's web lead to Khartoum? What's Boris doing in Khartoum? "Something he doesn't want you, his good friend, to know about." Vulcan laughed throatily. "Obviously." Bourne took a stab in the dark. "But you know." "Me? My dear Bourne, I'm retired from the world of the Gruporovka. Who's got the bad memory, me or you?" There was something very wrong with this conversation, and a moment later Bourne knew what it was. Surely, with all his contacts, Vulcan must have heard of Bourne's death. And yet there was no surprise in his voice when Bourne announced himself, no awkward questions being asked. Which meant he already knew Bourne had survived the attack on Bali. That meant Boris knew. He tried another tack. "Do you know a man named Bogdan Mashin?" "The torturer? Of course I know him." "He's dead," Bourne said. "No one's going to mourn, believe me." "He was sent to Seville," Bourne said, "to kill me." "Aren't you already dead?" Vulcan said with an ironic twist. You knew I wasn't. Me? I still have a couple of brain cells left, which is more than could be said for the late, unlamented Bogdan Mashin. Who told you? Boris? Boris? My dear fellow, Boris went on a week-long drunk when he heard, through me I might add, that you'd been killed. Now, of course, he knows better. So Boris wasn't the one who shot me. The explosion of laughter obliged Bourne to hold the phone away from his ear for a moment. When Vulcan had calmed down, he said, "What an absurd notion! You Americans, where on earth did you come up with that bit of insanity?" Someone in Seville showed me surveillance photos of Boris in a Munich beer hall with the American Secretary of Defense. Really? On what planet would that happen? I know it sounds crazy, but I heard a tape of them talking. Secretary Halliday ordered my death, and Boris agreed to it. Boris is your friend. Vulcan's tone had turned deadly serious. He's Russian. Friendships don't come easily to us, and they're never betrayed. It was a barter, Bourne persisted. Boris said he wanted Abdullah Chori, the head of the Eastern Brotherhood, killed in return. It's true Abdullah Chori was killed recently, but I assure you that Boris would have no reason to want him dead. Are you certain? Boris had been working on anti-narcotics, yes? You know this, or at least must have surmised as much. You're a clever one, ha? The Eastern Brotherhood was funding its Black Legion terrorists through a drug pipeline that ran from Colombia to Mexico to Munich. Boris had someone inside the cartel who provided him with the other end of the pipeline, namely Gustavo Moreno, a Colombian drug lord living in a vast hacienda outside Mexico City. Boris attacked the hacienda with his elite team of FSB-2 men and shut Moreno down. But the really big prize, Moreno's laptop with the details of every inch of the pipeline, eluded him. What happened to it? Boris spent 2 days searching every inch of the compound to no avail, because before he died, Moreno insisted it was in the hacienda. It wasn't, but Boris, being Boris, caught a whiff of a strange scent, which eventually brought him to Khartoum. Vulcan deliberately ignored the comment. Perhaps he thought the answer was self-evident. Instead, he said, "Do you have the date this alleged meeting between Boris and the American secretary took place?" "It was stamped on the photos," Bourne said. When he told Vulcan, the Russian said emphatically, "Boris was here with me for 3 days, including that date. I don't know who was sitting down with the American Secretary of Defense, Bourne, but as sure as Russia is corrupt, it wasn't our mutual friend Boris Karpov." "Who was it then?" "A chameleon, certainly. Do you know any, Bourne?" "Besides myself, I do. But unlike me, he's dead." "You seem certain of that." "I saw him fall from a great height into the water off the port of Los Angeles." "That is not the same as death. By God, you, of all people, should know," Vulcan said. A cold chill swept down Bourne's spine. "How many lives have you had, Bourne?" "Boris tells me many. I think it must be the same with Leonid Danilovich Arkadyin." "Are you telling me that Arkadyin didn't drown? That he survived?" "A black cat like Arkadyin has 9 lives, my friend, possibly even more." So it was Arkadyin who tried to kill him on Bali. Though the picture had suddenly become clearer, there was still something wrong, something missing. "Are you sure of all this, Vulcan?" "Arkadyin is now the new head of the Eastern Brotherhood. How's that for being sure?" "All right, but why would he hire the torturer when he seems to want so desperately to kill me himself?" He wouldn't, Vulcan said. The torturer is much too unreliable, especially against a foe like you. Then who hired him? That, Bourne, is a question even I cannot answer. Having decided to take to the field himself in an effort to find the missing Metro Police officers, Peter Marks was waiting in front of the bank of elevators to take him to the ground floor when an elevator door slid open. The only person inside was the enigmatic Frederick Willard. Up until 3 months ago, the old man's mole inside the NSA's Virginia safe house. The older man was, as usual, dapper, urbane, utterly self-contained. He wore an impeccable gunmetal gray, chalk-striped, 3-piece suit over a crisp white shirt and a conservative tie. "Hello, Willard," Mark said as he stepped into the elevator. "I thought you were on leave." "I got back several days ago." From Mark's point of view, Willard was remarkably well-suited to play the role of steward in the safe house, evincing an old-school professorial air, musty and rather boring. It wasn't difficult to see how he melted into the woodwork. Being invisible made it so much easier to eavesdrop on intimate conversations. The door slid shut and they descended. "I imagine it's been difficult getting back into the swing of things," Mark said, more to be polite to the older man than anything else. "Frankly, it was like I was never gone." Willard glanced over at Marks with a grimace, as if he'd just come from the surgeon's office and his agony was of such magnitude that he could not hide it. "How did your interview with the president go?" Surprised that Willard knew about it, Mark said, "Well enough, I suppose." "Not that it matters, you're not getting the post." "It figures. Dick Symes was the logical frontrunner." "Symes is out, too." Mark's acceptance turned to consternation. "How do you know that?" "Because I know who did get the post, and, fuck us all, it isn't anyone from inside CI. "But that makes no sense." "On the contrary, it makes perfect sense," Willard said. "If your name happens to be Bud Halliday." Marks turned toward the older man. "What's happened, Willard? Come on, man, out with it." "Halliday has used Veronica Hart's sudden death to his advantage. He's proposed his own man, M. Errol Danziger, and after meeting with Danziger, the presidents agreed." "Danziger, the NSA's current Deputy Director of Signals Intelligence for Analysis and Production?" "That's the one." "But he knows nothing about CI," Marks cried. "I believe," Willard said with some asperity, "that's precisely the point." The doors opened and the two men stepped out into the marble and glass reception area, as chilly as it was vast. "Under the circumstances, I think we need to talk," Willard said, "but not here." "Certainly not." Marks was about to propose a meeting for later, but then changed his mind. Who better than this mysterious veteran with 1,001 sources, who knew all of Alex Conklin's back-channel intelligence secrets, to help him find the missing cops? "I'm off on an investigation in the field. Care to join me?" A smile creased Willard's face. "Ah, me. It'll be just like I've dreamed." When Arkadyan approached Yaskar, she spat at him, then turned her face away. All her 4 children, the 3 girls and the dead son, were clustered around her like foam surrounding a basalt outcropping rising from the sea. They, the living little ones, rose up as he approached as if to protect her from an assault or an unwanted intrusion. Tearing off one shirt sleeve, Arkadyan leaned in and dabbed the blood off her face. It was when he touched the point of her chin to turn her face back toward him that he saw the deep bruises on her face, the welts on her neck. Rage at Osorov flared anew inside him, but then he noticed that the welts and bruises weren't recent. He was certain they hadn't been made in the last several days. If Osorov hadn't caused them, then her husband, Lev Antonin, had. Her eyes met his for a moment, and in them he saw a bleak reflection of the bedroom upstairs, filled with both her intimate scent and her abject solitude. "Yoskar," he said, "do you know who I am?" "My son," she said, hugging him to her breast.
My son.
We're going to get you out of here, Yaskar. You and your children. You don't have to be afraid of Lev Antonin anymore. She stared at him, as dumbfounded as if he'd told her she was getting her lost youth back. The crying of her youngest girl brought her around. She looked at Tarkanian, who, with her car keys in one hand, had slung Osorov over his shoulder.
He's coming with us. The man who killed my Yasha.
Arkadyin said nothing, because the answer was clear. When she turned back to him, a light had gone out of her eyes.
Then my Yasha comes too.
Tarkanian, bent over like a coal miner, was already carrying his heavy load to the front door.
Leonid Danilovich, come on! The dead have no place among the living.
But when Arkadyin took Yaskar's arm, she snatched it away.
What about that piece of filth? The moment he killed my Yasha, he died too.
With a grunt, Tarkanian opened the door.
We don't have time for a negotiation,
he said brusquely. I agree. Arkadyin took Yasha into his arms. The boy comes with us. He said it in such a tone that Tarkanian gave him another of his penetrating looks. Then the Muscovite shrugged.
She's your responsibility, my friend. All of them are your responsibility now.
They trooped out to the car, Yaskar herding her 3 confused and shivering daughters. Tarkanian placed Osorov in the trunk and tied the lid to the bumper with a length of twine he'd found in a kitchen drawer so that his compatriot would have fresh air. Then he opened the 2 doors on the near side and went around to slide behind the wheel.
I want to hold my son,
Yaskar said as she urged her daughters into the back seat.
Better that I take him up front, Arkadyin said. The 3 girls need your undivided attention.
When she hesitated, pushed the hair back from her son's forehead, he said,
I'll take good care of him, Yaskar. Don't worry. Yasha will be right here with me.
He got into the front passenger's seat and, with the boy cradled in one arm, closed the door. He noted that they had almost a full tank of gas. Tarkanian fired the ignition, let out the clutch, and put the car in gear. They took off.
Get that thing off me,
Tarkanian said as they took a corner at speed, and Yasha's head brushed against his arm.
Show some fucking respect,
Arkadyin snapped.
The boy can't hurt you. You're as loony as a tyoka in heat, Tarkanian retorted. Who's got a friend locked in the trunk?
Tarkanian honked the horn mightily at a truck lumbering in front of him. Maneuvering around, he braved oncoming traffic to pass the huge vehicle, ignoring the angry blare of horns and the near misses as cars coming the other way scrambled to get out of his way. When they were back on their side of the road, Tarkanian glanced over at Arkadyin.
You've got a soft spot for this kid, huh?
Arkadyin did not respond. Though he was staring straight ahead, his gaze had turned inward. He was acutely aware of Yasha's weight, even more his presence, which had opened a door into his own childhood. When he looked down at Yasha's face, it was as if he was looking at himself, carrying his own death with him like a familiar companion. He wasn't frightened of this boy, as Tarkanian clearly was. On the contrary, it seemed important for him to hold Yasha, as if he could keep safe whatever remained of a human being, especially such a young and innocent one, after death. Why did he feel that way? And then a murmuring from the back seat compelled him to lean over to peer at the reflections in the rearview mirror. He saw Yaskar with her 3 young daughters gathered around her, her arms encompassing them, sheltering them from further harm, fear, and indignities. She was telling them a story filled with bright fairies, talking foxes, and clever elves. The love and devotion in her voice was like an alien communication from a distant, unexplored galaxy. All of a sudden, a profound wave of sorrow swept through him, so that he bent his head over Yasha's thin blue eyelids, as if in prayer. In that moment, the boy's death and the part of his childhood his mother had torn from his breast merged, became one, indistinguishable both in his febrile mind and his damaged soul. Humphrey Bamber was waiting anxiously for Moira when she returned to Lamontiere's brownstone. "So, how did it go?" he said as he ushered her into the living room. "Where's the laptop?" When she handed him the wrecked disc, he turned it over and over. "You've got to be kidding." "I wish I was," Moira said wearily. She sat heavily on the sofa while he went to fetch her a drink. When he returned, he sat opposite her. His face looked haggard and drawn, the first signs of constant anxiety. "These discs are utterly useless," he said. "You realize that?" She nodded and sipped at her drink. "Just like the cell I got off the guy who pulled the hard drive from my laptop. It was a burner." "A what?" "A disposable cell phone you can buy in practically any drug or convenience store. It has a set number of prepaid minutes. Criminals use them and discard them daily. That way their conversations can't be tapped and their whereabouts can't be traced." She waved her own words away. "Not that it matters now. Where tapping into Noah's computer is concerned, we're essentially screwed." "Not necessarily." Bamber hunched forward. "At first, when you left, I thought I'd go out of my mind. I kept replaying you pulling me out of the Buick, seeing Hart behind the wheel. And then the whole thing exploded to hell." His eyes slid away. My stomach rebelled. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing, because while I was splashing cold water on my face, I got the idea. Moira put her empty glass down beside the wreck of the hard drive disks. "What idea?" "Okay, it occurred to me that each time I deliver a new iteration of Bardem, Noah insists that I download it directly to his laptop." "Security reasons, I'm sure, so?" "Well, in order for the program to install correctly, he's got to shut down all other programs." Moira shook her head. "I'm still not following." Bamber drummed his fingers for a moment as he thought of a suitable example to illustrate his point. "Okay, you know how when you install some programs, the install shield asks you to shut down all programs, including your virus protection?" When she nodded, he went on. "That's to ensure they load properly. It's the same with Bardem, only to the nth degree. It's so complex and so sensitive that it needs a completely clear field, as it were, to install properly. So here's my thought. I could contact Noah and tell him I found a bug in his current version of Bardem, that I need to send him an update. Usually, the new version overwrites the previous one, but with a bit of work, I think I can upload his version while I download the new one." Moira, suddenly galvanized, sat up straight. "Then we'll have everything that's in his program, including the scenarios he's been running. We'll know precisely what he's planning and where." She jumped up and kissed Bamber on the cheek. "That's brilliant. Plus, I could embed a tracer in the new version that would let us track what he's inputting in real time." She knew just how clever and paranoid Noah was. Could he find out about the tracer? "Anything's possible," Bamber said, "but it's highly unlikely." "Then let's not get too cute." He gave her a slightly embarrassed nod. "Anyway, it's all pie in the sky," he said. "I've got to get to my office and find a way to reassure Noah that everything's okay with me." Moira's mind was already spinning out possible scenarios. "Don't worry about that. You concentrate on the nuts and bolts of the two-way transfer. I'll take care of Noah." After reading everything he could about the rapidly escalating Iran situation in the International Herald Tribune he'd picked up in the lounge in Madrid, Bourne sat brooding all during the flight to Khartoum. Once or twice, he became aware that Tracy was trying to engage him in conversation, but he didn't care to answer. He was wondering why the possibility of Arkadian surviving his trial at sea hadn't occurred to him. After all, the precise same thing had happened to him off Marseille, when he'd been pulled half dead out of the water by the crew of a fishing boat. He'd been nursed back to health by a local doctor, as inveterate a drunk as Dr. Firth, only to discover that the trauma he'd suffered had caused amnesia. His memories of his life had been wiped out. Once in a while, something familiar would trigger a shard of memory, but when it did surface, it most often arrived in incomplete fits and starts. Since then, he'd struggled to find out who he was, and though many years had passed, he seemed no closer to the truth. The identities of Jason Bourne and, to a limited extent, David Webb were all he could remember. It had seemed to him that the path that would lead him to himself lay through his memories on Bali. But first, there was the matter of Leonid Arkadyin to consider. That Arkadyin wanted him dead was beyond doubt, but he also intuited that more was going on here than a simple case of revenge. Though he'd learned that nothing with Arkadyin was simple, there was an overarching plan to this particular web in which he found himself that transcended even Arkadyin, who seemed to be one strand among many that was leading Bourne to Khartoum. Whether or not Don Fernando Herrera was in league with Arkadyin, and it seemed a sure bet that Arkadyin had sent him the photos and audio incriminating Boris, was for the moment beside the point. Now that he knew Arkadyin was behind the attempt on his life, he had to assume that a trap was being laid for him at 779 El Gamhuria Avenue. Whether that trap was Arkadyin's alone, or whether it included Nikolai Yevsen, the arms dealer, and Noah Perlis, he didn't yet know. But it was interesting to speculate on what business Noah had with Yevsen. Was it personal or on behalf of Black River? Either way, the two constituted a sinister team, one that he needed to know more about. And what was Tracy's role in all this? She had taken possession of the fantastic Goya only after she had electronically transferred the required sum to Don Herrera's bank account, and he had ordered his banker to deposit the funds into a second account, the number of which was unknown to her. That way, Herrera had said with a sly smile, he was assured that the money had actually been delivered and would remain his. His years in the oil fields had turned the Colombian into a sly old fox who considered every angle and planned for every contingency. Bourne thought it ironic that he held a peculiar affection for Herrera, even though clearly the Colombian and Arkadyin were in some sense allies. He hoped he'd run into Herrera again one day, but in the meantime, he needed to deal with Arkadyin and Noah Perlis. The dying sun, red as a fireball, was moving ponderously downward to the earth when Soraya and Amun Shalthum reached Shisis military airdrome. Shalthum showed his credentials and was directed to a small parking lot. After passing through another security check, they were striding across the tarmac toward the plane Shalthum had ordered to be fueled and ready to take off when Soraya saw two people walking on a tangent course toward a waiting Air Africa jet. The woman was thin, blonde, and quite striking. She was closer to Soraya, so for a moment her male companion was blocked from her view. Then the vectors changed as they neared one another. Soraya caught a glimpse of the man's face, and, stricken, felt her knees grow momentarily weak. Shalthum, at once noticing her faltering stride, turned back to her. "What is it, Azizti?" he said. "You've no blood in your face." "It's nothing." Soraya breathed deeply and slowly in an attempt to calm herself. But since the new DCI had called and summarily ordered her back to DC without giving her a chance to explain the situation, nothing could calm her now. And then she saw Jason Bourne walking along the tarmac at a military airport outside Cairo. At first she thought, it can't be him. It must be someone else. But as he neared her and his features became more detailed, she realized there could be no doubt. My God, she thought. What's happening? How could Jason be alive? She had to restrain herself from calling out his name, from rushing up to him and embracing him. He hadn't contacted her, so there must be a reason. A damn good one, she suspected. He didn't want her to know that he was still alive. He was talking intently with his companion and so hadn't yet seen her. Or if he had, he was pretending that he hadn't. On the other hand, she had to find a way to get him the number of her satellite phone. but how to do it without either Amun or Jason's companion knowing. "Your silence is painful," Tracy said. "It's that bad?" Bourne didn't look at her, but rather stared straight ahead at the red and white fuselage of the Air Africa jet, waiting like a large and dangerous cat just off the head of the main runway of the military airstrip. He'd spotted Soraya the moment she and the tall, lanky Egyptian had passed through security and come onto the tarmac, and he was trying to ignore her because the last thing he wanted now was for someone from CI, even Soraya, to see him. "You haven't said a word for hours." Tracy sounded genuinely hurt. "It's as if there's a glass wall around you." "I've been trying to figure out the best way of protecting you once we arrive in Khartoum." "Protect me from what?" "Not what. Who," Bourne said. "Don Herrera lied about the photos and the audio, so who knows what else he's lied about." "Whatever you have going doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm going to stay as far away from your business as I can because, quite frankly, it scares the hell out of me." Bourne nodded. "I understand." She had the carefully packed Goya safely tucked under her arm. "The difficult part of my job is finished. All that's left to do now is to deliver the Goya, collect the remainder of my fee from Noah, and fly home." It was at that precise moment that Tracy looked up and said, "That exotic-looking woman keeps staring at you. Do you know her?" Chapter 25. There was no help for it, Bourne thought, now that Tracy had noticed. Soraya and the Egyptian were only paces away, so Bourne strode up to Soraya. "Hello, sis," he said, kissing her warmly on both cheeks. Then, before she had time to respond, he turned to her companion and held out his hand. "Adam Stone. I'm Soraya's half-brother." The Egyptian shook his hand briefly. "Amun Shalthum." But his eyebrows shot up. "I didn't know Soraya had a brother." Bourne's laugh was easy. "I'm the black sheep, I'm afraid. No one in the family likes to talk about me." By this time, Tracy had come up beside him, and he introduced everyone. Taking him up on his cue, Soraya said to him, "There's a problem with Mom's health I think you ought to know about." "Excuse us a moment, would you?" Bourne said to Tracy and Shalthum. When the two of them were far enough away to afford them adequate privacy, Soraya said, "Jason, what the hell?" She was still looking at him as if she couldn't quite believe what her eyes were telling her. "It's a long story," he said, "and we don't have the time now." He led Soraya a few more paces away from the other two. "Arkadian is still alive. He almost succeeded in killing me on Bali." "No wonder you don't want anyone to know you're still alive." Bourne glanced at Shalthum. "What are you doing here with that Egyptian?" "Amun's with Egyptian intelligence. We're trying to find out who actually shot down the American jet." "I thought the Iranians—" "Our forensics team determined that it was an Iranian Kosar-3 missile that brought down the plane," Soraya said. "But now, inexplicably, it looks as if a cadre of 4 American military men might have brought it into Egypt through Sudan. That's why we're on our way to Khartoum." Bourne could feel the strands of the spiderweb coming into sudden focus, and he bent towards Soraya as he said softly and urgently, "Listen carefully. Whatever Arkadian is up to involves both Nikolai Yevsen and Black River. I've been wondering what would bring these 3 together. It could be that the cadre you're looking for aren't military per se, but are Black River personnel." He directed her attention to the red and white jet where he and Tracy had been headed. Air Africa is rumored to be owned by Yevsen, which would make sense. He needs a way to transship the illegal arms consignments to his clients. While Soraya studied the plane, he continued, "If you're right about the American cadre, then where do you think they could possibly obtain an Iranian Kosar-3 missile? From the Iranians themselves?" He shook his head. "Yevsen is probably the only arms dealer in the world with enough contacts and power to get one." "But why would Black River—" "Black River's only there to do the heavy lifting," Bourne said. "It's whoever hired them that's guiding everything. You've read the headlines. I think someone high up in the U.S. government wants to go to war with Iran. You'll know better than me who it might be." "Bud Halliday," Soraya said. "The Secretary of Defense." "Halliday's the one who ordered my death." She goggled at him for a moment. "Right now, this is all speculation, so it's nothing I can use. I need proof of these connections, so we'll need to stay in touch. I'm reachable on a sat phone," she said at length, and rattled off a string of numbers for him to memorize. He nodded, giving her the number of his own sat phone, and was about to break away when she said, "There's something else. DCI Hart has been killed by a car bomb. A man named M. Errol Danziger is the new DCI, and he's already recalled me from the field." "An order you're clearly refusing to obey. Good for you." Soraya grimaced. "Who knows what kind of trouble it's going to get me into?" She took his arm. "Jason, listen, this is the hardest part. For some reason, Moira was with DCI Hart when the car bomb detonated. I know Moira survived the blast because she checked herself into and out of an ER right afterward. But now she's gone completely off the grid." She squeezed his arm. "I thought you'd want to know." She kissed him as he had kissed her moments before. As she walked back to the Egyptian, who had clearly become impatient at the delay, Bourne felt as if he had vacated his body. He seemed to be looking down on the three people on the tarmac as if from a great height. He saw Soraya say something to Shalthum, saw the Egyptian nod, saw them both head toward a small military jet. He saw Tracy staring after them, an expression of both curiosity and consternation on her face. He saw himself standing apart, as still as if he had been suspended in amber. He observed all these things without a trace of emotion or awareness of consequence, flooded as he was by images of Moira in Bali with the sun in her eyes, turning them luminous, lambent, phosphorescent, unforgettable. It was as if in his memory he needed to protect her, or at least keep her safe from the dangers of the outside world. It was an absurd impulse, but, he told himself, a wholly human one. Where was she? How badly was she injured? And overall, the terrifying question loomed. Was the car bomb that killed Veronica Hart meant for Moira? Adding to his concern, when he'd called, her number was out of service, which meant she'd changed phones. So deep had he sunk into himself that it was several moments before he realized that Tracy was talking to him. She stood facing him, her face a mask of concern. "Adam, what's going on? Did your sister give you bad news?" "What?" He was still slightly distracted by the swirl of emotions that had been loosed from his tight control. "Yes, she told me that yesterday our mother passed away unexpectedly." "Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do to help?" His mouth smiled, though he remained far away. "That's very kind, but no. There's nothing anyone can do now." M. Errol Danziger had a soul like an angry fist. From adolescence onward, he had made it his business to know everything there was to know about Muslims. He had studied the histories of Persia and the Arabian Peninsula. He spoke Arabic and Farsi fluently, could recite entire sections of the Quran by heart, as well as a multitude of Muslim prayers. He had absorbed the essential differences between Sunni and Shia and despised them both with equal fervor. For years now, he had used his knowledge of the Middle East in the service of a destructive force against those who wished his country harm. His intense, some believed obsessive antipathy toward Muslims of all stripes might very well have stemmed from his high school years in the South, when a rumor that he harbored Syrian blood raced around the schoolyard, causing him to be the butt of endless jokes and taunting. Finally, inevitably, systematically, he was isolated, then ostracized from social life. That the rumor was based on the truth, Danziger's paternal grandfather was of Syrian descent, made his misery complete. He buried his curdled heart at precisely 8 a.m. when he took formal control of CI. He had still to appear on Capitol Hill, to be asked absurd and irrelevant questions by preening legislators looking to impress their constituents with probing questions fed them by their assistants. But that dog and pony show, Halliday had assured him, was a mere formality. The Secretary of Defense had amassed more than enough votes to push through his confirmation without a struggle or even much debate. At precisely 8:05 a.m., he convened a meeting of the senior staff in the largest of the conference rooms at CI headquarters, an elongated oval without windows because glass was an excellent carrier of sound waves, and an expert with field glasses trained on the room could read lips. Danziger was quite clear as to the attendees, the heads of the 7 directorates, their immediate subordinates, and the chiefs of all the departments attached to the various directorates. The spacious room was illuminated by indirect lights hidden by massive soffits built into the circumference of the ceiling. Specially designed and manufactured carpeting was so dense it absorbed all sound, so that all those present were forced to focus their entire attention on whoever was speaking. On this particular morning, that was M. Errol Danziger, also known as the Arab, who, as he looked around the oval table, saw nothing but pale and anxious faces, whose owners were still trying to digest the shocking news of his being anointed by the President as the next DCI. To a man, and of this he was quite certain, they had been expecting one of the 7, most likely Dick Symes, Chief of Intelligence and the most senior of the heads of the 7 directorates, to be convening this meeting. Which was why his gaze fixed on Symes last, why, as he commenced his inaugural address to the troops, he kept his eyes firmly fixed on Symes. After studying the CI organizational chart, he had made up his mind to reach out to Symes, to make of him an ally, because he would need allies, would need to gather to his side a cadre of the CI faithful whom he could bend to his will, whom he could slowly indoctrinate in the new ways, and who, as disciples of the new religion he meant to bring to CI, would spread the gospel as chosen ones should. They would do his work for him, work that would be too difficult, if not impossible, for him to accomplish on his own. Because his mission was not to replace CI personnel, but to convert from within until a new CI emerged along the lines of the blueprint Bud Halliday had drawn up for him. To this end, he had already decided to promote Symes to DDCI after a suitable time. In this way, through flattery and then recruitment, he meant to cement his power at CI.
Good morning, gentlemen. I suspect you've heard rumors, and here I hope I'm wrong, but in the event I'm not, my aim this morning is to set the record straight. There will be no firings, no transfers, no forced reassignments, although in the natural course of events there will inevitably be, as we move forward, reassignments, as I understand there have always been here, and indeed in any organically evolving organization. In preparation for this moment, I've studied the hallowed history of CI, and I can confidently state that no one understands the legacy of this great organization better than I do. Let me assure you, and my door is always open for discussion on this and any other topic that may be of concern to you, that nothing will change, that the legacy of the old man, who, I might add, I've venerated from the time I was a young man fresh out of college, remains paramount in my mind, which leads me to say in all honesty and humility that it is a privilege and an honor to be among you, to become a part of you, to lead this great organization into the future.
The men ranged around the table sat in complete silence, trying to parse this long-winded preamble while, at the same time, trying to register it on their individual bullshit meters. It was a curious fact that Danziger had absorbed the involuted rhythm of Arabic so thoroughly that it had infected his English, especially when he was addressing a group. Where a word would do, a sentence would present itself. Where a sentence would do, a paragraph appeared. As a palpable feeling of relief washed over the conference room, he sat down, opened the file in front of him, and paged through the first half of it. All at once he looked up.
Soraya Moore, the director of Typhon, isn't present because she is currently on assignment. You should know that I've canceled that assignment and ordered her to return at once for a thorough debriefing.
He watched some heads turning in consternation, but there was no murmuring at all. Taking one last glance down at his notes, he said, "Mr. Dahl, why isn't your boss, Mr. Marks, in attendance this morning?" Rory Dahl coughed into his fist. "I believe he's in the field, sir." As the Arab looked at Dahl, a fair-haired wisp of a man with electric blue eyes, he smiled winningly. "You believe he's in the field, or you know he's in the field?" "I know it, sir. He told me himself." "All right, then." Danziger's smile hadn't budged. "Where in the field?" "He didn't specify, sir." "And I assume you didn't ask him." "Sir, with all due respect, if Chief Marks wanted me to know, he would have told me." Without taking his eyes off Marks's second, the Arab closed the file in front of him. It seemed as if the entire room were holding its collective breath. "Quite right. I approve of sound security procedure," the new DCI said. "Please ensure Marks comes to see me the moment he returns." His gaze broke away from Dahl at last and roved around the table, engaging in turn each of the senior officers. "All right, shall we proceed? From this moment on, all the resources of CI will be bent toward the undermining and destruction of the current regime in Iran." A frisson of excitement raced like wildfire from officer to officer. "In a few moments, I'll outline to you the overarching operation to exploit a new pro-American indigenous Iranian underground, ready and able, with our support, to topple the regime from inside Iran." "When it comes to the police commissioner in this town," Willard said, "throwing your weight around is worse than useless. I say that because the PC is used to getting his own way, even with the mayor. He isn't intimidated by feds, and he's not shy about saying so." Willard and Peter Marks were mounting the stone steps of a brownstone far enough off DuPont's circle not to be snooty, but close enough to be a recipient of the area's innate urbanity. This was wholly Willard's doing. Having ascertained that Lester Burrows, the police commissioner, was gone for the day, Willard had directed them to this block, to this specific brownstone. That being the case, the only smart way to play him is with psychology. Honey is a powerful incentive inside the Beltway, never more so than with the Metro Police. "You know Commissioner Burrows?" "Know him?" Willard said. "He and I trod the boards in college. We played Othello together. He was a hell of a Moor, let me tell you, scary good. I knew his rage was genuine because I knew where he came from." He nodded, as if to himself. "Lester Burrows is one African-American who has transcended the utter poverty of his childhood in every sense of the word. That's not to say he's forgotten it, not by a long shot, but unlike his predecessor, who never met a bribe he didn't take, Lester Burrows is a good man underneath the mean streak he's cultivated to protect himself, his office, and his men." "So he'll listen to you," Mark said. "I don't know about that." Willard's eyes twinkled. "But he sure as hell won't turn me away." There was a brass knocker in the shape of an elephant that Willard used to announce their presence. "What is this place?" Marks asked. "You'll see soon enough. Just follow my lead and you'll be okay." The door opened, revealing a young African-American woman dressed in a fashionable business suit. She blinked once and said, "Freddie, is that really you?" Willard chuckled. "It's been a while, Reese, hasn't it?" "Years and years," the young woman said, a smile creasing her face. "Well, don't just stand there. Come on in. He's going to be tickled beige to see you." "To fleece me, you mean?" Now it was the young woman's turn to chuckle, a warm, rich sound that seemed to caress the listener's ear. "Reese, this is a friend of mine, Peter Marks." The young woman stuck out her hand in a no-nonsense fashion. She had a rather square face with an aggressive chin and worldly eyes the color of bourbon. "Any friend of Freddie's." Her smile deepened. Rhys Williams. The commissioner's strong right hand, Willard supplied. Oh, yes, she laughed. What would he do without me? She led them down a softly lit, wood-paneled hallway, decorated with photos and watercolors of African wildlife, most predominantly elephants, with a smattering of rhinos, zebras, and giraffes thrown in. They arrived soon after at double-pocket doors, which Rhys threw open to a blue cloud of aromatic cigar smoke, the discreet clink of glassware, and the fast-paced dealing of cards on a green baize table in the center of the library. 6 men, including Commissioner Burrows, and 1 woman sat around the table playing poker. All of them were high up in various departments of the district's political infrastructure. The ones Marks didn't know on sight, Willard identified for him. As they stood on the threshold, Rhys went ahead of them, crossing to the table where Burrows sat, patiently playing his hand. She waited just behind his right shoulder until he'd raked in the considerable pot, then leaned over and whispered in his ear. At once the commissioner glanced up, and a wide smile spread over his face. "God damn it!" he exclaimed, pushing his chair back and rising. "Well, wash my socks and call me Andy if it isn't Freddie fucking Willard." He strode over and engulfed Willard in a bear hug. He was a massive man with a bowling ball head who looked like an overstuffed sausage. His freckle-dappled cheeks belied the master manipulator's eyes and the pensive mouth of a seasoned politician. Willard introduced Marks, and the commissioner pumped his hand with that sinister warmth peculiar to people in public life, which flicks on and off with the quickness of a lightning strike. "If you've come to play," Burrows said, "you've come to the right joint." "Actually, we've come to ask you about Detectives Sampson and Montgomery," Marks said impulsively. The commissioner's brow pulled down, darkening into a furry mass. "Who are Sampson and Montgomery?" "With all due respect, sir, you know who they are." "Son, are you some sort of psychic?" Burrows turned on Willard. "Freddie, who the hell is he to tell me what I know?" "Ignore him, Lester." Willard inserted himself between Marks and the commissioner. "Peter's been a little on edge since he went off his medication." "Well, get the man back on it. Stat," Burrows said. "That mouth is a fucking menace." "I will certainly do that," Willard said as he grabbed Marks to keep him out of the line of fire. "In the meantime, do you have room for one more at the table?" Noah Perlis, sitting in the lime-scented shade of the lavish rooftop garden at 779 El Gamhuria Avenue, could see all of Khartoum, smoky and indolent, laid out before him to his right, while to his left were the blue and white Nile rivers that divided the city into thirds. In central Khartoum, the hideous Chinese-built Friendship Hall and the weird, futuristic Al Feta building, so like the nose cone of an immense rocket, mixed uneasily with the traditional mosques and ancient pyramids of the city, but the unsettling juxtaposition was a sign of the times, hidebound Muslim religion seeking its way in the alien modern world. Perlis had his laptop open, the latest iteration of the Bardem program running the last of the scenarios. The incursion by Arkadian and his 20-man cadre into that section of Iran where, like Palestine, the milk and honey flowed in the form of oil. Perlis never did one thing when he could do 2, or, preferably, 3 at once. He was a man whose mind was so quick and restless that it needed a kind of internal web of goals, puzzles, and conjectures to keep from imploding into chaos. So while he studied the probabilities of pinprick's end phase the program was spitting out, he thought about the devil's deal he'd been forced to make with Dmitry Maslov and, by extension, Leonid Arkadian. First and foremost, it galled him to partner with Russians, whose corruption and dissolute lifestyle he both loathed and envied. How could a bunch of scummy pigs like that be so awash in money? While it was true that life was never fair, he mused, sometimes it could be downright malevolent. But what could he do? He'd tried many other routes, but in the end, Maslov had been the only way to get to Nikolai Yevsen, who felt about Americans the way he, Perlis felt about Russians. Accordingly, he'd been forced to make a deal with too many partners for whom double-dealing and backstabbing had been ingrained in their nature virtually from birth. Contingencies had to be made against the threat of such treachery, and that meant triple the planning and man-hours. Of course, it also meant he'd been able to triple the fee he was charging Bud Halliday, not that the price meant anything to the secretary, the way the U.S. Mint was printing up dollars as if they were confetti. In fact, at the last Black River board meeting, members of the steering committee were so concerned with the threat of hyperinflation that they had voted unanimously to convert their dollars into gold bullion for the next 6 months while they put their clients on notice that starting September 1st, the company would only accept fees in gold or diamonds. What bothered him about the meeting was that Oliver Liss, one of the 3 founding members and the man he reported to, was absent. Simultaneously, he was thinking of Moira. Like a cinder in his eye, she had become an irritant. She was firmly lodged in a corner of his mind ever since she had abruptly quit Black River and, after a short hiatus, had started her own company in direct competition with him. Because, make no mistake, Perlis had taken her defection and subsequent treachery personally. It hadn't been the first time, but he vowed to himself that it would be the last. The first time, well, there were good reasons not to think about the first time. He hadn't for years, and he wasn't about to start now. Besides, how else should he take actions that directly drained him of his best personnel? Like a jilted lover, he seethed for revenge. His long-withheld affection for her curdled into outright hatred, not only of her, but of himself. While she was under his control, he'd played his cards too close to the vest, he had to admit bitterly, misplayed them altogether. And now she was gone, out of his control and in complete opposition to him. He took whatever solace he could salvage from the fact that her lover, Jason Bourne, was dead. He wished her only ill now. He wanted to see her not simply defeated, but humiliated beyond redemption. Nothing less would appease his appetite for vengeance. When his satellite phone rang, he assumed it was Bud Halliday, giving him the signal to launch the final phase of Pinprick. But instead, he discovered Humphrey Bamber on the line. "Bamber," he shouted. "Where the hell are you?" "Back at my office, thank God." Bamber's voice sounded thin and metallic. "I finally managed to escape because the woman Moira something was too badly hurt in the explosion to hold on to me for long." "I heard about the explosion," Noah said truthfully, though of course he didn't add that he'd ordered it to keep Veronica Hart and Moira from finding out about Bardem from Bamber. "Are you all right?" Nothing a few days' rest won't cure," Bamber said. "But listen, Noah, there's a glitch in the version of Bardem you're running." Noah stared out at the rivers, the beginning and the end of life in North Africa. "What kind of glitch? If the program needs another security patch, forget it. I'm almost finished using it." "No, nothing like that. There's a calculation error. The program isn't producing accurate data." Now Noah was alarmed. "How the hell did that happen, Bamber? I paid through the nose for this software, and now you tell me that—" "Calm down, Noah. I've already solved the internal error and corrected it. All I need to do now is to upload it to you, but you'll have to shut down all your programs." I know. Jesus, I ought to know the protocol by now, considering how many versions of Bardem we've been through." "Noah, you have no idea how complex this program is. I mean, come on. Literally millions of factors had to be incorporated into the software's architecture, and per your orders, at the speed of light, too." "Can it, Bamber? The last thing I need now is a lecture from you. Just get the fucking thing done." Perlis's fingers were running over his laptop's keyboard, shutting down programs. "Now, you're sure the latest parameters I've loaded into the program will be there when I bring up the new version?" "Absolutely, Noah. That's why Bardem has one monster-sized cache." "Nothing better be missing," Noah said, and silently he added, "Not at this late date. We're almost at the finish line. Just let me know when you're ready, Bamber prompted. All the programs were closed, but it took several minutes of going through one deliberately convoluted protocol after another until he exited the proprietary Black River security software. While this was happening, he muted his line with Bamber and dialed a number on a second satellite phone. "Someone needs to be put to sleep," he said. "Yes, right away. Hold on and I'll transfer the particulars in a minute." He unmuted the line with Bamber. "All set," he said. "Then here we go." Chapter 26. Khartoum had about it the air of a disreputable mortuary. The sweet rot of death was everywhere, mingled with the sharp odor of gun barrels. Baleful shadows hid men smoking as they observed the night-lit street with the inscrutable look of a hunter searching for prey. Bourne and Tracy, in a jangling three-wheeled raksha, going at a hellish speed against traffic, rushed down avenues filled with donkey-pulled carts, wheezing minibuses, men in both traditional and Western dress, and vehicles belching blue smoke. They were both tired and on edge. Bourne had had no luck contacting either Moira or Boris, and despite what she'd claimed, Tracy's experience in Seville seemed to have made her anxious about meeting Noah. "I don't want to be caught napping when I walk in the door," she'd said as they checked into a hotel in the main section of the city. "That's why I told Noah I wasn't coming over until tomorrow morning. Tonight, I need a good night's sleep more than I need the money." "What did he say?" They rode up in the mirrored elevator, heading for the top floor, which Tracy had requested. He wasn't happy, but what could he say? "He didn't offer to come here?" Tracy's nose wrinkled. "No, he didn't." Bourne thought that odd. If Noah was so anxious to take possession of the Goya, why wouldn't he offer to complete the transaction at the hotel? They had adjoining rooms with nearly identical views of Al Mogran, the junction of the Blue and White Nile rivers, and a connecting door that locked from either side. The White Nile flowed north from Lake Victoria, while the Blue Nile flowed west from Ethiopia. The Nile itself, the main river, continued north into Egypt. The decor in the room was shabby. Judging by both the style and the wear, it certainly hadn't been updated since the early 1970s. The carpets stank of cheap cigarettes and even cheaper perfume. Putting the Goya on the bed, Tracy crossed directly to the window, unlocked it, and pushed it up as far as it would go. The rush of the city was like a vacuum, sucking all the hums out of the room. She sighed as she returned to sit beside her prize. "I've been traveling too much. I miss home." "Where is that?" Bourne asked. "I know it's not Seville." "No, not Seville." She pushed her hair back off the side of her face. "I live in London, Belgravia." "Very posh." She laughed wearily. "If you saw my flat, it's a tiny thing, but it's mine, and I love it. There's a mews out back with a flowering pear tree that a pair of house martins nest in come spring, and a nightjar serenades me most evenings." "Why would you ever leave?" She laughed again, a bright, silvery sound that was easy on the ears. "I have to earn my way in the world, Adam, just like everyone else." Lacing her fingers together, she said more soberly, "Why did Don Herrera lie to you?" "There are many possible answers." Bourne stared out the window. The bright lights illuminated the bend in the Nile, reflections of the city dancing across the dark, crocodile-infested water. "But the most logical one is that he's somehow allied with the man I'm trying to find, the one who shot me." "Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" "It would be," he said, "if I wasn't being set up for a trap." She seemed to digest this news for a moment. "Then the man who tried to kill you wants you to come to 779 El Gamhuria Avenue?" "I believe so." He turned to her. "Which is why I'm not going to be with you when you knock on the front door tomorrow morning." Now she appeared alarmed. "I don't know whether I want to face Noah alone. Where are you going to be?" My presence will only make things dangerous for you, believe me, he smiled. Besides, I'll be there, I just won't go in through the front door. You mean you'll use me as a distraction? She was not only uncommonly smart, Bourne thought, but quick as well. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. And you're right, I will be safer if I go in alone. She frowned. Why is it, I wonder, that people feel the need to lie altogether? Her eyes found his. She seemed to be comparing him with someone else, or perhaps only with herself. Would it be so terrible if everyone just told each other the truth? People prefer to remain hidden, he said, so they won't get hurt. But they get hurt just the same, don't they? She shook her head. I think people lie to themselves as easily, if not more easily, than they do to others. Sometimes they don't even know they're doing it. She cocked her head to one side. It's a matter of identity, isn't it? I mean, in your mind, you can be anyone, do anything. Everything is malleable, whereas in the real world, affecting change, any change, is so bloody difficult. The effort is wearying. You get beaten down by all the outside forces you can't control. You could adopt an entirely new identity, Bourne said. One where affecting change is less difficult because now you recreate your own history. She nodded. Yes, but that has its own pitfalls. No family, no friends, unless, of course, you don't mind being absolutely isolated. Some people don't. Bourne looked beyond her, as if the wall with its cheap print of an Islamic scene was a window into his thoughts. Once again, he wondered who he was. David Webb, Jason Bourne, or Adam Stone. His life was a fiction, no matter in which direction he looked. He'd already determined that he couldn't live as David Webb, and as for Jason Bourne, there was always someone, somewhere in the world, hidden in the shadows of his forgotten former life, who wished him ill or wanted him dead. And Adam Stone? He might be called a blank slate, but that would be, in practice, untrue, because the people who encountered this identity reacted to him, reacted to whoever the real Bourne was. The more he was with people like Tracy, the more he learned about himself. What about you? She said now as she joined him at the window. Do you mind being alone? I'm not alone, he replied. I'm with you. She laughed softly and shook her head. Listen to you. You've perfected the art of answering personal questions without revealing one iota of yourself. That's because I never know who I'm talking with. She watched him for a moment out of the corner of her eyes, as if trying to figure out the real meaning of what he'd just said. Then she stared out the window at the two Niles, winding their way through North Africa, like a story you read while falling asleep. At night, everything becomes transparent, or insubstantial. Reaching out, she touched their reflections in the window. And yet, our thoughts, and why is it especially our fears, are somehow magnified, taking on the proportions of titans or gods. She stood very close to him, her voice lowered almost to a whisper. Are we good or evil? What's really in our hearts? It's dispiriting when we don't know or can't decide. Perhaps we're both good and evil, Bourne said, wondering about himself, about all his identities, and where the truth lay. Depending on the time and the circumstance. Arkadyin was lost in the star-dazzled Azerbaijani night. Starting promptly at 5 in the morning, he and his 100-strong cadre of hardened soldiers had hiked into the mountains. Their mission, he'd told them, was to find the snipers hiding along the route and shoot them with their long-range paintball guns that looked and felt exactly like AK-47s that had been shipped at his request to Nagorno-Karabakh. 20 members of the indigenous tribe, equipped with paintball sniper rifles, had secreted themselves along the route. When Arkadyin had handed them out, he'd had to explain their use to men who thought them both amusing and idiotic. Still, within half an hour, the tribesmen had become proficient with the pseudo-weapons. His men had missed the first 2 snipers completely, so 2 of the 100 had been killed before they hunkered down and learned from their inattention and lapses in judgment. This exercise had lasted all day and into the swiftly falling dusk, but Arkadyin drove them on, deeper and deeper into the mountains. They stopped once for 15 minutes to eat their rations, then it was on again, climbing ever upward toward the clear, shining vault of heaven. Toward midnight, he called a completion to the exercise, graded each man as to performance, stamina, and ability to adapt to a changing situation, then allowed them to make camp. As usual, he ate little and slept not at all. He could feel his body's aches and strains, but they were small, and it seemed to him very far away, as if they belonged to someone else, or to a different Arkadyin he knew only in passing. Dawn had arrived before he stilled his feverishly working mind and, marshaling his energies, pulled out his satellite phone and punched in a specific set of numbers, connecting him to an automated zombie line that switched his call several times. With each switch, he was required to punch in a different code, which allowed him to continue the call. At length, after the last code was digested by the closed system at the other end of the line, he heard a human voice. "I didn't expect to hear from you." There was no rebuke in Nikolai Yevsen's voice, only a faint curiosity. "Frankly," Arkadyin said, "I didn't expect to call." His head tilted up. He was staring at the last stars as they were banished by the pink and blue light. "Something has come to my attention I thought you should know." "As always, I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Yevsen's voice was as harsh as a saw cutting through metal. There was about it something feral, a fearsome kind of power that was his alone. "It has come to my attention that the woman, Tracy Atherton, is not alone." "How is this information of interest to me?" Only Yevsen, Arkadyin thought, could convey a lethal stillness with the mere tone of his voice. In the course of his freelance career with the Moscow Gruporovka, he had gotten to know the arms dealer well enough to be exceedingly wary of him. "She's with a man named Jason Bourne," he said now, "who is out for revenge." "We all are, in one way or another. Why would he seek it here?" "Bourne thinks you hired the torturer to kill him." "Where would he get that idea?" "A rival, possibly. I could find out for you," Arkadyin said helpfully. "It doesn't matter," Yevsen said. "This Jason Bourne is already a dead man." "Exactly what I wanted to hear," Arkadyin thought, as, drenched in starlight, he could not stop his mind from turning toward the past. Approximately 500 miles from Nizhny Tagil, when daylight had bled into dusk and dusk fell victim to night, Tarkanian drove toward the village of Yarensk to look for a doctor. He had stopped 3 times on the way so everyone could relieve themselves and get a bite to eat. At those times, he checked on Osirov. The 3rd stop, near sunset, he'd found that Osirov had peed himself. He was feverish and looked like death. During the long drive at high speed over incomplete highways, rough detours, and suspect roads, the children had been remarkably quiet, listening with rapt attention to their mother's spin tales, fabulous adventures and magnificent exploits of the god of fire, the god of wind, and especially the warrior god, Chumbalat. Arkadyin had never heard of these gods and wondered whether Yaskar had made them up for her daughter's benefit. In any event, it wasn't just the 3 girls who were held rapt by the stories. Arkadyin listened to them as if they were news reports from a distant country to which he longed to travel. In this way, for him, if not for Tarkanian, the long day's journey into night passed with the swiftness of sleep. They arrived in Yarensk too late to find a doctor's office open, so Tarkanian, asking several pedestrians, followed their directions to the local hospital. Arkadyin was left with Yaskar in the car. They both climbed out to stretch their legs, leaving the girls in the back seat, playing with the sets of painted wooden nesting dolls Arkadian had bought them during one of the rest stops. Her head was partly turned away from him as she glanced back at her children. Shadows hid most of the damage done to her face, while the sodium lights drew out the exoticism of her features, which seemed to him a curious mixture of Asian and Finnish. Her eyes were large and slightly up-tilted. Her mouth was generous and full-lipped. Unlike her nose, which seemed formed to protect her face from life's tougher blows, her mouth exuded a sensuality bordering on the erotic. That she seemed quite unaware of this quality in herself made it all the more magnetic. "Did you make up the stories you were telling your children?" he asked. Yasker shook her head. "I was told them when I was a little girl, looking out at the Volga. My mother was told them by her mother, and so on back in time." She turned to him. "They're tales of our religion. I'm Mari, you see." "Mari? I don't know it." "My people are what researchers call Finno-Ugric. We are what you Christians call pagans. We believe in many gods, the gods of the stories I tell and the demigods who walk among us, disguised as humans." When she turned her gaze on her girls, something inexplicable happened to her face, as if she had become one of them, one of her own daughters. "Once upon a time, we were Eastern Finns, who over the years intermarried with wanderers from the south and east. Gradually, this mixture of Germanic and Asian cultures moved to the Volga, where our land was eventually incorporated into Russia. But we were never accepted by the Russians, who hate learning new languages and fear customs and traditions other than their own. We Mari have a saying: the worst your enemies can do is kill you. The worst your friends can do is betray you. Fear only the indifferent, because at their silent consent, treachery and death flourish." "That's a bleak credo, even for this country." "Not if you know our history here." "I never knew you weren't ethnic Russian." "No one did. My husband was deeply ashamed of my ethnic background, just as he was ashamed of himself for marrying me. Of course, he told no one." Looking at her, he could see why Lev Antonin had fallen in love with her. "Why did you marry him?" he said. Yasker gave an ironic laugh. "Why do you think? He's ethnic Russian. Moreover, he's a powerful man. He protects me and my children." Arkadian took her chin, moving her face fully into the light. "But who protects you from him?" She snatched her face away as if his fingers had burned her. "I made certain he never touched my children. That was all that mattered." "Doesn't it matter that they should have a father who, unlike Antonin, genuinely loves them?" Arkadian was thinking of his own father, either falling down drunk or absent altogether. Yasker sighed. "Life is full of compromises, Leonid, especially for the Mari. I was alive. He'd given me children whom I adore, and he swore to keep them from harm. That was my life. How could I complain when my parents were murdered by the Russians, when my sister disappeared when I was 13? Probably abducted and tortured because my father was a journalist who repeatedly spoke out against the Mari repression. That was when my aunt sent me away from the Volga to ensure I stayed alive." Arkadian watched one of the girls playing in the back seat of the car. Her two sisters had fallen asleep, one against the door, the other with her head on her sleeping sister's shoulder. In the pale, ethereal light slanting in, they looked like the fairies in their mother's stories. "We must find a place soon to immolate my son." "What?" "He was born on the solstice of the fire god," she explained. "So the fire god must take him across into the Deathlands. Otherwise, he will wander the world forever alone." All right, Arkadyin said. He was impatient to get to Moscow, but considering his complicity in Yasha's death, he felt he was in no position to refuse her. Besides, she and her family were his responsibility now. If he refused to take care of them, no one else would. As soon as Tarkanian and Osorov return, we'll head out into the woods so you can find a suitable spot. I will need you to help me. Mari custom dictates a male's participation. Will you do this for Yasha and for me? Arkadyin watched the play of light and dark chasing themselves across the flat plains of her face as vehicles swept by, their headlights pushing back the oncoming night. He didn't know what to say, so he nodded mutely. In the near distance, the spire of the Orthodox Church rose up like a reproachful finger, in admonition to the world's sinners. Arkadyin wondered why so much money was spent in the service of something that couldn't be seen, heard, or felt. Of what use was religion, he wondered. Any religion. As if reading his thoughts, Yasker said, Do you believe in something, Leonid? God or gods? Something greater than yourself? There's us, and there's the universe, he said. Everything else is like those stories you tell your children. I saw you listening to those stories, Leonid. They caught and held something inside you, even you might not know about. It was like watching movies. They're entertainment, that's all. No, Leonid, they are history. They speak of hardship, migration, sacrifice. They speak of deprivation and subjugation, of prejudice and of our unique identity and our will to survive, no matter the cost. She studied him closely. But you're Russian. You are the victor, and history belongs to the victor, doesn't it? Funny, he didn't feel like a victor, and he never had. Who had ever stood up and spoken for him? Weren't your parents supposed to be your advocates? Weren't they supposed to protect you, not imprison you and abandon you? There was something about Yasker that touched a place inside him that, as she'd said, he hadn't known existed. I'm a Russian in name only, he said. There is nothing inside me, Yaskar. I'm a hollow man. In fact, when we place Yasha on the funeral pyre and light the wood, I'll envy him the pure and honorable method of his dissolution. She looked at him with her bourbon eyes, and he thought, if I see pity in her face, I'll have to strike her. But no pity was evident to him, just a singular curiosity. He glanced down and saw that she was holding out her hand to him. Without knowing why, he took it, felt her warmth, almost as if he could hear the blood singing in her veins. Then she turned, went back to the car, and gently drew out one of her daughters, whom she deposited in his arms. Hold her like this, she directed. That's right. Shape your arms into a cradle. She turned and stared up into the night sky, where the first saltings of stars were becoming visible. The brightest ones come out first because they're the bravest, she said, in the same voice she used when telling her stories of gods, elves, and fairies. But my favorite time is when the most timid appear, like a band of gossamer lace, the last decoration of night before morning comes and spoils it all. Through this all, Arkadyin held the slender-limbed child in his arms, his skin brushed by her diaphanous hair, her small fist already curled around one of his calloused forefingers. She lay within the heart of him. He could feel her deep, even breathing, and it was as if a core of innocence had been returned to him. Without turning around, Yasker said softly, Don't make me go back to him. No one is sending you back. What makes you say that? Your friend wants no part of us. I know, I see how he looks at me. I feel his contempt burning my skin. If it weren't for you, he'd have dumped us at one of the rest stops, and I'd have no choice but to go back to Lev. You're not going back to him. Arkadyan said, hearing the sleeping girl's heartbeat close to his own. "I'll die before I let that happen." "This is where we part company," Bourne said to Tracy the next morning. As close as he could tell, they were 5 blocks from 779 El Gamhuria Avenue. "I told you I wasn't going to put you at risk. I'll make my own way into the building." They had exited their raksha when El Gamhuria Avenue had become permanently blocked by a military rally that had attracted a huge vocal crowd, gathered around a portable dais on which stood a pantheon of officers in khaki, dark green, and blue uniforms, depending on their rank. These officers, their freshly shaved faces shining in the sun, huge smiles on their faces, waved to the crowd as if they were genial uncles. With all the noise and confusion, it was impossible to understand what they were shouting or celebrating. Nearby, on a side street, a manned tank, bristling with weaponry, hunkered like a fat tomcat licking its chops. They paid their fare and, skirting the agitated crowd, picked their way along the palm-lined avenue. Bourne glanced at his watch. "What time do you have?" 9:27. "Do me one favor." Bourne adjusted his watch slightly. "Give me 15 minutes, then walk directly to 779. Go in through the front door and announce yourself to the receptionist. Hold the receptionist's attention and don't let go until either Noah sends for you or he comes out to get you." She nodded. Her nervousness had returned. "I don't want anything to happen to you." "Listen to me, Tracy. I've told you that I don't trust Noah Perlis. I particularly don't like the fact that he wouldn't come to the hotel last night to complete the deal." With him as a shield, she raised her dress to reveal a gun in a sleek holster strapped to her thigh. "When you're a transporter of precious objects, you can't be too careful. If 779 Gamhuria has any kind of security, they'd find that," he said. "No, they won't." She tapped the butt. "It's ceramic." "Clever girl. I assume you know how to use it." She laughed at the same time she gave him a withering look. "Please be careful, Adam." "You too." Then he walked off into the crowd, disappearing almost at once. Chapter 27. 779 El Gamhuria Avenue was a large 3-tiered structure of modernist lines constructed of chunky concrete and green glass blocks. Above the first floor, the second and third stepped back like a ziggurat. There was about the building the unmistakable feeling of a fortress, both in design and intent, which the rooftop garden, whose treetops were visible from the street, did little to allay. However, it was the garden that seemed most vulnerable to Bourne, who, immersed in the hectic street traffic, had quickly made 2 circuits of the building. There were, of course, entrances other than the gleaming Wenge wood front doors, 2 for deliveries, in fact, but they were both exposed and guarded. A large truck was parked at one of these freight entrances, made humpbacked by the oversized refrigeration unit on its top. Bourne judged distances and vectors as he crossed the street, approaching the truck from the side facing away from the building. 2 men were busy unloading large crates from the open back of the truck, overseen by a grim-looking security guard. Bourne made a mental note of everyone's position relative to the truck as he passed by. Several hundred yards down the street, one of the city's numerous doorway lurkers leaned in the shadows, smoking languidly. He watched with bored suspicion as Bourne approached him. "Tour," he said in very bad English. "Best guide in all of Khartoum. Anything you want to see I take, even forbidden." His grin seemed like more of a yawn. "You like forbidden, yes?" "How about a cigarette?" The sound of his own language surprised the lurker so much he righted himself, and his half-glazed eyes seemed to clear. He handed Bourne a cigarette, which he lit with a cheap plastic lighter. "You like money better than you like standing in this doorway?" The lurker nodded with a quick, disjointed bob of his head. "Show me a man who doesn't revere money, and I'll mourn his death." Bourne fanned out some bills, and the lurker's eyes widened. The poor man couldn't help it. It was a reflex action. Bourne was willing to bet he'd never imagined possessing so much money.
"Certainly."
The man licked his lips.
"All the forbidden places in Khartoum will be open to you."
"I'm only interested in one," Bourne said. 779 El Gamhuria Avenue. For a moment, the man blanched. Then he licked his lips again and said,
"Sir, there is forbidden, and then there is forbidden."
Bourne increased the number of bills he fanned out. "This amount will cover it, won't it?" It wasn't a question. Neither was it a statement. It was, rather, a command, which caused the lurker to twitch uncomfortably. "Or should I find someone else?" Bourne added. "You did say that you were the best guide in the city."
"That I am, sir."
The lurker snatched the bills and stuffed them away.
"No one else in the entire city could get you into 779. They are most careful about visitors. But," he winked, "my cousin's cousin is a guard there."
He pulled out a cell phone, made a local call, and talked rapid-fire Arabic. There ensued a short argument that seemed to concern money. Then the lurker put away his cell and grinned.
"This is no problem. My cousin's cousin is downstairs now, while the truck you see there is unloading. He says it's an excellent time, so we go now."
Without another word, Bourne followed him back down the street. Checking her watch one last time, Tracy strode across El Gamhuria Avenue and opened the wooden front door. Directly inside was a metal detector overseen by two grim-faced guards, which she and the wrapped Goya went through without incident. This place didn't seem like the headquarters of any airline she'd ever encountered. She walked up to the circular desk, as high and harsh-looking as the exterior of the building itself. A young man with an unfriendly, angular face glanced up at her approach. "Tracy Atherton. I have an appointment with Noah Peterson." "Passport and driver's license?" He held out a hand. She expected him to check her ID, then hand the documents back to her, but instead he said, "These will be returned to you at the end of your visit." She hesitated for just a moment, feeling as if she'd turned over the keys to her apartment in Belgravia. She was about to protest, but the man with the unfriendly face was already on the interbuilding phone. The moment he cradled the receiver, his demeanor changed. "Mr. Peterson will be down to fetch you momentarily, Miss Atherton," he said with a smile. "In the meanwhile, please make yourself comfortable. There's tea and coffee, as well as a variety of biscuits on the sideboard against the wall. And if there's anything else you require, just ask." She kept up a monologue of meaningless chatter, all the while taking in her surroundings, which seemed as oppressive in their way as the interior of a church. Instead of being dedicated to the glory of God, the architecture seemed to deify money. In just the same way churches, particularly those of the Roman Catholic religion, were meant to draw a reverence from the parishioner, to put him squarely in his lowly place vis-à-vis the divine, so the Air Africa headquarters sought to intimidate and demean those penitents entering its portals who could not conceive of the $500 million cost of construction. "Miss Atherton." She turned to see a slim man, handsome despite his hatchet face, with salt and pepper hair and an amiable demeanor. "Noah Peterson." He smiled winningly and stuck out his hand for her to shake. It was firm and dry. "I put great store in punctuality as a human trait." He lifted a hand, indicating they should walk back the way he had come. "It says so much about an orderly mind." He slipped the metal key card in a slot, and after a moment of clicks, a red light turned green. He leaned on part of the wall, which turned out to be a door set flush with the massive concrete panels on either side. Inside, Tracy was obliged to put her package through an X-ray scanner. Then they rode up to the third floor in a small elevator. Exiting, he took her down a corridor with 12-foot mahogany doors. These doors had neither a name nor a number on them, and, after negotiating several turns, she had the sensation of being in a labyrinth. Music was playing out of hidden speakers. Occasionally they passed a photo close-up of part of an Air Africa plane with a half-clad model posing beside it. The conference room into which he led her was decorated for a party, with colored balloons, the long table covered with a gaily striped cloth and groaning with a seemingly endless array of savory food, sweetmeats, and fruit. "Having the Goya here at last is cause for celebration," Noah said, which was apparently all the explanation she was going to get. He pulled a slim briefcase out from under the striped cloth and, setting it on the one clear space on the tabletop, twiddled the combination lock and disengaged the snaps. Inside, Tracy saw, was the cashier's check for the balance of her fee, made out to her. Seeing this, she stripped off the packing to reveal the Goya. Noah barely glanced at it. "Where's the rest?" She handed over the document of authenticity, signed by Professor Alonso Pecunia Zuniga of the Museo del Prado in Madrid. Noah studied it for a moment, nodded, and put it alongside the painting. "Excellent." He reached into the attaché case and handed her the check. "I believe this concludes our business, Miss Atherton." At that moment, his cell rang and he excused himself. His brows knit together. "When?" he said into the phone. "Who? What do you mean alone? Damn it, didn't I? All right, don't fucking move until I get there." He cut the connection, his face dark. "Is something wrong?" Tracy asked. "Nothing that need concern you." Noah managed a smile through his annoyance. "Please, make yourself comfortable here. I'll come and fetch you when it's safe." "Safe? What do you mean?" "There's an intruder in the building." Noah was already hurrying across the room to the door. "Not to worry, Miss Atherton. It seems we already have him cornered." "We were picked up the moment we arrived in KRT," Amun Shalthum said as he and Soraya drove into the city. KRT was the aviation acronym for the Khartoum International Airport, which had been appropriated by the Sudanese themselves. "I saw them," Soraya said. "2 men. They were joined by 2 others." Shalthum glanced in the rearview mirror. "All 4 of them are in a gray 1970s vintage Toyota Corolla, 3 car lengths behind us." "The men at the terminal looked local." Shalthum nodded. "I find that odd, because no one locally knew we were coming to Khartoum." "Not true." A small secretive smile played about the Egyptian's lips. "As the head of Al-Makhabarat, I was obliged to tell a superior I was leaving the country, if only temporarily. The man I chose to tell is the one I have suspected for some time of secretly undermining me." His eyes once again flicked to the image in the rearview mirror. "Now, at last, I have my proof of his treachery. Nothing will stop me from bringing one of these miscreants back to Cairo to denounce him." "In other words," Soraya said, "we need to let them catch us." Amun's smile broadened. "Catch up to us," he corrected, "so we can catch them." The poker game had given up the ghost an hour ago, leaving the house off DuPont Circle redolent of the scents of men and women hard at play, cigar ash, leftover pizza, stale but honest sweat, and the ephemeral but powerful odor of money. 4 people draped themselves over purple velvet Art Deco sofas. Willard, Peter Marks, Police Commissioner Lester Burrows, and Reese Williams, whose house, surprisingly, this turned out to be. Between the 4 principals, on a low table, sat a bottle of scotch, a bucket half full of ice, and 4 fat, old-fashioned glasses. Everyone else had packed up what was left of their poker stakes, if any, and had staggered home. It was just after 12 on a night without either moon or stars, the clouds so thick and low that even the lights of the district were reduced to murky smudges. "You won the last hand, Freddie," Burrows said, addressing the ceiling as he reclined against the sofa's curled back.
But you haven't told me the consequences of seeing you after the final round of raises. I was tapped out, so you put in for me. Now I owe you.
I want you to answer Peter's question about the two missing officers.
Who?
Sampson and Montgomery, Marks provided helpfully.
Oh, damn.
The commissioner was still staring absently at the ceiling while Reese Williams, her legs curled up under her, watched the scene with an enigmatic expression. There's also the matter of a motorcycle cop shooting a man named Jay Weston, which caused the accident Sampson and Montgomery were dispatched to investigate, Marks continued. Only there was no investigation. It was strangled. Everyone in the room knew what strangling an investigation meant.
Freddie, Burroughs said to the ceiling, is this also part of what I owe you?
Willard's eyes were fixed on Reese Williams' unexpressive face. I ponied up a ton of money for you to see me, Lester. The commissioner sighed and finally relinquished his gaze from the ceiling.
Reese, you know you have a rather large crack up there.
There are cracks throughout this house, Les, she said. Burroughs seemed to consider this for some time before saying to the other two men,
Be that as it may, there will be no cracks in the information shared here. Whatever I share with you, gentlemen, is strictly off the record, not for attribution, and however the hell else you want to say it.
He sat up abruptly.
Bottom line, afterward I will not only repudiate the statement, I'll go out of my way to prove it false and to run into the ground those who claimed I did say it. Are we clear?
Perfectly, Mark said, while Willard nodded his assent.
Detectives Sampson and Montgomery are currently fishing on the Snake River in Idaho.
Are they really fishing? Marks asked. Or are they dead?
Jesus Christ, I talked to them yesterday, Burroughs said heatedly. They wanted to know when they could come home. I told them there was no rush.
Lester, Willard said, they're not in Idaho on your dime.
Uncle Sam has deeper pockets than I do, the commissioner conceded.
Willard was watching emotions crossing like clouds across Burroughs' face. Precisely what piece of Uncle Sam?
No one told me, that's the truth,
Burrough grumped, as if no one told him anything of any real importance.
But I remember the representative's name, if that's of any help.
At this stage, Willard said heavily, anything might prove useful, even a pseudonym.
Well, damn it, no one tells the truth in this town.
Burroughs lifted an accusing finger.
And let me tell you two right now that no police officer of mine shot your Mr. Weston. Of that I'm damn sure. I conducted my own investigation into that allegation.
Then someone was impersonating one of your police officers, Willard said calmly, to point everyone in the wrong direction.
You spooks. Burroughs shook his head. You live in your own world with its own rules. Christ, what a tangled web.
He shrugged, as if shaking off his consternation.
That name, then. The man who made the arrangements for my detectives said his name was Noah Peterson. That ring a bell, or was he just blowing spook smoke up my ass?
Bourne had parted company with the lurker, as his cousin's cousin had first ensured that both truckers were inside the building, unloading crates, then furtively led the way into the building through the service entrance. Grabbing hold of the truck's rear door handle, he vaulted up, grabbing onto the rim of the top and rolling his body onto the truck's roof. By climbing onto the refrigeration unit, he was able to reach a concrete abutment on the building's facade, by which means he gained the setback along the second floor. Using the spaces between the concrete slabs, he picked his way farther up the building's side until he reached the third-floor setback, where he repeated the procedure until, reaching up, he levered himself over the parapet onto the tiled floor of the roof garden. Unlike the architecture of the building itself, the garden was a delicate mosaic of colors and textures, perfectly manicured, fragrant, and shaded from the glaring sun. Bourne, crouching in a patch of the deepest shadow, breathed in the heady scent of lime as he studied the garden's layout. Save for him, the roof was deserted. Two small structures were cleverly integrated into the garden's design. The door down into the building and, as he discovered, a tool shed for the staff who prune the trees, plants, and flowers. He headed to the doorway, saw that it was protected by a standard circuit breaker alarm. The moment he opened the door from the outside, the alarm would be triggered. Backtracking to the tool shed, he took a pruner and a wire stripper to the parapet. There, at the crevice where it met the tiled floor of the roof, he found the wires that connected the garden's lights. Using the pruning shears, he cut off a 6-foot length of wire. As he walked back to the doorway, he stripped the insulation off both ends. At the door, he felt above for the alarm wire, stripping off 2 sections of the insulation and attaching the bare ends of the length of lighting wire he'd cut to the bare alarm wire. When he was certain the connection was secure, he cut the alarm wire midway between the jerry-rigged splices he'd made. Cautiously, he opened the door only wide enough to slip inside. The splices had worked. The alarm was silent. He crept down the narrow, steep staircase to the 3rd floor. His first order of business was to find Arkadian, the man who lured him here, so he could kill him. The second was finding Tracy and getting her out. Tracy was standing by the window, looking out at the chaotic street, when she heard the door open behind her. Assuming it was Noah, she turned back into the room, only to confront a man with a shaved head, a goatee, black, shot through with white, a ring of diamonds in the lobe of one ear, and a tattoo of a fanged bat on the side of his neck. With wide shoulders, barrel chest, and thick legs, he looked like a wrestler or one of those mutant extreme fighters she'd seen once or twice on American TV. "So, you're the one who brought my Goya," the Batman said as he sauntered over to the table where the painting lay in all its grotesque grandeur. He had a way of walking, a rolling gait one saw only on muscle men and sailors. "That's Noah's," Tracy said. "No, my dear Miss Otterton, it's mine," the Batman said in grating, thickly accented English. "Perlis merely bought it for me." He held the painting up in front of him. "It's my payment." His chuckle was like the gurgle of a dying man. "A unique price for unique services rendered." "You know my name," she said, moving toward the table with its platters and thick glass bowls of food. "But I don't know yours." "Are you certain you want to know it?" He continued to examine the Goya with a connoisseur's practiced eye, and then, without allowing her space to answer, "Ah, well then, it's Nikolai Yevsin. Perhaps you've heard of me. I own Air Africa. I own this building." "Frankly, I never heard of you or Air Africa. My business is art." "Is that so?" Yevsin placed the Goya back onto the table, across which he faced her. "Then what are you doing with Jason Bourne?" "Jason Bourne?" She frowned. "Who's Jason Bourne?" "The man you brought here with you." Her frown deepened. "What are you talking about? I came alone. Noah can vouch for that." "Perlis is busy at the moment, interrogating your friend, Mr. Bourne." "I don't—" The rest of her words choked her throat when she saw a snub-nosed .45 in his left hand. Chapter 28. "If your business is art," Yevsin said, "what are you doing with an assassin, a spy, a man with no scruples, no heart, a man who would put a bullet through your head as soon as look at you?" "But who's threatening to shoot me?" Tracy said. "You or him?" "You brought him here to kill me." Yevsin had a face that conveyed brute force, blunt power. He was a man used to getting what he wanted from anyone at any time.
I have to ask myself why you would do that.
I don't know what you mean.
Who are you working for, really?
I work for myself. I have for years. Yevsin pursed his lips, which were thick as slabs of raw meat and as ruddy.
Let me make this easy for you, Miss Atherton. In my world, there are only two kinds of people, friends and enemies. You have to decide which one you are, right now, this minute. If you don't answer truthfully, I will put a bullet through your right shoulder. Then I'll ask again. Silence or a lie will only gain you a bullet through your left shoulder. Then I'll go to work on that beautiful face of yours.
He waggled the gun at her.
One thing is certain. When I get through with you, you won't be a pretty sight.
That ghastly chuckle again.
No Hollywood casting agents will come calling. That I can guarantee you.
The man I'm with is Adam Stone. That's really all I know.
See, the problem, Miss Atherton, is that I'm not feeling it. The truth, I mean.
That is the truth. He took a step toward her so that he was pressed up against the far side of the table.
Now you've offended me. You think I believe you brought someone here without knowing anything about him but his name, which in fact isn't his name at all.
Tracy closed her eyes. No, of course not. She took a deep breath and stared straight into Yevsin's coffee-colored eyes. Yes, I knew his real name was Jason Bourne, and yes, it was my job not only to bring Noah the Goya, but to ensure Bourne would get here. Yevsin's eyes narrowed.
Why was Bourne sent here? What is he after?
Don't you know? You sent one of your Russian assassins, a man with a scar and a tattoo of 3 skulls on his neck, to kill Bourne in Seville.
The torturer?
Yevsin's face twisted in obvious disgust.
I'd sooner cut off my arm than hire that piece of filth.
All I know is that he thinks the man who tried to kill him is here, the same man who must have hired the torturer.
That's not me. He's been given the wrong information.
Then I don't understand why I was hired to make sure he got here. Yevsin shook his head.
Who hired you to do this?
Leonid Arkadin. Yevsin aimed the .45 at her right shoulder.
Another lie. Why would Leonid Danilovich hire you to ensure Bourne arrived here?
I don't know, but... Gauging his response, noting the look on his face, caused her to make a delayed connection. Wait a minute, it must have been Arkadin who told you I had Bourne with me. He must be the one who hired the torturer, which means he must be here, lying in wait for Bourne.
Being so close to death has made you desperate. At this very moment, Leonid Danilovich is in Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan.
But don't you see? Arkadin is the only one who knew Bourne was with me.
This is bullshit. Leonid Danilovich is my partner.
Why would I make up a lie like that? Arkadin paid me 20,000 in diamonds. Yevsin recoiled as if he'd been struck.
Diamonds are Leonid Danilovich's signature. How he gets paid and how he pays. Damn him to hell. What's that lying sack of shit up to? If he thinks he can double-cross me...
And at that moment, Tracy saw Bourne sprinting down the hallway. Yevsin recognized the surprise in her eyes and began to turn toward the door, his .45 at the ready. Noah Perlis's sense of triumph vanished as soon as he saw a Sudanese lurker and one of the guards that Yevsin's security personnel had cornered on the street level just inside loading dock A.
"What the hell is this?"
he said in Sudanese Arabic. With a wave of his hand, he sent some of the security people out into the street to check for anyone else who had no business being on the block. Then he confronted the guard, quickly determining that he knew nothing. The chief of security, who had by that time joined him, fired the man on the spot. Addressing the lurker, he said, Who are you and what are you doing on these premises?
I lost my way, sir. I was talking with my cousin's cousin, the man who was just fired, which I think when you hear my story, you'll agree is too harsh a punishment.
The man kept his eyes lowered and his shoulders hunched in a pose of servility.
My cousin's cousin had to urinate, you see, but he didn't want to turn me away because I needed money to pay for my child.
That's enough. Noah slapped him hard across the face. Do you think I'm some tourist you can gull with your idiotic stories? He slapped the man again, harder this time, so that his teeth clacked together and he winced. Tell me what you're doing here or I'll turn you over to Sandor. The chief of security grinned, showing black gaps between his teeth. Sandor knows what to do with vermin like you. I don't. This time Noah's fist slammed into the lurker's mouth, spraying bits of teeth and blood onto the man's filthy shirt. There's a full moon tonight, but don't count on seeing it. The lurker had just launched into his story about being accosted by an American who wanted to get inside 779 El Gamhuria Avenue when the contingent of security people Noah had sent out into the street returned. One of the men leaned over and whispered something into his ear. At once, Noah grabbed the lurker and threw him into the arms of Sandor. Here, take care of him.
Sir, have pity, the lurker protested. I don't deserve this. I swear I'm telling the truth.
But Noah was no longer concerned with the lurker or who had tried to gain access to the Air Africa headquarters. An urgent sense of self-preservation had taken hold of him. He approached the glare of the loading dock and peered out from the shadows. Sure enough, as the security man had said, there was a minibus parked across the street. It was full of people, all male, which was what had raised a red flag for the guard. Then Noah saw the flash of metal, the muzzle of an AK-47, and his worst fears were confirmed. Someone was planning an imminent raid on the Air Africa offices. He was so stunned he couldn't even think of who might have the knowledge and the wherewithal to attempt what most considered unthinkable. But that wasn't the issue now. He needed to get away from Ground Zero before he was caught in the crossfire between Yevsen's mercenaries and the raiding party crowded into the Sudanese minibus across the street. Bourne, combing the third floor of the building while keeping out of the way of both the staff and the security personnel, heard a deep, rough-edged voice coming from a large room ahead of him. When he heard Tracy's voice in the interval between the male voice's questions, he broke into a flat-out run because he was certain that she had been captured by Arkadian as the last bit of bait for him. As he burst through the open doorway, he curled himself into a ball, rolling fast into the room, then unfolding himself all in one smooth motion. He saw a burly man with a bat tattooed on the side of his neck turn and fire at him. He ducked, rolling toward the conference table laden with food. In that moment, he saw Tracy pull her ceramic gun out of a thigh holster. He heard the report of another gunshot and launched himself, his body low and twisting, into the massive legs of the Batman, taking him down just as he fired at Tracy, who instinctively turned away. The bullet went low into one of the heavy glass bowls, sending shards exploding in all directions. Bourne and Batman crashed to the floor, with Bourne trying to wrest the .45 out of his left hand. The gun went off again, the bullet whining past Bourne's ear, rendering him temporarily deaf. Batman drove his right hand into Bourne's ribs. Bourne slammed his knuckles into Batman's jaw, then followed it with 3 quick chops with the edge of his hand to the side of Batman's neck. Using all his strength, his adversary inched the muzzle of the .45 toward Bourne's temple. Bourne drove it back, but 3 successive punches to the same spot on his ribcage caused him to suck in air, and, all at once, the muzzle was aimed at his head. Batman bore down on the trigger with his left forefinger. That was when Bourne found his shoulder wound. Driving his finger into the pulpy mass caused Batman to howl like a wolf at bay, and Bourne was able to slap the .45 out of his hand. But with a great heave of his body, Batman shoved Bourne off, lunged for the gun, and, grabbing it by its barrel, struck Bourne on the temple with the butt end. Bourne's head snapped back, bouncing off the floor, but Batman kept up the attack, already sensing victory. Bourne, his consciousness wavering, crawled away, as if seeking safety beneath the conference table. Batman grunted with each blow he delivered, rising up as he swung the heavy butt down again and again. Bourne, feeling consciousness slipping farther and farther away into a red haze of agony, crawled the few more inches he needed to grab Tracy's ceramic gun, which was lying on the floor. With grim determination, he pointed it up at Batman and shot him point blank in the face. The air was filled with a storm of blood, bone, and bits of pink brain matter. Batman had reared up to deliver another titanic blow, but the force of the bullet arched his head and torso back and away. Then Bourne heard, as if through a ton of cotton wool, what sounded like a sack of wet cement hitting the floor. For a moment, he lay on his back, one leg raised, his heart pumping like a sprinter's at the finish line. Pain suffused him, radiating out from the bullet wound he'd sustained in Bali. His violent actions and the beating he had taken had a deleterious effect on his healing, just as Dr. Firth had warned. Just like after the second surgery, he felt like he'd been struck by a speeding train. Then he breathed, and heard his blood singing the song of life in his inner ears. And then came the fiery touch of Shiva, removing the chill of death from his bones, as if this spirit, or, as Suparwita believed, God, had protected him once again, extending his strong hand to take Bourne's and bring him back fully into the land of the living. All at once, hearing conflicting rounds of semi-automatic fire coming from the hallway, he twitched, stirred, and rising on one elbow, groaned deeply. His head was swimming, and he seemed to float in blood. Not his blood, Batman's, dead as yesterday's news, faceless, all but unrecognizable. It was then, amid the semi-automatic fire that seemed both closer and more frenzied, that he looked around for Tracy. She was lying on her side beyond the table. "Tracy," he said, and then more urgently, "Tracy." Her right arm moved in response. He crawled painfully under the table, across the floor glittering with knife-like glass shards that tore into the heels of his hands and his shins. "Tracy." Her eyes stared straight ahead, but as he rose up into her field of vision, her eyes tracked him and a small smile lit her face. "There you are." He reached down, putting one arm beneath her shoulders, but when he moved to pick her up, her face contorted and she cried out, "Oh, God, God help me." "What is it? What's the matter?" She stared at him mutely, a web of pain clouding her eyes. He lifted her torso as gently as he could, and that was when he saw the two large shards of glass sticking out of her back like dagger blades. Wiping the sweat off her brow, he said, "Tracy, I want you to move your feet. Can you do that for me?" He looked at her feet, but nothing happened. "What about your legs?" Nothing. He pinched the flesh of her thigh. "Do you feel that?" "What? What did you do?" She was paralyzed. At least one of the glass spears had severed key nerves. And the other one? He moved, trying to get a better look at how deeply the glass was embedded. These were good-sized pieces, 6 to 8 inches long, he judged, and they were buried deep. He recalled Tracy turning away, then the bullet from Yevsen's gun slamming into the heavy glass bowl. The impact had acted like the detonation of a nail bomb, impaling her on 2 of the larger projectiles. The thunder of the semi-automatic fire was very close now, though more intermittent. "I've got to get you to a hospital," Bourne said, but as he tried to lever her from her half-sitting position, she vomited a gout of blood, and he eased back, cradling her in his arms. "I'm not going anywhere." "I'm not going to let you... You know it, and I know it." Tracy's eyes were bloodshot, cratered with dark circles like deep bruises. "I don't want to be alone, Jason." He held her as she relaxed back against him. "Why did you call me that?" "Yes, I know your real name. I have from the moment I met you, which wasn't a coincidence. Keep still," she said, cutting him off. "I have things to tell you, and there isn't much time." She licked her bloody lips. "Arkadyin hired me to make sure you got here. Nikolai Yevsin, the man you just killed, told me that Arkadyin is in Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan. Why, I don't know, but he isn't here." So she'd been working for Arkadyin all along. Bourne shook his head grimly at how well he'd been played. He'd been made to suspect her, and then been given a perfectly plausible explanation as to why she'd lied about knowing the Goya was real. At that, he'd stupidly let down his guard. He saw Arkadyan's hand in these delicate threads, and admiration mingled with his anger at himself. Tracy's eyes suddenly opened so wide he could see the bloodshot whites all the way around. "Jason!" Her breathing had become shallow and erratic. She tried to smile. "It's in our darkest hour that our secrets eat us alive." He put 2 fingers against her carotid. Her pulse was weak and irregular. She was slipping away. All at once, their conversation of last night came back to him. "Why is it, I wonder, that people feel the need to lie altogether?" she had said, and he knew absolutely that she had wanted to tell him then. Would it be so terrible if everyone just told each other the truth? Their entire conversation had been about her double life and her inability to confess it to him. "What about you?" she had said. "Do you mind being alone?" He struggled to understand the situation, to understand her, but all human beings were too complicated to be summed up by one thought, or even one string of thoughts. Once again, he was struck by all the myriad strands that went into the weave of a human life. Tracy's no less than anyone else's, perhaps more so in her case because, like him, she lived a double life. Like Don Herrera and the torturer, she had been part of Arkadyan's spider's web, an attempt to manipulate him into doing what? He still didn't know. But here was one of his enemy's pawns, lying still and dying in his arms. It was obvious now, and in retrospect last night, that she felt conflicted about the role Arkadyan had hired her to play. Her ambivalence struck him like a blow to his stomach. She had fooled him, but, as she had wondered last night, had she in the process been fooling herself? These were questions that went to the heart of his own dilemma, the not knowing, the always being on the verge of another identity, and, in consequence, losing the people around him. Death was always and ever around him, the other side of Shiva, who was the destroyer as well as the harbinger of resurrection. All at once, Tracy gave a great shiver in his arms, as if she were exhaling for the last time. "Jason, I don't want to be alone." Her plaintive words thawed his icy heart. "You're not alone, Tracy." He bent over her, his lips touching her forehead. "I'm here with you." "Yes, I know, it's good. I feel you around me." She gave a sigh, akin to a cat's purr of contentment. "Tracy?" He took his lips away so he could look into her eyes, which were fixed, staring at infinity. "Tracy." Chapter 29. "It's coming through," Humphrey Bamber said. "How much of it?" Moira asked. Bamber watched the numbers scrolling across his screen as the download bar registered the illicit transfer from Noah Perlis's laptop. "All of it," he said, as the green bar reached the 100% level. "Now to get under the hood and see what's going on." Her adrenaline was running high, and she lost patience with the minutes ticking off, pacing around the perimeter of his workspace, which smelled of hot metal and spinning hard drives, the scent of money in the 21st century. The room was in the rear of the office, its dusky north light forming wan pools in between the shadows thrown by the stacks of electronic equipment, whose fans and motors whirred and hummed like a menagerie. The only two spaces on the walls, not filled with instruments or shelves overloaded with computer peripherals, containers of blank DVDs and USB and power cords of all lengths and description, were taken up by a window and a framed photograph of Bamber at college in full football gear, down in a three-point stance. He was even more handsome then than he was now. When Moira's circuit of the room took her past the window, she paused, staring out across the street onto which the building backed. In the facing building, fluorescent lights were on, revealing an office filled with filing cabinets, hulking Xerox machines, and identical desks. Middle-aged people rushed back and forth, clutching files or reports the way a drowning man clutches a piece of driftwood. On the floor above that living death, she saw through the high loft windows into an artist's atelier, where a young woman was throwing paint onto a massive canvas propped against a dead white wall. Her concentration was so intense, lost within the vision she was trying to reproduce, that she appeared unaware of her surroundings. "How are you coming?" Moira asked as she turned back into the room. Bamber, concentrating as intensely as the artist across the street, needed a bit of prompting to answer. "A few more minutes and I'll know," he mumbled at last. Moira nodded. She was about to continue her anxious perambulation when a sudden movement brought her attention back to the street. A car had drawn up near the end of the block, and a man had emerged. Something about the way he moved set off alarm bells in her head. He had a way of turning his head in minute increments, as if he was looking at everything and nothing, that made the hair stir at the nape of her neck. When he reached Bamber's building, he stopped. Keeping close to the rear door, he took out a set of picks and inserted one, then another into the lock, until he found the right one to simulate the hills and valleys of the key. Reaching down, Moira drew her lady hawk out of its thigh holster. "Almost done." There was a defiant note of triumph in Bamber's voice. The door opened, and the man entered the building. "Noah Purlis seems to be the nexus of this crisis," Peter Marks said. "He engineered Jay Weston's death, he pulled the rug out from under the Metro Police, and he's infiltrated Moira's new organization and got her on the run." "Noah is Black River," Willard said. "And as secretive and powerful as that band of mercenaries is, I very much doubt that even they have the muscle to accomplish all that without questions being asked." "You don't think Purlis is behind this?" "I didn't say that." Willard rubbed the stubble on his cheek. "But in this case, I have to believe that Black River had major help." The two men were facing each other in a brown-tufted Naugahyde booth in a late-night bar, listening to a mournful Tammy Wynette song on the jukebox and the insistent growl of garbage trucks rumbling past. A couple of skinny whores were dancing together, having given up on the night. An old man with a shock of unruly white hair was on a stool, bent over his drink. Another, who'd put the dollar in the juke, was duetting with Tammy in a passable Irish tenor, tears in his eyes. The smell of old booze and older despair clung to every bit of run-over furniture in the place. The bartender, 1 foot on the inside rail, was peering over his belly to read a newspaper with all the enthusiasm of a stoned student cracking open a textbook. "From what I've gleaned," Willard continued, "Black River's major client now is the NSA, in the person of the Secretary of Defense, who has been championing them to the President." Marks fairly goggled. "How do you know all this?" Willard smiled as he rolled his shot glass between his fingers. "Let's just say that being a mole inside the NSA safe house for all these years gives me a couple of legs up, even on the likes of you, Peter." He slid out of the banquette, went past the two whores, who both blew him a kiss. The Juke was now playing Don Henley's The Boys of Summer, which appeared to make the Irish tenor weep all the harder as he sang along. When Willard returned to the banquette, it was with a bottle of single malt. He filled his shot glass and topped off Marx's. "Before we go any farther," he said, "I'm wondering why you haven't reported our startling information regarding Noah Purlis and Black River to the Arab." "M. Errol Danziger is the new DCI," Mark said thoughtfully, "but I'm not sure I want to report anything to him, especially if the NSA is involved. He's Secretary Halliday's man through and through." Willard took a sip of his single malt. "So what are you going to do? Quit?" Marks shook his head. "I love CI too much. It's my life." He inclined his head. "I'd ask the same of you. Are you going to quit?" "Indeed not." Willard threw down some more whiskey. "But I do plan to go my own way." Marks shook his head. "I'm not following you." Something had surfaced on Willard's face, a certain contemplative air, or perhaps his innate secretiveness was battling with an urge to recruit, because he said, "Did you know Alex Conklin?" "No one knew Conklin, not really." "I did. I don't say that as a boast, just hard fact. Alex and I worked together. I knew what he was building with Treadstone. I'm not certain I approved then, but I was much younger. I hadn't experienced the things Alex had. In any case, he confided all of Treadstone's secrets to me. I thought the Treadstone files were destroyed." Willard nodded. "The ones the old man didn't shred, Alex did. Or that was his story, anyway." Marks considered this for a moment. "Are you saying the Treadstone files still exist?" Alex, being Alex, had prepared a duplicate set of files. Only 2 people know where the files are stored, and one of them is dead. Marks downed his single malt, then sat back, regarding Willard with care. "You want to reboot Treadstone?" Willard refilled their glasses from the bottle. "It's already rebooted, Peter. I want to know whether you want to become part of Treadstone." "They've been here no more than 48 hours, possibly as little as 24. Yusuf, Saraya's agent in place in Khartoum, was a small man with skin the color of thoroughly cured leather. He had large liquid eyes and very small ears, but he heard everything. He was one of Typhon's top agents because he was clever and resourceful enough to make use of the youth underground that had energized the city through its connection to the internet. "It's the quicklime, you see. Whoever dumped them wanted them completely destroyed in a way that even fire couldn't accomplish. Because the quicklime will eat away everything, including bone and teeth, that could be used to ID the remains." Saraya had made contact with Yusuf on the way in from the airport, and, at Amun Shalthum's urging, had set up a meet with him, despite the men following them, actually because of them. "These men have been sent by my enemies," Amun had said to her in the car. "I want them close enough so we can grab them." Yusuf had heard about the dead men from a young boy who'd come across the grave while he and some friends were exploring the Ansar forts near Sabaloga Gorge. The forts had once been used to attack the troop ships on their way to relieve the British General Gordon and his exhausted men in 1885. The young boy and his friend lived in the adjacent village, but a network of kids in Khartoum soon learned of the discovery of the bodies in their internet chat room. After handing them a pair of Glocks and the extra ammunition, Yusuf had led the way about 50 miles north through the desert with its harsh winds and brutal sun. They used 2 four-wheel drive vehicles, as Yusuf had advised, because the rough roads and the unreliability of Sudanese vehicles made traveling in just one foolhardy. "You see how much of the men is left," Yusuf said now, as they stared into the shallow pit that had been hastily dug in the packed earth floor inside one of the old crumbling forts, "despite the quicklime." Saraya waved away a cloud of flies as she crouched down. Enough to see they've all been shot in the back of the head. Her nose wrinkled. At least the quicklime had taken care of the stench of rotting bodies. Execution, military style, Shalthum said. But are we certain these 4 men are the ones we're after? They're the ones, all right, Soraya said. The decomposition is still minimal. I recognize beef-fed men from the heartland of America when I see them. She looked up at Amun. There's only one reason for Americans being executed military style in Khartoum and brought here. Shalthum nodded. To sew up a major loose end. At that moment, Yusuf, responding to the vibrating ring of his cell, put the phone to his ear, then snapped it shut. My lookout says your company's here, he told them. Bourne looked up as a familiar figure filled the doorway. The man with the dark, forbidding caterpillar eyebrows was holding an AK-47 and wearing a Kevlar vest. He stared at the figure of Batman sprawled on the floor.
Nikolai, you cocksucker,
he said in guttural Russian.
Who the fuck killed you before I could bring you back to Mother Russia? Now I have been deprived of the pleasure of making you sing your head off.
Then, seeing Bourne, he stopped dead in his tracks.
Jason!
Colonel Boris Karpov bellowed like a Russian ox.
I should have known you'd be at the heart of this bloody maze.
His gaze moved downward, taking in the blood-soaked form of the young woman cradled in Bourne's arms. At once, he yelled for a medic. It's too late for her, Boris, Bourne said in a deadened voice. Karpov came across the room and knelt beside Bourne. His blunt fingers moved delicately over the shards of glass embedded in Tracy's back.
What a terrible way to die.
They're all terrible, Boris. Karpov handed Bourne a hip flask.
Too true.
The medic from Boris's assault team, also in riot gear, showed up out of breath. He went to Tracy, tried to find a pulse, and shook his head sadly.
Casualties?
Karpov asked, without taking his eyes off Bourne.
1 dead, 2 wounded, not seriously. Who died?
Milenkov. Karpov nodded.
Tragic, but the building is secured.
Bourne felt the fire of the Slivovitz all the way down to his stomach. The growing warmth felt good, as if he'd regained solid footing. Boris, he said softly, have your man take Tracy. I don't want to leave her.
Of course.
Karpov signaled to the medic, who lifted Tracy from Bourne's lap. Bourne watched her as she was carried out of the conference room. He felt her loss, her struggle to come to terms with her duplicitous life and her sense of isolation, living half in the shadows of a world most people were unaware of, let alone able to understand. Her struggle was his struggle, and the pain she felt because of her life was one with which he was all too familiar. He didn't want to see her go, didn't want to let go of her, as if a part of him, suddenly found, had been ripped away just as abruptly.
What is this?
Boris said, holding up the painting. It's a Goya, a previously unknown work of the famous Black Painting series, which makes it virtually priceless. Boris grinned.
I hope you don't covet this, Jason. To the victor belongs the spoils, Boris.
So Yevsin was your mission in Khartoum? Karpov nodded.
I've been working in North Africa for months now, trying to track down Nikolai Yevsin's arms smuggling suppliers, clients, and pipeline. And you?
I spoke to Ivan Volkin.
Yes, he told me. That old man has a soft spot for you.
When Arkadyin discovered that his attempt on my life had failed, he came up with another plan, which was to get me here. Why, I don't know. With a quick glance over to the corpse lying on the other side of the room, Karpov said,
It's a mystery, one of many here. We were hoping to find both Yevsin's supplier and client list, but the hard drives on his remote servers appear to have been wiped clean.
It wasn't Yevsin who did it, Bourne said. He rose, and Boris with him. He was here with Tracy. He had no idea about your raid. Boris scratched his head.
Why would Arkadian send you here, especially in the company of that beautiful young woman?
Pity we can't ask Yevsen, Bourne said. Which begs the question, who wiped Yevsen's servers clean? Someone made off with his entire network. It had to have been one of Yevsen's own men, someone high up who had the access codes to the servers.
Anyone who ever dared move against Nikolai Yevsen wound up disappeared.
As long as he was alive. Bourne, whose mind finally had identified enough of the silken strands to make sense of the spider's web, tilted his head and beckoned Karpov to walk with him. But look at him now. He isn't a danger to anyone, including Arkadian. Boris's countenance grew dark.
Arkadian.
Together they walked down the corridor, manned now by Boris's military cadre, to the men's room.
I'll have my medic check you out.
Bourne waved away his words. I'm fine, Boris. He was marveling at the scope of Arkadian's demonic genius. Inside, Bourne went to the line of sinks and began to wash the blood and bits of glass off himself. As he did so, Karpov handed him a roll of paper towels. Think about it, Boris. Why would Arkadian trick me into coming here? Especially, as you said, with a beautiful young woman. It pained Bourne to talk about Tracy, but as much as she was still on his mind, he had a mystery to unravel and a deadly enemy to confront. A light suddenly came on behind Karpov's eyes.
Arkadian was banking on you killing Yevsen.
Bourne splashed tepid water over his face, feeling the small cuts and bruises stinging like nettles. Or Yevsen killing me. Either way, he'd win. Karpov shook himself like a dog coming out of the rain.
If what you theorize is true, he might have known of my raid. He wouldn't want Yevsen singing about him or anyone else. Damn it, I've seriously underestimated that man.
Bourne turned his blood-streaked face toward the colonel. He's more than a man, Boris. Like me, he's a graduate of Treadstone. Alex Conklin trained Arkadian, just like he trained me, to become the ultimate undercover killing machine, carrying out covert operations impossible for anyone else to accomplish.
And just where is this devilish graduate now?
Boris asked. Bourne wiped his face down with a fistful of paper towels. They came away pink. Tracy told me before she died. Yevsen said he was in Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan.
Mountain country, I know it well, Boris said. I discovered the area was one of Yevsen's prime stopover for the Air Africa flights transshipping his illegal arms through this continent. It's home to a number of indigenous tribes, all of them fanatic Muslims.
That makes sense. Bourne regarded his face in the mirror, taking stock of the damage, which was superficial but extensive. Whose reflection stared back at him? Tracy surely would have empathized with that question, no doubt having many times asked it of herself. Yvonne told me that Arkadian had taken over the Eastern Brotherhood, which means he's also the leader of their Black Legion terrorists. Maybe he's trying to branch out into Yevsen's multi-billion-dollar business. Then Bourne saw the Goya that Karpov had propped up against the tile wall. Do you know a man named Noah Peterson, or Perlis?
No. Why?
He's a senior officer in Black River.
The American Risk Management Company, also known as private contractors for your government, also known as mercenaries.
Right on all three counts. Bourne led the way back out into the corridor, which stank of gunpowder and death. Tracy was bringing the Goya to Noah, but I believe now it was actually a payment to Yevsen for services rendered. That's the only logical explanation for Noah being here.
So, Yevsen, Black River, and Arkadian are in something together.
Bourne nodded. Did you or your men encounter an American when you raided the building? Karpov pulled a small walkie-talkie off its Velcro patch on his vest and spoke into it. After the crackle of an answer had been received, he shook his head.
You're the only American in the building, Jason. but there's a Sudanese of questionable character who claims he was being interrogated by an American just before the raid began."
Perlis must have been lured away by Bourne's diversion with a lurker. Where had he gone? Bourne could feel himself approaching the center of the web, where the lethal spider patiently lay in wait. And since Black River's main client is the NSA, there's a good chance it has to do with the ratcheted-up tension in Iran.
"You think Nikolai Yevsin is arming a Black River raiding party ready to invade Iran?"
"Highly unlikely," Bourne said. "The NSA can provide more than enough state-of-the-art armaments that Yevsin could never get his hands on. Besides, for that they wouldn't need Arkadyan's help. No, the Americans have identified the missile that brought down the plane. It's Iranian, a Kosar-3. Karpov nodded.
"Now it's starting to make sense. This Goya is payment to Yevsin for supplying the Kosar-3.
At that moment, Karpov spotted one of his men jogging along the hallway toward him. He stared at Bourne for a moment, then handed his commander a sheet of curling thermal paper, clearly a printout from a portable printer.
"Get Lirov," Karpov said as he scanned the document. "Tell him to bring his full kit. I want this man checked out from stem to stern."
The soldier nodded wordlessly and sped off. "I told you I didn't need—" Karpov held up a hand.
"Hold on, you want to hear this. My IT man was able to salvage something from Yevsin's servers after all. Apparently, they weren't completely wiped."
He handed Bourne the sheet of thermal paper.
"Here are Yevsin's last 3 transactions."
Bourne did a quick scan of the information. The Kosar-3.
"Right. Just as we surmised. Yevsin acquired an Iranian Kosar-3 and sold it to Black River."
"Where are you going?" Humphrey Bamber said, twisting around in his seat. "And why are you holding a gun?" "Someone knows you're here," Moira said.
"Dear God,"
Bamber moaned and began to get up. "Stay right there." Moira held him down with a firm hand. She could feel the chills running through him in waves. "We know someone's coming, and we know what he wants." "Yeah, me dead. You don't expect me to sit here and wait for a bullet in the back. I expect you to do what you've done before. Help me." She looked down into his pinched face. "Can I count on you?" He swallowed hard and nodded. "Okay, now show me the bathroom." Dondi Parker liked his work, almost too much, some said. Others, like his boss, Noah Perlis, appreciated the almost religious fervor with which he committed to his assignments. Parker liked Perlis. It seemed to him as if the two of them occupied the same gray space at the fringe of society, the place where both of them could make anything happen, the one with his command, the other with his hands and his weapons of choice. After Parker got through the rear entrance to Humphrey Bamber's building, he considered his life's work, which he privately likened to a polished wooden box filled with a collection of the most expensive and aromatic cigars. The climax of each assignment, the death of each target, lay in that box for him to revisit any time he chose. To take out, one by one, smell, roll between his fingers, and taste. They took the place of military ribbons, medals of valor, commemorating actions necessary, as Noah had said to him time and again, to the welfare and security of the homeland. Parker liked the word homeland. It was so much more powerful, more evocative, more virile than the word nation. Parker removed his shoes, tied the laces together, and, slinging them over his shoulder, climbed the stairs. When he reached the second floor, he went down the hallway to the far end, where a window overlooked the fire escape. Unlatching the window, he threw it open and climbed out, making his way up floor by floor like a fly climbing a wall. Noah Perlis had found Dondi Parker in one of the local ghetto gyms. Parker was part of a boxing club, the leading contender in the regional welterweight division. He was an exceptional boxer because he learned fast, had tons of stamina, and had found a way to channel his murderous aggression. On the other hand, he wasn't crazy about concussions and fractured ribs, so when Noah showed up and expressed an interest in him, Parker was only too happy to listen to his proposition. To say that Donnie Parker owed Noah everything would not be overstating the case, a fact that was ever on Parker's mind, never more so than when, as now, he was carrying out an assignment that came directly from Noah. Noah reported to only one man, Oliver Liss, who was so far up the Black River food chain he seemed to be in another universe altogether. Parker was so accomplished that every now and then Oliver Liss would call him in and give him a personal assignment, which Parker carried out immediately and without telling anyone, including Noah. If Noah knew about these extracurricular assignments, he never said anything to Parker, and Parker was happy to leave those horrific sleeping dogs lie. He'd reached the floor of Humphrey Bamber's office, and now, after one more recheck of the building layout Noah had sent to his cell, he crept down to the other end of the fire escape, where he peered in a window. He saw all manner of electronic equipment, most of it up and running, so he knew Bamber had to be there. He untied his laces and slipped on his shoes. Then, taking out his jimmy picks, he forced open the window with minimal difficulty. Drawing his custom Sig Sauer, he climbed through. He turned as he heard the sound of someone urinating. Grinning to himself, he made his way toward the sound of urine striking porcelain. The only thing better would be to drill Bamber while he was on the throne. The door was ajar, and peering in, he could see a wedge of light, Bamber spread-legged in front of the toilet. He could just make out a corner of the sink, and against the rear wall, the bathtub with a shower curtain of gaily dancing fish, so cute he had to resist the urge to puke. He peered into the space between the door and the jamb created by the hinges. Seeing no one hiding behind the door, he nudged it open with his free hand while he leveled the cig at Bamber's head. "Hey, pussycat!" His chuckle came from deep in his throat. "Noah says hello and goodbye." Bamber flinched, just like Parker was expecting him to, but instead of turning to face him, he collapsed as if poleaxed. As Parker was goggling at him, the gaily dancing fish folded up like an accordion. Parker had a split-second look at a woman staring at him. He just had time to think, "Who the fuck is this? Noah didn't tell me..." When the eye of her ladyhawk spit flame and he spun around in an ungainly pirouette from the bullet fracturing his cheekbone. He screamed, not in pain or fear, but in rage. He emptied his gun, squeezing off shot after shot, but there was blood in his eyes. He didn't feel a thing. The burst of adrenaline and other endorphins made him for the moment immune to the pain. Ignoring Bamber, curled up in a fetal position under the toilet, he leapt at the woman. A woman, for Christ's sakes, swinging the butt of his cig at the curve of her chin. She retreated, only to slam against the tiled wall and slip on the treacherous curve of porcelain, falling to one knee. Parker took another vicious swing at her with the cig. She ducked away, but not before the front sight laid a gash across the bridge of her nose. He saw the glazed look come into her eyes, and he knew he had her. He was just about to plant the thick sole of his shoe in her solar plexus when the eye of her ladyhawk spat fire again. Parker never felt a thing. The bullet exploded through his right eye and took off the back of his head. Chapter 30. "You realize," Bourne said, brandishing the sheet of thermal paper as he and Boris Karpov clattered down the stairs at 779 Gamhuria Avenue, "that this information could have been left for you to find." "Of course. Yevsen could have left it," Karpov said. "I was thinking of Arkadian." "But Black River is his partner." "So was Yevsen." The medic had done his best to patch up Bourne's face before Bourne shooed him away. At least he'd stopped the bleeding and administered a shot to prevent any possibility of infection. "One thing about Arkadian. He's consistent," Bourne said. What I've learned about the way he sets up operations is that he makes sure he has a stalking horse, a diversionary target whom he directs his enemies toward. He slapped the print out. Black River could be his new stalking horse, the people he wants you to go after rather than finding him.
The other possibility, Boris said, is that he's knocking off his partners one by one.
They had passed through the lobby and out into the scalding afternoon sun, where traffic was at a standstill and passers-by were gathering as each minute passed, gaping at Boris's heavily armed contingent.
That brings up another question,
Karpov said as they climbed into the minibus he'd commandeered and which had become his mobile headquarters.
How the hell does Arkadian fit into this puzzle? Why would Black River need him?
Here's a possibility, Bourne said. Arkadian's in Nagorno-Karabakh, a remote area of Azerbaijan that, as you said, is dominated by tribal chieftains, all fanatic Muslims, just like the Black Legion terrorists.
How would the terrorists be involved?
That's something we'll have to ask Arkadian himself, Bourne said. To do that, we'll have to fly to Azerbaijan. Karpov ordered his IT man to bring up real-time satellite pictures of the Nagorno-Karabakh region in order to figure the best route to the specific area Yevsen used. The IT man was zooming in on the area when he said,
"Hold on a second."
His fingers blurred over the keys, shifting the images on the screen.
"What is it?"
Karpov said with some impatience.
"A plane just took off from the target area."
The IT man swiveled to another laptop and keyed into a different site.
"It's an Air Africa jet, Colonel."
"Arkadian," Bourne said. "Where's the flight headed?"
"Hold on."
The IT man switched to the third computer, bringing up an image similar to those on an air controller's screen.
"Just let me extrapolate from the jet's current heading."
His fingers danced some more over the keyboard. Then he swiveled back to the first laptop, and an area of landmass filled the screen. The image pulled back until the IT man pointed at a place in the lower right-hand quadrant of the screen.
"Right there," he said. "Sharaka Nasiri Astara, just off the Caspian Sea in northwest Iran."
"What in the name of all that's unholy is there?" Karpov said. The IT man, moving to the second laptop, plugged in the name of the area, hit the Enter key, and scrolled through the resulting news stories. There were precious few, but one of them provided the answer. He looked up into his commander's face and said,
3 whopping huge oil fields and the beginnings of a transnational pipeline.
"I want you out of here." Amun Shalthum's eyes sparked in the semi-darkness of the old fort. "Instantly." Soraya was so taken aback that it was a moment before she said, "Amun, I think you're confusing me with someone else." He took her by the elbow.
"This is no joke. Go! Now!"
She extricated herself from his grip. "What am I, your daughter? I'm not going anywhere."
"I won't risk the life of the woman I love," he said. "Not in a situation like this."
I don't know whether to be flattered or offended. Maybe I'm both. She shook her head. "Nevertheless, we came here because of me. Or have you forgotten?"
"I don't forget anything."
Shalthum was about to continue when Yusuf cut him off.
"I thought you'd planned for these people to catch up to you."
"I did," Shalthum said impatiently.
"But I didn't count on getting trapped in here."
"Too late for regrets now," he whispered. "The enemy has entered the fort."
Shalthum held up 4 fingers to let Yusuf know how many men had been following them. Yusuf gave a curt nod and gestured for them to follow him. While the men moved out, Soraya bent and, ripping off a piece of one of the men's shirts, scooped some quicklime into the makeshift sling. As they reached the doorway, she said very clearly, "We should stay here." They turned, and Amun looked at her as if she were insane.
"We'll be trapped like rats."
"We're already trapped like rats." She swung the sling back and forth. "At least here we have the high ground." She gestured with her chin. They've already dispersed themselves. They'll pick us off one by one before we can get to even one of them." "You're right, Director," Yusuf said, and Shalthum looked like he wanted to swat him across the face. She appealed to Shalthum directly. "Amun, get used to it. This is how it is." 3 of the 4 men, having found shadowed nests for themselves, lay in wait, sighting down the long barrels of their rifles. The 4th man, the beater, moved cautiously from desolate room to ruined room, across abandoned sand-piled spaces without roofs. Always the wind was in his ears, and the grit of the desert in his nose and throat. Granules, shot by the wind, insinuated themselves inside his clothes and formed a familiar layer as they clung to his sweaty skin. His job was to find the targets and drive them into the crisscrossing lines of fire set up by his comrades. He was cautious, but not apprehensive. He'd done this work before, and he'd do it again many times before old age made this life impossible. But by then, he knew he'd have more than enough money for his family, and even his children's families. The American paid well. The American, it seemed, never ran out of money, just as the fool never bargained down his price. The Russians now, they knew how to drive a hard bargain. He'd sweated through many a negotiation with the Russians, who claimed they didn't have money, or anyway enough to pay him what he asked. He would settle on a price that made them all happy, and then he went about the business of killing. It's what he did best, after all, the only thing he was trained for. He'd secured more than half the fort, and was frankly surprised that he'd not yet come upon even a sign of the targets. Well, one of them was an Egyptian, he'd been told. He didn't like Egyptians. They smeared you with their honeyed words, while all the while lying through their teeth. They were like jackals, grinning as they tore the flesh off you. He turned down a short corridor. When he was no more than halfway along, he heard the sound of the flies buzzing and knew, even though he failed to catch a whiff of rotting flesh, that there must have been a death up ahead of him, and quite recently, too. Gripping his handgun more tightly, he continued down the hallway with his spine pressed up against one wall, squinting into the gloom. Here and there, sunlight fluttered and twittered like birds in a tree, where the ceiling or wall was cracked, or, even in some places, broken open, as if by the hammering fist of a murderous giant. The sound of the flies had become a hum, as of some great nebulous creature that waxed and waned as it fed and drowsed. He paused, listening, and, in his own unscientific way, counting their number. Something big had died in that room ahead of him, possibly more than one big thing. A human being? He pulled the trigger of his handgun, the brief light flare, the report transforming the entire area. He was like a beast marking its territory, warning other predators of its presence, wanting to instill fear. If the targets were in that room, they were trapped. He knew that room, just as he knew every room in this and the other forts in the area. There was only one entrance, and he was 5 steps away from it. Then a figure shot out from the open doorway, and he squeezed off 4 accurate shots in rapid succession that made it dance and jerk. It was Soraya who followed the dead American Shalthum had heaved out of the doorway. Swinging her makeshift sling amid the hail of bullets, she let fly its load of quicklime into the face of the shooter. The instant the caustic calcium oxide struck his body fluids, the sweat on his cheeks and the tears in his eyes, a chemical reaction caused the blooming of a terrible heat. The shooter screamed, dropped his gun, and instinctively clapped his hands to his burning face, trying to scrub off the substance. This only made matters worse for him. Soraya scooped up his gun and shot him in the head, putting him out of his misery as she would a crippled horse. Her low whistle brought Shalthum and Yusuf out of the burial chamber. "1 down," she said. 3 to go. "Are you all right?" Moira stepped out of the bathtub and helped Humphrey Bamber to stand. "I think I ought to be asking you that question," he said, glancing with a shudder at the shattered head of the intruder. Then he turned and vomited into the toilet. Moira turned on the cold water in the sink, drenched a hand towel, and placed it on the back of his neck. He took it and held it against the bridge of her nose as they left the bathroom. She put her arm around his wide shoulders. "Let's get you back somewhere safe." He nodded like a lost little boy as they picked their way through the office. They were almost at the door when she glanced at the wall of computers. "What did you find out? What's inside Noah's version of Bardem?" Bamber broke away, went to the laptop hooked up to all the other equipment, and disconnected it. Closing it, he tucked it under his arm. "If you don't see it for yourself, you won't believe it," he said, as they hurried out of the office. "I'm not interested in Treadstone or what Alex Conklin was up to," Peter Marks said. Willard appeared unfazed. "But you are, I assume, interested in saving CI from the Philistines." It was almost as if he'd anticipated Marks's response. "Of course I am." Marks turned his empty glass over when Willard tried to fill it with the bottle's last round of whiskey. "Do you have something in mind? Something, I assume, to do with Black River's complicity in domestic murder, especially, goddammit, the DCI's death?" "The DCI is M. Errol Danziger." "Don't remind me," Mark said sourly. "I have to. He's the 800-pound gorilla in CI's shop, and believe me when I tell you he's going to beat all of you fine young gentlemen into banana paste if nothing's done to stop him." "What about you?" "I am Treadstone." Mark stared bleakly at the older man. Whether it was all the single malt he'd consumed, or having his face pushed into reality, he felt sick to his stomach. "Go on." "No," Willard said emphatically. "Either you're in or you're out, Peter. And before you answer, please understand that there's no backing out, no room for second thoughts. Once you're in, that's it, no matter the cost or the consequences." Marks shook his head. "What choice do I have?" "There's always a choice." Willard poured himself the last of the liquor and took a deep sip. "What there isn't, and this goes for me as well as for you, is an opportunity to look back. From this moment on, there is no past. We move forward, only forward, into the dark." Jesus. Marks felt a shiver run down his spine. "This sounds like I'm making a deal with the devil." "That's very funny." Willard smiled, and as if on cue, produced a 3-page document, which he spread on the table facing the younger man. "What the hell is this?" "Also funny." Willard placed a pen on the table. "It's a contract with Treadstone. It's non-negotiable, and, as you can see in Clause 13, non-revocable." Marks peered at the contract. "How is that enforceable? Will you threaten to take my soul?" He laughed, but it was too brittle to hold any humor. Then he squinted, reading one paragraph after another. "Jesus," he said when he was finished. He looked at the pen, then at Willard. "Tell me you have a plan to get rid of M. Errol fucking Danziger, or I'm out of here right now." "Lopping off one head of the Hydra will be useless, because it will only grow another." Willard picked up the pen and held it out. "I will get rid of the Hydra itself. Secretary of Defense Irvin Reynolds Halliday." "Many have tried, including the late Veronica Hart. They all thought they had evidence that he was beyond the law, a well-trod path that Halliday knows far better than they did. I'm taking an altogether different route." Marks looked deep into the other man's eyes, trying to judge his seriousness. At length, he took the pen and said, "I don't care what route we take, as long as Halliday ends up being roadkill." "Tomorrow morning," Willard said. "You'll need to keep that sentiment in mind." "Is that a whiff of sulfur I smell?" But Marks's laugh was distinctly uneasy. "I know this man." Yusuf brushed the quicklime paste off the dead gunman's face with the tip of his boot. "His name's Ahmed. He's a freelance assassin who usually works for the Americans or the Russians." He grunted. Now and again at the same time.
Shalthum frowned.
Has he worked for the Egyptians before?
Yusuf shook his head.
Not to my knowledge.
You don't use him, do you? Soraya was examining what was left of Ahmed's face. I don't remember seeing his name on any of your reports.
I wouldn't trust this scum to bring me a disk of bread,
Yusuf said with a curl of his upper lip.
In addition to being a professional murderer, he's a liar and a thief, always, even when he was a small boy.
Remember, Shalthum said with a grim look at Soraya, I want at least one of them alive.
First things first, she said.
Let's just concentrate on getting out of here alive ourselves. He was still trying without success to brush the odors of quicklime and death off his clothes, but this business allowed Soraya to take the lead, which again was something he deplored. Ever since they'd arrived in Khartoum, something had taken possession of him, a sense of protectiveness towards Soraya that clearly made her uncomfortable. Possibly it was being away from Egypt. He was in unknown territory after all, and he knew only too well that he was most sure of himself in his own territory. She heard him call softly to her, but resisted the urge to turn and look at him. Instead, she moved steadily forward in a semi-crouch until she came to the first courtyard. There were positions to the left and right on either wall where snipers would have an excellent field of view. She fired a shot at each spot in turn, but there was no answering fire. That was it for the shooter's .45, so she dropped it and took out the Glock that Yusuf had given her. After double-checking that it was loaded, she moved out across the expanse of the grim-looking courtyard, keeping to the shadows thrown by the walls. Not once did she look back, trusting that Amun and Yusuf were not far behind her and would provide cover if she got into trouble. Moments later, the second, central courtyard, larger and more intimidating than the first, presented itself. Again, she fired shots at the likely sniper positions, again without any result.
There's only one more, Yusuf said. It's smaller, but because it's at the front, there are more places to defend it.
Soraya saw at once that he was right, and that no matter what they did, they'd never be able to reach the parapets on either wall without being shot dead. What now? She said to Amun. Before he could think of a reply, Yusuf said,
I have an idea. I knew Ahmed all his life. I think I can imitate his voice.
He looked from Shalthum to Soraya.
Shall I give it a shot?
I don't see how it can hurt, Shalthum said, but Yusuf didn't move until Soraya nodded her assent. Then he brushed by ahead of her, and, crouching in the shadowy mouth where the corridor debouched onto the courtyard, he raised his voice. It wasn't his voice, but one neither of them had heard before.
It's Ahmed! Please, I'm hurt!
Nothing but echoes. He turned to Soraya.
Quick, he whispered. Give me your shirt.
Take mine, Shalthum said with a glower.
Hers will be better,
Yusuf said.
They'll see it's the females.
Soraya did as he asked, unbuttoning her short-sleeved shirt and handing it over.
I've killed them,
Yusuf called in Ahmed's voice.
See here!
Soraya's shirt fluttered onto the cobbles of the courtyard like a bird settling onto its nest.
If you kill them,
a voice came from their left.
Come out! I can't,
Yusuf replied.
My leg is broken. I've dragged myself this far, but I've fallen and I can't take another step. Please, brothers, come fetch me before I bleed to death.
For a long time, nothing happened. Yusuf was about to shout again when Shalthum cautioned silence.
Don't oversell it, he whispered. Be patient now.
More time passed. It was difficult to say how much, since in their situation, time was bent like taffy, minutes seeming like an hour. At length, they discerned movement on their right. 2 men could be seen making their way down to the ground. They moved cautiously, keeping their sides toward the mouth of the hallway. The third man, the one who had queried Yusuf, was nowhere in sight. Clearly, he was covering them from his hidden position on the left.
Shalthum motioned silently to Yusef, who lay down and moved slightly, so that the two men could see that one leg was drawn up under the other. Saraya and Shalthum retreated several steps into the gloom.
There he is,
one of the men cried to the man covering them, who was, it appeared, their leader.
I can see Ahmed. He's fallen, just as he said.
I don't see any other movement.
The leader's voice floated down from the parapet.
Go get him, but make it quick.
Running in a semi-crouch, the two men approached Yusef.
Hold it,
their leader said, and they obediently squatted on their hams, their rifles laid across their thighs, their avid eyes on their fallen comrade. There was movement from the left as the leader abandoned his eyrie, clattering down stone steps to the courtyard.
Ahmed,
one of the men whispered.
Are you all right?
No, said Ahmed.
The pain in my leg is terrible. It's...
But he'd said enough at close range for the other man to move back a pace.
What is it?
His companion said, aiming his rifle into the mouth of the hallway.
I don't think that's Ahmed.
That was when Shalthum and Saraya, Glocks firing, moved out on either side of Yusef. The two crouching men were struck immediately, and Shalthum kicked their weapons away from where they lay sprawled on the ground. The leader, scurrying to find cover where there was none, fired off balance, and Shalthum went down with a grunt. Saraya, running, aimed and fired at the leader, but it was Yusef, from his prone position, who shot the leader in the chest. The man spun around and fell. At once, Saraya veered toward him. "Check Amun!" she called to Yusef as she stooped, picking up the leader's rifle. He was writhing, bleeding from his right side, but he was breathing. The bullet hadn't punctured a lung. She knelt down beside him. "Who hired you?" The man looked up at her and spat in her face. A moment later, she was joined by the two men. Amun had been shot in the thigh, but the bullet had gone through, and the wound, Yusef said, looked clean. He tied off the area above the wound with a makeshift tourniquet made from her shirt. "Are you all right?" she said, looking up at Shalthum. He nodded in his usual dour way. "I've asked him who hired him," she said, "but he's not talking." "Take Yusef and see about the other two." Shalthum was staring intently at the fallen leader. Saraya knew that look of determination. "Amun, just give me 5 minutes." They needed the information. There was no question about that. Saraya nodded reluctantly and, with Yusef, walked back to where the other two men lay near the mouth of the hallway. There wasn't much to see. Both had taken multiple shots to the abdomen and chest. Neither was alive. As they gathered up the rifles, they heard a muffled cry that, in its inhumanity, sent shivers down their spines. Yusef turned to her. "This Egyptian friend of yours, he can be trusted." Saraya nodded, already sick at what Amun was doing with her consent. There was silence then, except for the desperate voice of the wind, keening through the abandoned rooms. After a time, Shalthum returned to them. He was limping badly, and Yusef handed him a rifle to lean on. "My enemies had nothing to do with this," he said in a voice that had not been changed one iota by what he'd just done. "These men were hired by the Americans, specifically a man known ridiculously as Triton. Mean anything to you?" Saraya shook her head. "But these might." She saw 4 small rectangular metal objects swinging from a length of cord. "I found these around the leader's neck." She examined them when he handed them over. They looked like dog tags. Amun nodded. "He said they came from the 4 Americans who were executed back there. These bastards murdered them." But she had to admit the tags weren't like any she had ever seen. Instead of carrying name, rank, and serial number, they were laser engraved with what looked like... "They're enciphered," she said, her heart beating fast. "These might be the key to proving who launched the Khosar 3 and why." Book 4. Chapter 31. Leonid Danilovich Arkadyin roamed the passenger area of the Air Africa flight that had been sent for him and his cadre in Nagorno-Karabakh. He knew their destination was Iran. Noah Perlis was certain that Arkadyin didn't know the specific site, but Noah was wrong. Like many Americans in his position, Noah believed himself smarter than and able to manipulate those who weren't American. Where Americans got that idea was something of a mystery, but having spent time in D.C., Arkadyin had some ideas. America's smug sense of isolation might have been shaken by the events in 2001, but not its sense of privilege and entitlement. When he'd been there, he'd sat in district restaurants, eavesdropping on conversations as part of his Treadstone training. But at the same time, he'd listened to the neocons, men of power, substance, and influence who were convinced that they had the keys to how the world worked. For them, everything was childishly simple, as if there were only two immutable variables in life: action and reaction, both of which they understood completely, and for which they planned. And when the reactions were not what their brain trust had anticipated, when their plans blew up in their faces, instead of admitting their error, in a tide of amnesia, they redoubled their efforts. To him, it was madness that turned these people deaf and blind to real events as they unfolded. Perhaps, he thought now, as he checked and rechecked the readiness of his men and their equipment, Noah was one of the last of his kind, a dinosaur unaware that his age was ending, that the glacier that had been forming on the horizon was about to plow him under. Just like Dmitry Ilyanovich Maslov. "She has to go back," Dmitry Ilyanovich Maslov said. "She and the 3 girls. Otherwise, there will be no peace with Lev Antonin." "Since when does a shit-kicker like Antonin dictate to you?" Arkadyin said. "The head of the Kazanskaya Gruporovka." Arkadyin had the sensation that Tarkanian, who stood by his side, had winced. The 3 men were surrounded by sound, amplified to an ear-splitting level. In the Pasha Room of Propaganda, an elite club in downtown Moscow, there were only 2 other men, both Maslov's muscle. All the other attendees, of which there were more than a dozen, were young, long-legged, blonde, busty, gorgeous, and sexually desirable, which pretty much defined them, tiokas all. They were clothed, or more accurately, semi-clothed, in provocative outfits, whether miniskirts, bikinis, see-through tops, plunging necklines, or completely backless dresses. They wore high heels, even the ones in bathing suits, and plenty of makeup. Some reluctantly returned to their high school classes each day. Maslov stared hard at Arkadyin, assuming that like everyone else he confronted, he could intimidate him just by a look. Maslov was wrong, and he didn't like being wrong, ever. He took one step toward Arkadyin, which was an aggressive step, though not a threatening one, and his nose wrinkled. "What's that fire smoke I smell on you, Arkadyin? Are you a fucking woodsman on top of everything else?" 5 miles from the Orthodox cathedral, Arkadyin had taken Yoskar into the dense pine forest. She was cradling Yasha in her arms, and he was holding an axe he'd drawn out of the trunk of her car. Her 3 daughters, sobbing hysterically, trailed along behind the adults in single file. When they'd left the parked car, Tarkanian had yelled after them, "Half an hour! After that I'm getting the fuck out of here!" "Will he really leave us here?" she asked. "Do you care?" "Not as long as you're with me." At least that's what he thought she'd said. She'd spoken so softly that the wind had taken her words almost as soon as they were out of her mouth. Wings fluttered by overhead as they tramped beneath the swaying pine branches. Once they crunched through the thin crust, the snow was soft as down. Overhead, the sky was as woolly as Yaskar's coat. In a small clearing, she set her son down on a bed of snowy pine needles. "He always loved the forest," she said. "He used to beg me to take him to play in the mountains." As he set about finding felled trees, dead wood, and chopping it up into foot-long logs, Arkadyin remembered his own all-too-infrequent trips to the mountains around Nizhny Tagil, the only place where he could take a deep breath without the oppressive weight of his parents and his birthplace withering his heart and sickening his spirit. Within 20 minutes, he had a bonfire going. The girls had stopped their sobbing, their tears freezing like tiny diamonds on their ruddy cheeks. As they stared, fascinated, into the building flames, the frozen tears melted, dripping from their rounded chins. Yasker delivered Yasha into his arms while she said the prayers in her native language. She held her daughters close to her as she intoned the words, which gradually became a song, her strong voice lifted through the pine boughs, echoing into the thick clouds. Arkadyin wondered if the fairies, elves, gods, and demigods she had invoked in her stories were somewhere close, watching the ceremony with sorrowful eyes. At length, Yasker instructed Arkadyin on what to say when she placed Yasha onto the funeral pyre. The girls were crying again as they watched their brother's little body being consumed by the flames. Yasker said a final prayer, and then they were done. Arkadyin had no idea how much time had passed, but Tarkanian and the car were still waiting for them when they broke out of the tree line and returned to civilization.
I made a promise to her, Arkadyin said.
This fucking baby factory,
Maslov scoffed.
You're stupider than you look.
You're the one who risked 2 of your men, one of them totally incompetent, to bring me back here.
Yes, you shithead. Not you and 4 civilians who belong to someone else.
You talk about them as if they're cattle.
Hey, fuck you, bright boy. Lavantonine wants them back, and that's where they're going.
I'm responsible for her son's death.
Did you kill the little fucker?
Maslov was fairly shouting now. The muscle had been drifting closer, and the Tyolkas were doing their best to look in another direction.
No.
Then you're not responsible for his death. End of fucking story.
I made a promise that she wouldn't be sent back to her husband. She's dead scared of him. He'll beat her half to death.
What the fuck does that mean to me?
In his fury, Maslov's mineral eyes seemed to shoot sparks.
I have a business to run.
Tarkanian stirred.
Boss, maybe you should... What?
Maslov turned on Tarkanian.
Are you gonna tell me what I should do too, Misha? Fuck you! I asked you for something simple. Bring this kid back from Nizhny Tagil, and what happens? The kid beats the shit out of Osorov, and you come back like a fucking pack mule with a shitload of problems I don't need.
Having effectively silenced Tarkanian, he turned back to Arkadyin.
As for you, you better get your fucking head screwed on right, bright boy, or I'll send you back to the shithole you crawled out of.
They're my responsibility, Arkadyin said levelly. I'll take care of them.
Listen to him!
Now Maslov was shouting.
Who died and made you boss? And whatever gave you the crooked idea that you have a say in anything that happens here?
His face was red, almost swollen.
Misha, get this motherless fuck out of my sight before I rip him apart with my bare hands.
Tarkanian dragged Arkadyin out of the Pasha room and took him over to the long bar on one side of the main room. A stage, lit up like it was New Year's Eve, featured a tall, nubile Tyolka with very little on, who spread her mile-long legs to a beat-heavy song.
Let's have a drink,
Tarkanian said with forced joviality.
I don't want a drink.
It's on me.
Tarkanian caught the bartender's eye.
Come on, my friend. A drink is just what you need.
Don't tell me what I need,
Arkadyin said, his voice suddenly raised. The absurd argument carried on from there, escalating enough so that a bouncer was summoned.
What seems to be the trouble?
He might have been addressing both of them, but because he knew Tarkanian by sight, his eyes were firmly fixed on Arkadyin. With a venomous glare, Arkadyin reacted. He grabbed the bouncer and slammed his forehead against the edge of the bar with so much force that nearby drinks trembled and the closest ones tipped over. Then he kept slamming it until Tarkanian managed to pull him off. "I don't have a problem," Tarkanian said to the stunned and bleeding bouncer, "but it's clear you do." Tarkanian hustled him out into the night before he could do any more damage. "If you think I'm ever going to go to work for that pile of dog shit," Arkadian said, "you're sorely mistaken." Tarkanian held up his hands. Okay, don't work for him." He guided Arkadian down the street, away from the club's entrance. "However, I don't know how you're going to make a living. Moscow is a different—" "I'm not staying in Moscow." Breath, condensing in the chill, was shooting out of Arkadian's nostrils like steam. "I'm going to take Yaskar and the girls and—" "And what? Where will you go? You have no money, no prospects, nothing. How will you feed yourselves, let alone the kids?" Tarkanian shook his head. "Take my advice. Forget about those people. They belong to your past, to another life. You've left Nizhny Tagil behind." He peered into Arkadian's eyes. "That's what you've wanted all your life, isn't it?" "I'm not letting Maslov's people take them back. You don't know what Lev Antonin's like." "Maslov doesn't care what Lev Antonin's like." "Fuck Maslov." Tarkanian rounded on him. "You really don't get it, do you? Dmitry Maslov and his kind own Moscow, lock, stock, and vodka. That means they own Yaskar and her girls." "Yaskar and the girls aren't part of his world." "They are now," Tarkanian said. "You dragged them into it." "I didn't know what I was doing." "Well, that's clear enough, but you have to face facts. What's done is done." "There must be a way out of this." "Really? Even if you had money, say, if I were stupid enough to give you some, what would it accomplish? Maslov would send his people after you. Worse, considering how you provoked him, he might come after you himself. Trust me when I tell you, that's not what you want for them." Arkadian felt like pulling his hair out by the roots. "Don't you understand? I don't want them going back to that fucker." "Have you ever considered that it might be the best outcome?" "Are you out of your mind?" "Look, you yourself said that Yaskar told you Lev Antonin promised to protect her and her children. You know what she is, and the girls have her blood. If her secret gets out, she'll never be able to have a normal life among ethnic Russians. Face it, you can't protect them from Maslov. But they'll be safe enough back in Nizhny Tagil, where no one is going to say a word against her for fear of her husband. And listen, she's smart enough to tell him that she and the kids were abducted to ensure your safe passage. Chances are he won't lift a hand to her. Until the next time he's drunk or depressed or just in the mood for a little fun. That's her life, not yours. Leonid Danilovich, I'm talking to you as one friend to another. This is the only way. You managed to escape Nizhny Tagil. Not everyone can be so fortunate." The fact that Tarkanian was telling the truth only made Arkadian angrier. The problem was he didn't know what to do with that anger, so he began to turn it inward. More than anything, he wanted to see Yaskar again. He wanted to hold her youngest girl in his arms again, to feel her warmth, her heartbeat. But he knew that it was impossible. If he met with her again, he'd never be able to let her go. Maslov's people would surely kill him, and the family would be shipped back to Lev Antonin anyway. He felt like a rat in a maze with no beginning and no end, only an eternal race chasing his own tail. This was Dmitry Maslov's doing. At that moment, he vowed that no matter how long it took, he'd make Maslov pay. Death would only come to him when he'd been systematically stripped of everything he held dear. 2 days later, he watched from the shadows across the street, Tarkanian at his elbow, either for moral support or to drag him back if he got any ideas at the last minute, as Yaskar and the 3 girls were led into a large black Zeal. 2 of Maslov's muscle were with them, plus the driver. The girls, bewildered, allowed themselves to be stowed in the car as docilely as lambs to the slaughter. For her part, Yasker, with hands on the car's roof, one foot already inside, paused and looked around for him. As she did so, Arkadian saw not the look of despair he had been expecting, but rather an expression of infinite sadness, which tore through him like phosphorus, burning his insides as black as Yasha's flesh. He'd deceived her, broken his promise. In his mind, he heard her voice as if she were calling to him now. "Don't make me go back to him." She'd believed in him, trusted him, and now she had nothing. She ducked down, and he lost sight of her. The car door slammed, the Zeal drove off, and he had nothing as well. This was brought home to him in an even more vicious fashion when, 6 weeks later, Tarkanian informed him that Yasker had shot her husband to death, then turned the gun on her children and herself. Chapter 32. Sharaka Nasiri Astara at last. Noah Perlis had been to many exotic destinations in his time, but this area of northwestern Iran wasn't one of them. In fact, apart from the stark towers of the oil wells and the attendant petroleum particulates, it was so ordinary-looking it could have been somewhere in rural Arkansas. However, Noah had no time to be bored. An hour ago, he'd received a call from Black River informing him that Dondi Parker, the man he'd sent to kill Humphrey Bamber, had failed to check in as he should have following the completion of his assignment. To Noah, this meant two things. One, Bamber was still alive, and two, he'd lied about getting away from Moira because there was no way he could have survived Dondi Parker on his own. Extrapolating from these hypotheses brought him to another hypothesis of vital and immediate importance to him. The possibility that the newest version of Bardem was poisoned in some way he'd never be able to discover. Lucky for him, his innate paranoia forced him to back up everything, even his computer. No point in letting his enemies know he was onto them. He'd shut down the laptop on which Bamber had uploaded the poison software and switched to his fully loaded second laptop, which was still running the previous version of Bardem. He sat inside a canvas tent on a camp chair, much as he imagined Julius Caesar had sat, mapping out his successful military campaigns centuries ago. Instead of a map of Gaul hand-drawn by Greek cartographers, he had a handmade software program analyzing this oil-rich part of the world running on his laptop. Caesar, a brilliant general in any age, would have understood instantly what he was up to. Of that he had no doubt. He had 3 scenarios running simultaneously on Bardem, all of them different in small but crucial ways. Much depended on how the Iranian government responded to the incursion, if they found out about it in time. That was the issue, really. Timing. It was one thing to be on Iranian soil, quite another to start a military operation on it. The point of Pinprick was its small footprint, hence its name. Did an elephant even feel a pinprick? You could be sure it didn't. Unfortunately, Noah couldn't be as certain that the Iranian government wouldn't feel pinprick until Arkadian's force of 20 men had established their beachhead and begun redirecting the oil pipeline. Because the objective of pinprick had always been the oil in the Iranian fields here in Sharaka Nasiri Astara. There was nothing else of value here, militarily or otherwise. That was what was so brilliant about Danziger's plan. The seizure of these rich oil fields under the cover of a larger military incursion by America and a sizable coalition of allies in response to Iran's alleged act of war against the United States and, indeed, all civilized nations. If the Iranians could shoot down an American passenger jet over Egyptian airspace, what would stop them from downing the jets of other nations that opposed their nuclear program? This had been the cornerstone of the president's argument to the United Nations, one that had proved so compelling that it had eaten through all the knee-jerk pacifistic foot-dragging bullshit that usually infested the international body of navel-gazers and do-nothings. Through his machinations, Iran had been proven to be a true outlaw nation in the eyes of the world. So much the better for everyone. The country's regime was a menace. If the rest of the world needed a bit of goading to get off their fat backsides and take matters into their own hands, well, that was the way of the world. One of Black River's specialties, one that set it apart from any other private risk management firm, was its ability to alter facts to create a reality that could be molded to a client's wishes. This was what Bud Halliday had asked of Black River, why the NSA was paying it a fortune through one of many blind trusts that could in no way be traced back to the secretary or anyone at NSA. So far as any paper trail was concerned, there was always a paper trail, electronic or otherwise, that was a given. Black River's client was Good Shepherd Holdings, PLC, on the Inner Hebrides island of Isla, which, if anyone cared to make the trek, consisted of a 3-room office in a drafty stone building where 3 men and a woman wrote and managed insurance policies for local distilleries throughout the islands. As for the democratic indigenous group Halliday so heartily touted to the president, it and the meetings its leaders had with Black River personnel were a part of Pinprick. In other words, they were a figment of Danziger's imagination. Danziger had argued that the creation of the indigenous group was vital both to get the president moving farther in the direction of war and as a reason to shovel virtually unlimited funds to Black River to cover the massive expenditures for its partners, Yevsin, Maslov, and Arkadyin, all of whom were paid by Good Shepherd. One of Perlis's men entered the tent to tell him that Arkadyan's plane would be arriving within 15 minutes. Perlis nodded, silently dismissing him. He had disliked using Dmitri Maslov, not because he felt he couldn't trust him, but because it galled him that he needed Maslov to deal with Yevsin. Worse, Maslov had brought in Leonid Arkadyin, a man Perlis had never met, but whose curriculum vitae in the shadow world of wet work was both impressive and worrying. Impressive because he'd never failed to successfully complete an assignment. Worrying because he was a wild card, in his own way, eerily similar to the late Jason Bourne. Both men had proved themselves unreliable at taking orders and sticking to the game plan they'd been given. They were both master improvisers, certainly an element in their success, but also a nightmare for anyone attempting to handle them. Thinking of the Russians caused him to consider the raid on Nikolai Yevsin's headquarters in Khartoum. He hadn't stayed around to find out who had staged it or what had happened, instead racing safely to the airport, where a Black River light transport was waiting for him just off the runway. When he tried to contact Oliver Liss, he'd gotten Dick Braun instead. Braun was another of the triumvirate who had founded Black River, but Perlis had never reported to him before. Braun wasn't happy, but then he already knew that the raid had been staged by a contingent of the Russian FSB-2 that, it turned out, had been on the trail of Yevsin's business for over 2 years. Noah also learned that Yevsin had been killed in the raid, a mildly surprising turn of events, but one that he, unlike Braun, welcomed. As far as he was concerned, the arms dealer's death meant one less partner, one less potential security problem to deal with. He could neither fathom nor condone Braun's white-hot fury at Dmitri Maslov's displeasure. So far as Noah was concerned, the head of the Kazanskaya Gruporovka was just another money-hungry Russian thug. Sooner or later, he'd have to be dealt with. Not that he said this to his boss. Such a comment would only further inflame the situation. What neither he nor Braun knew was the identity of the American who had infiltrated the Air Africa building immediately prior to the FSB-2 raid. It was too late to think about what the American might have wanted. Unfortunately for Noah, Braun was fully briefed, and, before Noah could ask him where Liss was, Braun asked him for an update on the situation with Humphrey Bamber, to which Noah replied that Bardem was as secure as it had ever been.
Does that mean he's been terminated? Braun said bluntly.
Yes, Noah lied, not wanting to get into that thorny issue on the cusp of Pinprick's operational phase. He killed the call before Braun could interrogate him further. Briefly, he felt a stab of concern at Oliver Liss's continuing absence, but right now he had more pressing problems, namely Bardem. Running the 3 scenarios again gave him a probability success rate of 98%, 97%, and 99%. The main military incursion, he knew, was going to take place on 2 pincer-like fronts, on the borders with Iraq and Afghanistan. One was far to the south, the other clear across the country in the east. All 3 scenarios were the same, except in 2 crucial details: how long Perlis and his team had to secure the oil fields and redirect the oil pipeline before the besieged Iranian military got wind of what was happening, and what shape their military would be in once they became aware of the oil field takeover. Still, by that time, Halliday would have diverted the American forces set to rendezvous with the non-existent indigenous group to provide support and lock down the area. Someone else entered the tent. Anticipating a progress report on Arkadyan's flight, he glanced up and started, suddenly certain that it was Moira. His heart racing and adrenaline pumping through him, he realized that it was only Fiona, another member of his elite team who had accompanied him here. Fiona, a redhead with fine features and porcelain skin heavily laced with freckles, looked nothing like Moira, and yet Moira was who he'd seen. Why was she still on his mind? For many years, he'd believed that he could not feel anything other than physical pain. He felt nothing when his parents died, or when his best friend in high school was killed in a hit-and-run accident. He remembered standing in burnished sunshine, watching his coffin being lowered into the ground, staring at the epic breasts of Marika de Soto, their classmate, and wondering what they felt like. It was easy for him to stare at Marika's breasts because she was crying. All the kids were crying, apart from him. He was certain there was something wrong with him, some missing element or essential connection to the outside world that allowed everything to pass him by like 2-dimensional images on a movie screen. Until Moira, who had somehow infected him like a virus. Why would he care what she was doing or how he had treated her when she was under his command? Liss had warned him about Moira, or more accurately, his relationship with her, which Liss had termed unhealthy. "Fire her and fuck her," Liss had said in his usual economic style. "Or forget her. Either way, get her out of your head before it's too late. This happened to you once before, to disastrous results." The problem was that it was already too late. Moira was lodged in a place inside himself even he couldn't get to. Other than himself, she was the only living person who seemed 3-dimensional, who actually lived and breathed. He desperately wanted her near him, but had no idea what he'd do when she was. Whenever he confronted her now, he felt like a child, his ferociously cold anger hiding his fear and insecurity. Possibly one could say he wanted her to love him, but being unable to love even himself, he had no clear conception of what love might consist of, what it would feel like, or even why he should desire it. But of course, at the throbbing core of him, he knew why he desired it, why, in fact, he didn't love Moira or even the thought of her. She was merely a symbol of someone else, whose life and death threw a shadow over his soul, as if she were the devil, or, if not the devil, then surely a demon or an angel. Even now, she had such a perfect hold on him that he could not even speak her name or think of it without a spasm of, what? Fear, fury, confusion, possibly all 3. The truth was that it was she who had infected him, not Moira. Terrible truth be known, his rage at Moira, in the form of this unwavering vendetta, was really a rage against himself. He had been so certain that he'd hidden the thought of Holly away forever, but Moira's betrayal had cracked open the receptacle in which he stored her memory. And just this memory caused him to touch the ring on his forefinger with the same trepidation a cook might use to test the handle of a burning hot saucepan. He wanted it out of his sight, He wished, in fact, that he'd never seen it or learned of it, and yet it had been years in his possession, and not once had he taken it off for any reason. It was as if Holly and the ring had fused, as if, defying the laws of physics or biology or whatever science, impossible as it might seem, her essence remained in the ring. He looked down at it, such a small thing to have defeated him so utterly. He felt feverish now, as if the virus were advancing to another, terminal stage. He stared at the Bardem program without his usual concentration. "Just remember this last bit of advice, mate," Liz had said to him. "More often than not, women are the downfall of men." Was it all coming apart? Was there nothing but loss in the world? Thrusting the laptop aside, he stood and strode out of the tent into the alien atmosphere of Iran. The architectural spiderwebs of the oil rigs circled the area like prison towers. The sound of their pumping filled the oily air with the low, steady rumble of mechanical animals prowling around their cages. The screech and clang of outmoded trucks shifting ill-maintained gears punctuated the afternoon, and the smell of crude was always in the air. And then, above it all, came the scream of the jet engines as the Air Africa plane appeared like a silver tube against the hazed and mottled blue of the sky. Arkadian and his men were moments away from landing. Soon the air would be thick with tracer fire, explosions, and shrapnel. It was time to go to work. "Please tell me this is a joke," Peter Marks said when he and Willard walked into the Mexican restaurant and saw the man sitting alone at the rear banquette. Apart from this figure, Marks and Willard were the only customers in the place. The room smelled of fermented corn and spilled beer. "I don't make jokes," Willard said. "That really sucks, especially right at this moment." "Don't ask me to do better," Willard said with some asperity, "because I can't." They were in a part of Virginia unknown to Marks. He had no idea a Mexican restaurant would be open for breakfast. Willard raised an arm, a clear invitation for Marks to head on back. The man sitting alone was dressed in an expensive bespoke charcoal blue suit, a pale blue shirt, and a navy tie with white polka dots. A small enamel replica of the American flag was pinned to his left lapel. He was drinking something out of a tall glass with a sprig of green growing out of the top. A mint julep, Marks would have thought, except that it was 7:30 in the morning. Despite Willard's pressure, Marks balked. "This man is the enemy. He's the fucking Antichrist as far as the intelligence community is concerned. His company flouts the law, does all the things we can't do, and gets paid obscene amounts of money to do them. While we slave away in this shit-filled belly of the beast, he's out there buying his Gulfstream 6s. He shook his head, stubborn to the last. "Really, Freddie, I don't think I can." "Any route that leads to roadkill. Weren't those your words?" Willard smiled winningly. "Do you want to win this war, or do you want to see the old man's dream flushed into the NSA recycle bin?" His smile turned encouraging. "One would think that after serving all this time in, as you say, the shit-filled belly of the beast, you might crave a little fresh air. Come on. After the first shock, it won't be so bad." "Promise, Daddy?" Willard laughed under his breath. "That's the spirit." Taking Marks's arm, he steered him across the linoleum tiles. As they approached the banquette, the solitary man seemed to appraise them both. With his dark, wavy hair, wide forehead, and rugged features, he looked like a film star. Robert Forster came immediately to mind, but there were bits and pieces of others, Marks was certain. "Good morning, gentlemen. Please, sit down." Oliver Liss not only looked like a film star, he sounded like one. He had a deep, rich voice that rolled out of his throat with controlled power. "I took the liberty of ordering drinks." He lifted his tall, frosty glass as two others were set down in front of Marks and Willard. "It's iced chai with cinnamon and nutmeg." He took a swig of his drink, urging them to do the same. "It's said that nutmeg is a psychedelic in high doses." His smile managed to convey the notion that he'd successfully tried out the theory. In fact, everything about Oliver Liss exuded success to the most exacting degree. But then he and his two partners hadn't built Black River from the ground up on trust funds and dumb luck. As Mark sipped at his drink, he felt as if a nest of pit vipers had taken up residence in his abdomen. Mentally, he cursed Willard for not preparing him for this meeting. He tried to dredge up everything he'd read or heard about Oliver Liss and was dismayed to discover that it was precious little. For one thing, the man kept out of the limelight. One of the other partners, Carrie Mangold, was the public face of Black River. For another, very little was known about him. Marks recalled Googling him once and discovering a disconcertingly short bio. Apparently an orphan, Liss was raised in a series of Chicago foster homes until the age of 18, when he got his first full-time job working for a building contractor. Apparently, the contractor had both contacts and juice, because in no time, Liss had begun working in the campaign of the state senator, for whom the contractor had built a 20,000-square-foot home in Highland Park. When the man was elected, he took Liss with him to D.C., and the rest was, as they say, history. Liss was unmarried, without family affiliations of any kind, at least not that anyone knew about. In short, he lived behind a lead curtain not even the internet could pierce. Marks tried not to wince when he drank the chai. He was a coffee drinker and hated any kind of tea, especially ones that tried to masquerade as something else. This one tasted like a cupful of the Ganges. Someone else might have said, "Do you like it?" just to break the ice, but it seemed Liss was uninterested in ice-breaking or any other form of conventional communication. Instead, he directed his eyes, the same deep shade of blue as the background of his tie, to Marks and said, "Willard tells me good things about you. Are they true?" "Willard doesn't lie," Marks said. This brought the ghost of a smile to Liss's lips. He continued to sip his vile chai, his gaze never wavering. He seemed not to have to blink, a disconcerting asset in anyone, especially someone in his position. The food came then. It appeared as if Liss had ordered not only their drinks, but their breakfast as well. This consisted of buttered fresh corn tortillas and scrambled eggs with peppers and onions, drenched in an orange chili sauce that just about incinerated the lining of Marks's mouth. Following the first incautious bite, he swallowed hard and stuffed his face with tortillas and sour cream. Water would just spread the heat from his stomach to his small intestine. Graciously, Liss waited until Marks's eyes had stopped watering. Then he said, "You're quite right about our Willard. He doesn't lie to his friends." Just as if there had been no gap in the conversation. As for everyone else, well, his lies seem like the soul of truth. If Willard was flattered by this talk, he gave no indication. Rather, he contented himself by eating his food as slowly and methodically as a priest, his expression sphinx-like. "However, if you don't mind," Liss continued, "tell me something about yourself." "You mean my bio, my curriculum vitae?" Liss showed his teeth briefly. "Tell me something about yourself I don't know." Clearly, he meant something personal, something revealing. And it was at this precise moment that Marks realized that Willard had been in discussions with Oliver Liss before this morning, perhaps for some time. "It's already rebooted," Willard had said to him, referring to Treadstone. Once again, he felt blindsided by the quarterback of his own team. Not a good feeling to have at a meeting with the import of this one. He shrugged mentally. No use fighting it. He was here. He might as well play out the string. This was Willard's show anyway. He was just along for the ride. 1 week shy of my first wedding anniversary, I met someone, a dancer, a ballet dancer of all things. She was very young, not yet 22, a good 12 years my junior. We saw each other once a week like clockwork for 19 months, and then, just like that, it was over. Her company went on tour to Moscow, Prague, and Warsaw, but that wasn't the reason. Liss sat back and, drawing out a cigarette, lit it in defiance of the law. Why should he care? Marks thought acidly. He is the law. What was the reason? Liz said in an oddly soft tone of voice. To tell you the truth, I don't know. Marks pushed his food around his plate. It's a funny thing. That heat. One day it was there, the next day it wasn't. Liz blew out a plume of smoke. I assume you're divorced now? I'm not, but I suspect you already knew that. Why didn't you and your wife split up? This was what Liz's information couldn't tell him. Marks shrugged. I never stopped loving my wife. So she forgave you. She never found out, Marks said. Liz's eyes glittered like sapphires. You didn't tell her? No. You never felt the urge to tell her, to confess. He paused reflectively. Most men would. There was nothing to tell her, Marks said. Something happened to me, like the flu, then it was gone. Like it never happened. Marks nodded. More or less. Liz stubbed out his cigarette, turned to Willard, and regarded him for a long moment. All right, he said. You have your funding. Then he rose, and without another word, walked out of the restaurant. It's the oil field, stupid. Moira slapped her forehead with the palm of her hand. Good God, why didn't I see that all along? It's so damn obvious. Obvious now that you know everything, Humphrey Bamber said. They were in Christian Lamontiere's kitchen, eating roast beef and Havarti cheese sandwiches on sprouted wheat bread Bamber had made from the well-stocked fridge, washed down with Badois, a French mineral water. Bamber's laptop was on the table in front of them, Bardem up and running through the 3 scenarios Noah had inputted into the software program. I thought the same thing the first time I read Israel Zangwill's The Big Bow Mystery. Humphrey Bamber swallowed a mouthful of sandwich. It's the first real locked room mystery, although others as far back as Herodotus in the 5th century BCE, believe it or not, toyed with the idea. But it was Zangwill who in 1892 introduced the concept of misdirection, which became the touchstone for all stories of so-called impossible crimes from then on. And pinprick is classic misdirection. Moira studied the scenarios with mounting fascination and dread, but on such a massive scale that without Bardem, no one would be able to figure out that the real reason for invading Iran was to confiscate their oil fields. She pointed at the screen. This area, Noah's target area, Sharaka Nasiri Astara. I've read a couple of intelligence reports about it. At least a third of Iran's oil comes from there. She pointed again. See how small a geographic area it is? That makes it both vulnerable to an assault by a relatively small force and easily defendable by that same small force. It's perfect for Noah. She shook her head. My God, this is brilliant. Demented, horrific, unthinkable even, but decidedly brilliant. Bamber went and got another bottle of Badois out of the fridge. I don't understand. I'm not yet certain of all the details, but what's clear is that Black River has made a deal with the devil. Someone high up in the U.S. government has been pushing for us to do something about Iran's fast-progressing nuclear program, which threatens to destabilize the entire Middle East. We, and other right-minded governments, have been making noises in the correct diplomatic channels for Iran to cease and dismantle its nuclear reactors. Iran's response has been to thumb its nose in our faces. Next, we and our allies tried economic embargoes, which only made Iran laugh because we need their oil, and we're not the only ones. Worse, they have the strategic option of closing down the Straits of Hormuz, which would have the effect of shutting down oil shipments from all the OPEC nations in the region. She got up and put her plate into the sink, then returned to the table. Someone here in Washington decided that patience was getting us nowhere. Bamber frowned. And? So they decided to force the issue. They used the downing of our airliner to go to war against Iran, but they're also apparently running a side mission. Pinprick. Exactly. What Bardem is telling us is that under the chaos of the ground invasion, a small cadre of Black River operatives, with the full consent of the government, is going to take over the oil fields in Sharaki Nasiri Astara, giving us far more control over our economic destiny. With this Iranian oil, we'll no longer have to kowtow to the Saudis, the Iranians, Venezuela, or any OPEC nation for that matter. America will be oil independent. But the oil field land grab is illegal, isn't it? Duh. However, for some reason that doesn't seem to be concerning anyone at the moment. Well, what are you going to do now? That was, of course, the billion-dollar question. In another time, another place, she would have called Ronnie Hart. But Ronnie was dead. Noah, she was quite certain it was Noah, had seen to that. She missed Ronnie now more than ever, but the selfish reason for her emotion shamed her, and she turned away from the acknowledgement. That's when she thought of Soraya more. She'd met Soraya through Bourne and liked her. That they'd shared a past hadn't bothered her in the slightest. She wasn't the jealous type. How to get in touch with Soraya? Opening her cell, she called CI headquarters. The director, she was told, was out of the country. When she told the operative that her call was urgent, he told her to wait. A little over 60 seconds later, he was back on the phone. "Give me the number where Director Moore can reach you," he said. Moira recited her cell phone number and cut the connection, fully expecting that her request would be promptly lost in the maze of paperwork and requests that must constantly flood Soraya's electronic inbox. She was therefore stunned when her cell phone rang 10 minutes later, showing an out-of-area logo on her tiny screen. She put the cell to her ear. "Hello? Moira? It's Soraya Moore. Where are you? Are you in trouble?" Moira laughed in relief to hear the other woman's voice. "I'm in D.C., and yes, I've been in trouble and out. Listen, I have some news for you." Quickly and methodically, she started at the beginning, outlining what she knew about Jay Weston's murder and what she was now certain was Steve Stevenson's murder, as well as what she knew of Ronnie Hart's death. It all boils down to this software program Noah Perlis commissioned. She went on to describe what Bardem did, how she had obtained a copy of it, and what it had revealed about Black River's plans to confiscate the Iranian oil fields. "What I can't figure out is how such a complex plan could have been hatched after the terrorist attack on the plane outside Cairo." "It wasn't," Soraya said. "I'm currently in Khartoum, and here's why." And she told Moira what she and Amun Shalthum had discovered regarding the Iranian Kosar-3 missile and the four-man American cadre that had smuggled it over the Sudanese border into Egypt. So you see, it's bigger even than Black River and elements inside the government. Even Noah couldn't have gotten to Nikolai Yevsin without the help of the Russians. Now Moira understood why no one was concerned about the illegality of the oil field land grab. If the Russians were in on pinprick, they would deflect world opinion in the right direction. "Moira," Soraya said now, "we found the four men outside Khartoum. They were shot once in the head, execution style, and their bodies dumped in with quicklime. But we managed to salvage something odd from each of them. They look like dog tags, only the writing on them is enciphered." Moira felt her heart thumping hard in her chest. "They sound like the tags Black River gives to its field personnel." "Then we could prove it was Black River personnel who fired that missile. We could avert this ill-advised and self-serving war." "I'd have to see them to make sure," Moira said. "I'll overnight them to you," Soraya said. "My pal here tells me he can expedite the shipment so you'll get the tags tomorrow morning." "That would be fantastic. If they are what they seem to be, I can get them processed in hours. I'll just have to make sure they're delivered into the right hands." "That wouldn't be CI," Soraya said. "There's a new director, M. Errol Danziger. Though his appointment hasn't yet been officially announced, he's already taken over, and he's Secretary Halliday's man." She took a breath. "Listen, do you need protection? I can have some of my people to wherever you are within 20 minutes. Thanks very much, but the way things are going, the fewer people know where I am, the better. Understood. There was another, longer pause. I've been thinking a lot about Jason recently. Me too. Moira was thinking how happy she was that Jason wasn't a part of all this. He needed his time to heal, both physically and mentally. Being a hairbreadth from dying wasn't something you got over in a few weeks or even months. There's a lot about him to remember. Half a world away, Soraya was thinking she'd call Jason and update him just as soon as she concluded this conversation. You and I share that, don't we? Don't forget about him, Moira, Soraya said just before she rang off. Chapter 33. Arkadian, alighting from the Air Africa jet, despised Noah Perlis on sight. For that reason, he was at his most cordial when he, at the head of his 20-man cadre, met with a Black River operative. At the same time, he was trying his best to ignore the eerie similarities between this section of Iran and Nizhny Tagil, with its sulphurous stench, the particulate-filled air, the ring of oil wells that seemed so much like the guard towers on the high-security prisons surrounding his home city. The rest of Arkadian's contingent was still in the plane, where they were looking after the pilot and navigator, as they had the entire flight to make sure they didn't warn anyone about the larger-than-normal cargo. At a prearranged signal, the men would come pouring out of the belly of the plane, not unlike the Greek warriors who had been taken inside the impregnable walls of Troy in the wooden horse. "It's good to meet you at last, Leonid Danilovich," Perlis said in passable Russian as he gripped Arkadian's hand. "Your reputation precedes you." Arkadian smiled his most welcoming smile and said, "I think you ought to know Jason Bourne is here." "What?" Perlis looked as if the world had dropped away from him. "What did you say?" "Or if he isn't here yet, he soon will be." Arkadian kept the smile on his face, even as Perlis tried to yank his hand away from the death grip Arkadian had on it. "It was Bourne who infiltrated the Air Africa building in Khartoum. I know you must have been wondering who it was." Perlis appeared to be struggling to understand what Arkadian was up to. "That's nonsense. Bourne is dead." "On the contrary." Arkadian jerked back hard on Perlis's trapped hand. "And I ought to know. I shot Bourne in Bali. I, too, thought he died, but like me, he's a survivor, a man with 9 lives. Even if all this is true, how would you know Bourne was in Khartoum, let alone at the Air Africa building?" "It's my business to know these things, Perlis." He laughed. "Now I'm being coy. Actually, I sent Bourne on a course expressly designed to lead him to Khartoum, to the Air Africa building, to, and this is most important of all, Nikolai Yevsin." "Yevsin is at the heart of our plan. Why would you do such an idiotic—"
I wanted Bourne to kill Yevsin, and that's precisely what he did.
Arkadion's smile spread all the way up to his eyes. This arrogant American looks good with all the blood drained from his face, he thought.
I have all of Yevsin's computer files, all his contacts, clients, and suppliers. Not that that's a wide circle of people, as you can imagine, but by now they've all been informed of Nikolai Yevsin's death. They've also been told they'll be dealing with me from now on. You're taking over Yevsin's business.
Despite what he'd just heard, Perlis couldn't stop himself from laughing in Arkadion's brutal face.
You have delusions of grandeur, my friend. You're nothing but an uneducated, low-IQ Russian hood who's inexplicably come into some good luck. But in this business, good luck will get you only so far. Then it's time for the professionals to take you out.
Arkadion resisted the urge to turn the American's face to bloody pulp. That time would come, but first he required an audience for what he was about to do. Still holding onto Perlis's hand, he thumbed open his cell phone and sent a 3-digit text message. A moment later, the belly of the Air Africa jet seemed to split open with the remaining 80 men in Arkadion's private army.
"What's this?"
Perlis said, as he watched his own personnel being overpowered, disarmed, thrown to the ground, where they were systematically bound and gagged.
"It isn't only Yevsin's business I'm taking over, Mr. Perlis. It's these oil fields. What's yours is now mine."
The Russian Mi-28 Havoc combat helicopter, carrying Bourne and Colonel Boris Karpov, 2 of his men, as well as a 2-man crew and a full complement of weapons, banked low over the Iranian oil fields in Sharaka Nasiri Astara, and immediately they saw the 2 planes, one the Air Africa jet Karpov's IT man in Khartoum had tracked here, the other a Sikorsky S-70 Blackhawk, painted matte black but with no markings. Black River Transport.
"According to my intel in Moscow, the American-led Allied forces have not yet crossed over into Iranian territory," Karpov said. "We may still have time to avert this catastrophe."
If I know anything about Noah Perlis, he's sure to have made contingency plans. Bourne, peering down at the swiftly changing terrain, was mulling over everything Soraya had told him. At last he had all the pieces of the puzzle, save one, Arkadion's angle. He had to have one. Bourne was as certain of that as he was of anything in this delicately constructed spider's web. And there was the spider, he thought, as the Havoc swept down like a bat out of hell, passing directly over the figures of Arkadion and Perlis. As Karpov directed the pilot to land, Bourne felt the deep throbbing pain in his chest wound, returning like an old enemy to dog him. Ignoring it, he tried to work out what was going on. 5 men and 1 woman were lying face down on the ground, trussed like suckling pigs ready for the rotisserie. Bourne counted 100 heavily armed men in camo uniforms that were clearly not American military issue.
"What the fuck is happening down there?"
Boris had just now switched his attention to the same scene that absorbed Bourne.
"And there's that fucker Arkadion."
He clenched his fist.
"How I want his nuts in a sling, and now by God I'll have them."
By this time, the Havoc had come under small arms fire, and the pilot, sitting in his raised cabin in the rear, was taking evasive maneuvers, the 2 TV3 117 VMA turboshaft engines whining in response. Neither Bourne nor Karpov was particularly concerned by the semi-automatic fire, since the Havoc was outfitted with an armored cabin able to withstand the impact of 7.62 and 12.7 millimeter bullets, as well as 20 millimeter shell fragments.
"Are you all set?" Karpov asked Bourne. "You look ready for anything, just like an American should."
And he laughed tonelessly. The weapons man yelled a warning. Looking to where he was pointing, they saw one of the men slide a red-eye missile into its launcher, and his compatriots swing it up on his shoulder, aim it at them, and pull the trigger. The moment Arkadion saw the red-eye rammed home into its launcher, He delivered a vicious uppercut to Perlis's jaw and, releasing his hand as the American went down, ran toward the man who was about to fire at the Havoc. He shouted for the man to stop, but it was useless. The noise of the helicopter rotors was too loud. He knew what had happened. His men had seen the Russian combat Havoc and had reacted against an instinctive enemy. The red eye shot into the air, detonating against the Havoc's fuel tanks. That was a mistake, because the Havoc's tanks were insulated with polyurethane foam to protect them from being set on fire. Plus, any rents in the tanks themselves were instantly closed with latex in the self-healing covers. Even if the blast had ruptured one of the fuel lines, which seemed likely because the Havoc was at a low altitude when it was hit, the fuel feed system operated in a vacuum, which prevented the fuel from leaking into areas where it could be ignited. In the aftermath of the hit, the Havoc swung back and forth like a disoriented insect. Then what Arkadin feared the most happened. 2 Sturm anti-tank missiles streaked out from the underbelly of the wounded Havoc toward the surface. The resulting detonations took out 3/4 of Arkadin's cadre. Bourne, thrown face first against a bulkhead, felt the explosion of pain in his chest radiating out into his arms. For an instant, he thought the trauma to his wound had caused a heart attack. Then he got himself under control, mentally tapped down on the pain, and extending a hand, pulled Karpov off the deck of the Havoc. Smoke drifted into the cabin, which made it more difficult for him to catch his breath, but it wasn't immediately clear whether it was from damage the helicopter had sustained or from the shallow craters on the ground where the Sturms had struck.
"Set this bucket down, and I mean now!"
Karpov ordered over the racket of the engines. The pilot, who had been battling the controls ever since they were hit, nodded, and they descended vertically. The moment they made contact with a bone-rattling jar, Karpov wrenched the door open and dropped to the ground. Bourne followed him with a grimace of pain. His breath was hot in his throat. Both of them ran, crouched over, under the aircraft's wind sweep until they were outside the circumference of the rotors. What they came upon was hell on Earth, or rather, war. In the air, the virile whoosh of the missiles had been exhilarating, especially as retaliation for the first strike. But here on the ground, without the cool detachment of a god's eye view, all was devastation. Great mounds of black earth, scorched and smoking as if from the pits of the underworld, half-covered random bits and pieces of bodies, as if some insane creature had decided to improve on the human form by first dismantling it. The stench of roasted flesh mingled with the foul odors of excrement and exploded ordnance. To Bourne, the scene had the nightmarish quality of Goya's half-mad black paintings come to life. When so much death presented itself, when all was horror in every direction, the mind interpreted it as surreal in order not to go mad. The 2 men spotted Arkadin at the same time and took off after him. The problem was that the pain in Bourne's chest was growing in size and heat. Whereas only moments before it had seemed to be the size of a pinball, it now seemed larger than a fist. It seemed, moreover, to have encompassed his heart. As he went down on one knee, he saw Karpov vanish into a plume of black, oily smoke. He couldn't see Arkadin, but what was left of his cadre was engaged with the Iranian oil field guards in a pitched hand-to-hand battle for every inch of territory that hadn't been turned into an infernal pit. As for the Black River operatives, none that he could see remained alive, having been either killed in the missile attack or executed by Arkadin's forces. All was chaos. Bourne forced himself to his feet, staggering past the bodies into the curling smoke that reached up into the sky. What he encountered on the other side was not encouraging. Boris lay on the slope of one of the craters, one leg at an unnatural angle underneath the other. White bone shone through. Standing astride him was Leonid Danilovich Arkadin. In Arkadin's hand was a .38 Sig Sauer.
You thought you could fuck me up, Colonel, but I've waited a long time for this moment.
Arkadian's voice could just be heard over the screams and the harsh rat-a-tat sounds of weapons of war.
And now, my time is here.
He turned abruptly, facing Bourne, and a slow smile spread across his face as he squeezed off 3 shots in a tight triangle into Bourne's chest. Chapter 34. Bourne was blown back off his feet by the concussion of the bullet striking him. Searing pain racked him. He must have passed out for a moment, because the next thing he knew, Arkadian had climbed up to the lip of the crater, looking down at him with an odd expression that might have been pity or even disappointment.
Here we are,
he said as he walked toward Bourne.
Karpov isn't going anywhere, and Perlis's men are dead, if not buried. They're both dead men. So now it's just you and me, the first and last Treadstone graduates. But you're on the verge of death as well, aren't you?
He crouched down.
You are complicit in Dievra's death, and I made you pay. But there's something I want to know before you die. How many more graduates are there? 10? 20? More?
Bourne could barely speak. He felt paralyzed. There was blood all over the front of the jacket Boris had given him.
I don't know.
He managed to get out. Breathing was more difficult than he'd expected, and the pain was incredible. Now that he was in the center of the web, now that he had found the clever spider who crouched there, spinning his intricate strands, he felt helpless.
You don't know.
Arkadian cocked his head to one side, mocking him.
Well, here's what I know, and unlike you, I don't mind sharing. I imagine you think I hired the torturer, but nothing could be farther from the truth. Why would I hire someone to do something I'm itching to do myself? Doesn't make sense, does it? But here's what does make sense. The torturer was hired by Willard. Yes, that's right, the man who remade you in Bali after you somehow survived a bullet to the heart. How did you manage that, by the way? Never mind. In the moment when you're dead, it'll be irrelevant.
Ordnance, mortars perhaps, from the Iranians came whistling through the sky, detonating at 2 different flanking points not 100 yards away. Arkadian never flinched or even blinked. He merely waited for an abatement of the screaming.
Where was I? Oh, yes, Willard. Here's another news flash for you. Willard knew I was alive and that I was the one who'd pulled the trigger in Bali. How did he know? The typical Treadstone way. He interrogated the man I hired to make sure you were really dead. He called me on my own man's cell. Can you believe the balls on that fuck?
Not far away, aircraft engines whined into life. The Black Hawk's rotors started spinning. Now Bourne knew where Perlis had gone.
I imagine you're wondering why he didn't tell you. Because he was testing you, just like he was testing me. He wanted to see how long it would take you to find out about me, because he already knew how long it took me to find out about you.
Arkadian sat back on his heels.
Clever little fucker, I'll give him that. Well, now that we've gotten to know each other a little better, it's time to end it. There's only so much time I can spend with my doppelganger without getting sick to my stomach.
He got to his feet.
I'd make you crawl, but I'm quite sure in your condition you can't manage it.
That was when Bourne rose up as if he'd returned from the dead and lunged at him. Arkadian, in shock, raised the SIG and fired. Once again, Bourne was knocked off his feet. Once again, he rose to one knee and then to his feet.
Good Christ,
Arkadian said. His eyes harbored a hunted and dangerous look.
What the fuck are you?
Bourne reached out and grabbed at the gun. At precisely that moment, a shot rang out, spinning Arkadian around. Blood leaked from a wound in his shoulder. He shouted, struck out at Bourne, then fired off 2 shots at Boris Karpov, who, despite his broken leg, had crawled up the side of the charred crater. Arkadion's SIG clicked hollowly. The magazine was empty. The Black Hawk lifted off and, swinging around, began a raking fire of machine gun bursts at the remaining members of Arkadion's cadre. It made no difference to the Black River gunner aboard the helicopter that Arkadion's men were still engaged with the Iranian guards. Both were being systematically mowed down. Throwing the useless SIG into Bourne's face, Arkadion raced toward what remained of his men. Bourne took 3 steps after him and fell to his knees. His heart felt as if it was about to burst. Despite the Kevlar vest and packets of pig blood Karpov had insisted he put on under his jacket, the impact of the 4 shots Arkadion had fired at him had torn open his original wound. He could barely catch his breath. The Black Hawk was swinging around for another run at the men on the ground, but now Arkadion had slammed a missile into the shoulder launcher. Bourne knew that it was imperative for Arkadion to protect what was left of his cadre. Without them, there was nothing he could do here. He couldn't hold the oil fields by himself. His only chance now was to bring the Black Hawk down. With an extreme force of will, he rose and loped toward a tangle of dead soldiers. Picking up an AK-47, he aimed it at Arkadion and pulled the trigger. The magazine was empty. Throwing it aside, he wrenched a Luger from a holster on one of the soldiers, checked that it was loaded, and ran toward where Arkadion stood, spread-legged, the rocket launcher on his right shoulder. Bursts of machine gun fire from the Black Hawk tracered through the air as Bourne ran and squeezed the Luger's trigger, forcing Arkadion to fire the missile at a run. Possibly the launcher had sustained damage, or else the missile itself was defective because it missed the helicopter. Without breaking stride, Arkadion tossed aside the launcher and, with almost the same motion, ripped a submachine gun out of a fallen soldier's grip. He fired at Bourne on the run, forcing Bourne to scramble for cover. Arkadion kept firing until the clip ran out, then Bourne was up and running, though he could scarcely catch his breath. He fired, still on the run, but Arkadion was lost in a plume of dense black smoke. Above their heads, the Black River helicopter lifted away in the direction of the oil wells. There were no Black River personnel left alive that Bourne could see, and Arkadion's cadre lay strewn on the smoking ground. Bourne ran into the smoke, and immediately his eyes began to tear. His breath felt ragged in his throat as his lungs labored. In that moment, he sensed something coming at him from out of the swirling blackness, and he ducked, but not quite in time. Arkadion's 2-handed blow caught him on the shoulder, spinning him around. For the moment, the Luger was useless, and Arkadion delivered a punch to the side of Bourne's head, staggering him further. Bourne felt as if both his head and his chest were about to explode, but when Arkadion lunged for the Luger, he struck out with the barrel, flaying open a long, bloody wound on Arkadion's cheek, so deep he could see bone. Arkadion reeled backward into the thick black pall, and Bourne squeezed off the Luger's last 3 rounds. He careered through the smoke, searching for his foe, coming at last out of the plume. He turned in all directions, but Arkadion was nowhere to be seen. All at once, he was on his knees, felled by the pain in his chest. His head hung down, the agony all-encompassing. In his mind, he saw the fire creeping through him, threatening to consume him, and he thought of what Tracy had said as she lay in his arms dying. "It's in our darkest hour that our secrets eat us alive." And then, in the center of that fire, a face appeared, a face made of fire. It was the face of Shiva, the god of destruction and resurrection. Was it Shiva who lifted him to his feet? He'd never know, because one moment he was on the verge of collapse, the next he stood swaying on his feet. And it was then that he saw Boris lying at the edge of the crater, his head covered in blood. Ignoring his own pain, Bourne dug his hands under Karpov's armpits and hauled him up. Then, with the tracers buzzing through the air overhead, he dipped his knees and threw Boris over his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he began to pick his way past the dead and the dying, the still smoldering remnants of human beings toward the Russian helicopter. Several times, he was forced to stop either by the hail of machine gun fire or by the pain that gripped his heart like a vice, cinched so tight he could scarcely breathe. Once, he went down on one knee, and the blackened hand of a soldier, of which side it was impossible to tell, grabbed at the fabric of his trousers. Bourne tried to push it away, but the fingers stuck to him like glue. All around him, half-shattered faces seemed to turn to him, shrieking in the silent agony of their death throes. They were all the same now, these victims of violence that was always, at heart, senseless. Their allegiances were rendered irrelevant by chaos, blood, and fire, erasing not only their humanity, but also their beliefs, that one thing that drove them, whether it be politics, religion, or simply money. They were all jumbled together under a lowering sky filled with the ashes of their compatriots and their enemies. Finally, he peeled the soldier's grip off him and, rising unsteadily, continued on his agonizing journey over the blasted landscape. Visibility was now an issue, what with the oily smoke that choked the already filthy air. As if in a dream, the Russian helicopter seemed to fade in and out of focus, to be at first near at hand, then thousands of yards distant. He ran, stopped, crouched over, panting, then ran on again, feeling like Sisyphus rolling the boulder up the hill, but never getting to the top. His goal still seemed a mile away, and so he kept on, one foot in front of the other, stumbling and loping with his ungainly burden, zigzagging through the zone of death this mini-war had produced. And at last, lungs bursting, eyes tearing, he saw Boris's men pour out of the shelter of the helicopter to meet him and their fallen commander. They took him off Bourne's numb shoulder, and he fell to his knees. Two of Boris's men lifted him to his feet and fed him water. But more bad news awaited him here. Boris's crew had been forced to abandon the Havoc, which had been rendered inoperable by the missile strike. Bourne, looking around while he tried to regain his breath, directed them to the Air Africa jet, sitting idle 300 yards away. They encountered no one around the jet or on the gangway. The door gaped open. Inside, they discovered why. The crew had been bound and gagged, presumably by Arkadian and his cadre. Bourne gave the order to free them. They lay the colonel down on the floor of the Air Africa jet, and the medic crouched over him, beginning his examination. After 5 anxious minutes, when he tested and probed, he looked up at Bourne and the men hovering around.
"The leg is a simple break, and is no problem," he said. "As for his wound, it could have been worse. The bullet grazed the side of his head, but didn't crack the skull. That's the good news."
His hands continued to work on his fallen commander.
"The bad news is he's got a serious concussion. Pressure is building in his brain. I'm going to have to relieve it by drilling a small hole."
He pointed to a spot on Boris's right temple.
"Just here."
He took a closer look at Bourne and clucked his tongue.
"Still and all, I can only do triage. We need to get him to a hospital as quickly as possible."
Bourne went up front and gave the Air Africa pilot and navigator orders to take them back to Khartoum. At once, they began their pre-flight checklist. The engines came on one by one.
"Please strap yourself in," the medic said when Bourne returned. "I'll see to you as soon as I've got Colonel Karpov's condition stabilized."
Bourne was in no condition to argue. He collapsed into a seat, stripped off his jacket and the spent packets of pig blood Arkadian's bullets had ripped open. He said a silent prayer to the spirit of the pig who'd given its life to spare his own, and could not help seeing in his mind's eye the great carved pig at the pool in Bali. He unstrapped the Kevlar vest and buckled up, but his gaze never left Karpov's prone form. He looked deathly pale. There was blood all over him, and for the first time in Bourne's spotty memory, he looked truly vulnerable. Bourne found himself wondering whether he'd looked like that to Moira after he'd been shot in Tunganen. As they began to roll down the runway, he had the presence of mind to call Soraya on his sat phone and tell her what happened. I'll get to General LeBeau, who's commanding the Allied forces, and tell him to stand down, Soraya said. He's a good man. He'll listen, especially when I tell him that by tomorrow morning, we'll have enough hard evidence to prove it was Black River, not Iranian terrorists, who fired the Khosar-3. A lot of people in the U.S. government are going to have egg on their faces, Bourne said wearily. With what we have, I'm hoping more than egg for some of them, Soraya said. Anyway, it wouldn't be the first time, and it sure as hell won't be the last. He heard 3 huge blasts from somewhere outside. Looking through the Perspex window, he saw Perlis's parting gift. The Black Hawk had fired missiles into each of the wells. They were now all on fire. Doubtless, this was his way of ensuring that even if he survived, Arkadian wouldn't get his hands on them. Jason, you told me that Colonel Karpov will be okay, but are you all right? Bourne, sitting in the cabin of the jet that was just now airborne, had no idea what to say. How many times do you have to die, he thought, before you learn how to live? The moment Moira ripped open the package Soraya had sent her and pulled out the titanium tags, she knew she had the last piece of physical evidence to take Noah and Black River down. The tags were Black River, all right. After she had decoded them, had gotten the names and serial numbers of the 4 operatives, she took the tags in Humphrey Bamber's laptop with Bardem to the only person she knew she could absolutely trust, Frederick Willard. Willard accepted her evidence with a controlled amount of glee, and it seemed to her a curious equanimity that spoke of a degree of foreknowledge. In due course, Willard presented the evidence against Black River to a multiplicity of sources, to ensure the evidence would not somehow be deliberately mislaid or otherwise disposed of. Soraya and Amun Shalthum returned to Cairo. Despite the fact that Soraya's people had gathered compelling evidence on the identity of Shalthum's enemy, it was not a happy time for them personally. Soraya knew that he'd never leave Egypt, that he only felt comfortable in his homeland. Besides, he still had political battles to fight here, and she knew that even if she hadn't helped him, he'd never run away from them. She also knew that she'd never leave America to live here with him. "What are we going to do, Amun?" she said. "I don't know, Azizti. I love you in a way I've never loved anyone in my life. The thought of losing you is unbearable." He took her hand. "Move here. Live with me. We'll get married, and you'll have babies, and we'll raise them together." She laughed and shook her head. "You know I wouldn't be happy here." "But think how beautiful our children will be, Azizti." She laughed again. "Idiot." She kissed him on the lips. She'd meant it as a friendly kiss, but it turned into something else, something deeper, something ecstatic, and it lasted a long time. When at last they broke apart, she said, "I have an idea. We'll meet once a year for a week, a different place each year, or wherever you wish." He looked at her for a long time. "Azizti, there is nothing else for us, is there? Isn't this enough? This has to be enough. You must see that." "I see very clearly." He sighed and held her tight. "We'll make it enough, won't we?" 3 days later, the Black River scandal hit the internet and news wires with the force of a hurricane, overshadowing even the disbanding of the Allied forces on Iran's borders, which had already been parsed to death by the news media's talking heads. "This is it," Peter Marks told Willard. "Both Black River and Secretary Halliday are going down." He was surprised when Willard gave him an inscrutable look. "I hope you're not eager to back out of our deal, Princeling." That cryptic remark became clear when, hours later, Secretary of Defense Bud Halliday held a press conference condemning Black River's role in what he termed a stupefying abuse of power that goes so far beyond the parameters of the company's stated mission that steps are being taken to dismantle it.
I've spoken personally to the Attorney General, who confirmed to me that both civil and criminal charges are at this moment being prepared against members of Black River, including the principals. I want to make perfectly clear to the American people that the NSA hired Black River in good faith on the basis of that organization's assurances that they had met with and had come to an agreement with leaders of a pro-democracy group inside Iran. Documentation was provided as to dates, times, names of the principals, and issues discussed, all of which I have turned over to the Attorney General as evidence against Black River. I want to assure the American people that at no time did I or anyone in the NSA know that this was a total fabrication on the part of Black River. To that end, a blue ribbon panel is at this moment being created to investigate the entire matter. My pledge to you today is that the perpetrators of this unthinkable plot will be punished to the full extent of the law.
Not surprisingly, no link was ever discovered between the NSA, let alone Halliday himself, and Black River, other than the one he publicly described. And to Marks's astonishment, the principals charged by the Attorney General were Kerry Mangold and Dick Braun. Nowhere was there a mention of Oliver Liss, the third member of Black River's triumvirate. When Marks asked Willard about this, he received the same inscrutable look, which sent him scrambling to Google stories on Black River. What he discovered after an exhaustive search was a small article buried in the Washington Post of several weeks back. It seemed that Oliver Liss had tendered his resignation without notice from the company he had helped found for personal reasons. Try as he might, Marks could find no mention anywhere of what those personal reasons might be. That's when Willard, with a Cheshire Cat grin, told him there weren't any. "I trust you're ready to start work," Willard said, "because Treadstone is back in business." Chapter 35. On a magnificent sunny day in Bali, when May had just begun to bud, Suparwita arrived at the sacred temple of Pura Lempayang. Not a cloud was in the sky as he climbed the dragon staircase and passed through the carved stone portal to the second temple high on the mountainside. Mount Agung, clear, completely free of clouds, and blue as the Strait of Lombok, rose up in all its splendor. Then, as Suparwita made his way toward a group of kneeling penitents, a shadow fell across the stones, and he saw that Noah Purlis was waiting for him. "You don't look surprised." Purlis wore his Balinese sarong and T-shirt as uncomfortably as a drug addict wears a suit. "Why would I be surprised?" Suparwita said, "when I knew you would return." "I had nowhere else to go. Back in the States, I'm a wanted man. I'm a fugitive now. That's what you wanted, isn't it?" "I meant for you to be an outcast," Suparwita said. "The two are not the same." Purlis sneered. "You think you can punish me?" "I have no need of punishing you." "I should have killed you when I had the chance, years ago." Suparwita regarded him with his large liquid eyes. "It wasn't enough that you killed Holly?" Purlis appeared startled. "You have no proof of that." "I don't need what you call proof. I know what happened." Purlis took a step toward him. "Which is what, exactly?" "You followed Holly Marie Moreau back here from Europe. What you were doing with her there, I can't presume to know." "Why not?" The sneer hadn't left Purlis's face. "You claim to know everything else." "Why did you follow Holly back here, Mr. Purlis?" Purlis kept his mouth shut. Then he shrugged as if feeling that it no longer mattered. "She had come into possession of something of mine." "And how did that happen?" "She stole it, goddammit! I came back here to retrieve what was mine. I had every right to kill her." "I was going to say that I had every right to take back what she had stolen. Her death was an accident." "You killed her without purpose," Suparwita said.
I got it back from her. I got what I wanted.
But of what use was it? Did you ever crack its secret?
Perlis remained silent. If he knew how to mourn, he would have done so already.
This is why you've come back here, Suparwita said. Not just to Bali, but to the very spot where you murdered Holly.
Perlis suddenly experienced a flicker of anger. Are you a policeman now, as well as a holy man, or whatever it is you call yourself? Suparwita produced the ghost of a smile that held nothing for Perlis to cling to.
I think it's fair to say that what Holly took from you, you yourself stole.
Perlis went white. How could you possibly know that? He whispered.
Holly told me. How else?
Holly didn't know that. Only I knew it. He tossed his head contemptuously. Anyway, I didn't come here to be interrogated.
Do you know now why you came?
Suparwita's eyes burned so brightly their fire was scarcely dimmed by the sun. No.
But you do.
Suparwita raised an arm, pointing to the bulk of Mount Agung rising in the stone archway. Perlis turned to look, shading his eyes from the glare, but when he turned back, Suparwita had vanished. The people were still at their endless praying. The priest was absorbed in God alone knew what, and the man beside him was counting his money in a mesmerizingly slow, even rhythm. Then, as if without his own volition, Perlis found himself walking toward Mount Agung, the carved stone gate, and the top of the stairs where years before, Holly Marie Moreau had been sent to her death. Perlis awoke with a shout of false denial trapped in his throat. Despite the air conditioning of his room, he was sweating. He had bolted to a sitting position from a deep sleep, or, more accurately, from the deep dream of Suparwita and Pura Lempuyang. He felt the pain around his pumping heart that always accompanied the aftermath of these dreams. For a moment, he couldn't recall where he was. He'd been on the run ever since he'd ordered the Iranian oil fields set on fire. What had gone wrong? He'd asked himself that painful question 1,000 times, and finally he was left with one answer. Bardem had failed to predict this outcome because of the introduction of two almost identical variables outside the million parameters with which it had been programmed, Bourne and Arcadian. In the world of finance, the appearance of a game-changing event that no one was anticipating was called a black swan. In the hermetic world of esoteric software programmers, a circumstance outside the parameters that crashed the program was called Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction. For one Shiva to appear was rare enough, but two was unthinkable. Days and nights had passed, as if in one of Perlis's dreams. Often now he was unsure as to which was a dream and which was waking life. In any event, nothing seemed real anymore, not the food he ate, the places in which he stayed, the shallow sleep he managed to snatch. Then, yesterday, he'd arrived in Bali, and for the first time since the Black Hawk lifted off from the ruins of Pinprick, something changed inside him. His work at Black River had been his family, his comrades. He was able to see nothing beyond its parameters. Now, without it, he had ceased to exist. But no, it was far worse than that. Because, come to think of it, for all the time he'd worked at Black River, he'd made himself cease to exist. He'd reveled in all the roles he'd had to play because they took him farther and farther away from himself, a person he'd never liked or had much use for. It was the real Noah Perlis, pathetic weakling that he was, not heard from since his childhood, who had fallen in love with Moira. Joining Black River was like donning armor, a protection against the weakling full of feelings that lurked like a spineless wretch inside him. Now that he no longer had Black River, he'd been stripped of that armor, and his little pink mewling self was exposed. A switch had been thrown, from positive to negative, and all the energy that used to come to him was flowing out of him. He swung his legs out of bed and walked to the window. What was it about this place? He'd been to many paradisaical islands in his time, spots strewn all across the globe in diamond-like glitter. But Bali seemed to throb against his eyes with an ethereal presence. He was a man who did not believe in the ethereal. Even as a child, he'd been pragmatic. He had spent virtually his entire adult life isolated, without family or friends. A situation entirely of his own making, since both friends and family had the habit of betraying you without even knowing it. Early on in his life, he discovered that if you felt nothing, you couldn't get hurt. Nevertheless, he had been hurt, not only by Moira. He showered and dressed, then went out into the moist heat and the glare. The sky was precisely as cloudless as it had been in his dream. In the far distance, he could see the blue bulk of Mount Agung, a place of eternal mystery to him and of fear, because it seemed to him that something he didn't want to know about himself dwelled on that mountain. This thing, whatever it was, drew him as powerfully as it repelled him. He tried to regain some semblance of equilibrium, to push down the emotions that had erupted inside him, but he couldn't. The fucking horses had bolted from the stable, and without the iron discipline of Black River, without his armor, there was no getting them back in. He stared down at his hands, which shook as violently as if he had the DTs. "What's happening to me?" he thought, but he knew that wasn't the right question to ask. "Why did you come?" That was the right question, the one Suparwita had asked him in his dream. From what he'd read on the subject, all the people in your dreams were aspects of yourself. This being so, he had been asking himself the question. Why had he returned to Bali? When he'd left after Holly Marie's death, he was certain that he'd never return. And yet here he was. Moira had hurt him, it was true, but what had happened with Holly had hurt him most of all. He ate a meal without tasting it, and by the time he had reached his destination, he could not have said what it was. His stomach felt neither full nor empty. Like the rest of him, it seemed to have ceased to exist. Holly Marie Moreau was buried in a small cemetery, southwest of the village where she'd been raised. As a rule, modern-day Balinese cremated their dead, but there were pockets of people, original Balinese like those in Tunganan, those who weren't Hindu, who did not. Balinese believed that seaward west was the direction of hell, so sema were always built, when they were built at all, to the seaward west of the village. Here in the south of Bali, that was southwest. The Balinese were terrified of cemeteries, certain that the uncremated bodies were the undead, wandering around at night, being raised from their graves by evil spirits, led by Rudra, the god of evil. Consequently, the place was utterly abandoned, even, it appeared, by birds and wildlife. Thick stands of trees were everywhere, casting the sema in deepest shadow, so that it seemed lost in the inky blues and greens of a perpetual twilight. Apart from one gravesite, the place had a distinctly unkempt aspect that bordered on the disreputable. This particular gravesite bore the headstone of Holly Marie Moreau. For what seemed an eternity, Perlis stood staring at the slab of marble engraved with her name and dates of birth and death. Beneath the impersonal information was one word: beloved. As with whatever was waiting for him on Mount Agung, he felt an inexorable pull and repulsion toward her grave. He walked slowly and deliberately, his pace seemingly dictated by the beat of his heart. All at once he stopped, having glimpsed, or thought he glimpsed, a shadow darker than the others flit from tree to tree. Was it something or nothing? A trick of the crepuscular light? He thought of the gods and demons said to inhabit semas and laughed to himself. Then he saw the shadow, more clearly this time. He could not make out the face, but saw the long, streaming hair of a young woman or a girl. The undead, he told himself, as a continuation of the joke. He was quite close to Holly's grave, practically standing on top of it, and he looked around, concerned enough to draw his gun, wondering if the sema was as deserted as it appeared. Making up his mind at last, he went past the gravestone, picking his way through the trees, following the direction of the girl's shadow he'd seen, or thought he'd seen. The land rose quickly to a ridge, more heavily forested than that of the Sema. He paused at the crest for a moment, unsure which way to go because his view was obstructed by trees stretching away in every direction. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw another flicker of movement, and he turned his head like a dog on point. Only a bird, perhaps? But cocking an ear, he heard no bird song, no rustle of leaves in the underbrush. He pushed on, following the flicker, walking sure-footedly down into a steep-sided ravine filled with even thicker stands of trees. Then, up ahead, he saw her hair flying, and he called her name, though it was foolish and completely unlike him. "Holly?" Holly was dead, of course. He knew that better than anyone else alive, but this was Bali, and anything was possible. He began to run after her, his legs and heart pumping. He ran between two trees, and then something slammed into the back of his head. He pitched forward into blackness. "Who knew her better?" said a voice in his head. "You or me?" Perlis opened his eyes, and through the pain dizzying him, saw Jason Bourne. "You? How did you know I'd be here?" Bourne smiled. "This is your last stop, Noah. The end of the line." Perlis glanced around. "That girl! I saw a girl!" "Holly Marie Moreau." Perlis saw his gun lying on the ground and lunged for it. Bourne kicked him so hard the crack of two ribs echoed off the tree branches. Perlis groaned. "Tell me about Holly." Perlis stared up at Bourne. He could not keep the grimace of pain off his face, but at least he didn't cry out. Then a thought occurred to him. "You don't remember her, do you?" Perlis tried to laugh. "Oh, this is too good." Bourne knelt down beside him. "Whatever I can't remember, you're going to tell me." "Fuck you." Now Perlis did cry out as Bourne's thumbs pressed hard into his eyeballs. "Now look," he commanded. Perlis blinked through eyes streaming with tears and saw the girl's shadow climbing down from one of the trees. "Look at her," Bourne said. "Look what you've made of her." "Holly?" Perlis couldn't believe it. Through watering eyes, he saw a lithe shape, Holly's shape. "That isn't Holly." But who else could it be? His heart hammered in his chest. "What happened?" Bourne said. "Tell me about you and Holly." "I found her wandering around Venice. She was lost, but not in the geographic sense." Perlis heard his own voice, thin and attenuated, as if it were being transmitted through a poor cell connection. What was he doing? That switch had been thrown, the energy flowing out of him, just like these words he'd kept inside him for years. "I asked her if she wanted to make some quick money, and she said, 'Why not?' She had no idea what she was getting into. But she didn't seem to care. She was bored. She needed something new, something different. She wanted her blood to flow again." "So you're saying all you did was give her what she wanted?" "That's right," Perlis said. "That's all I ever gave anybody." "You gave Veronica Hart what she wanted?" "She was a Black River operative. She belonged to me." "Like a head of cattle." Perlis turned his head away. He was staring at the girl shadow who stood watching him as if in judgment of his life. Why should he care, he wondered. He had nothing to be ashamed of, and yet he couldn't look away. He couldn't rid himself of the notion that the girl's shadow was Holly Marie Moreau, that she knew every secret he had chained in the prison of his heart. Like Holly. "What? Did Holly belong to you too?" "She took my money, didn't she?" "What did you pay her to do?" "I needed to get close to someone, and I knew I couldn't do it myself." "A man," Bourne said. "A young man." Perlis nodded. Now that he'd embarked on this path, he seemed to need to keep going. "Jaime Herrera." "Wait a minute. Don Fernando Herrera's son?" I sent her to London. In those days, he wasn't yet working in his father's firm. He frequented a club. Gambling was a weakness he couldn't yet fight. Even though he was underage, he didn't look it, and no one challenged his fake ID. Perlis paused for a moment, struggling to breathe. His left arm, underneath his body, moved slightly as he tried to ease his suffering. Funny thing, Holly looked so innocent, but she was damn good at what I'd sent her to do. Within a week, she and Jaime were lovers. 10 days after that, she moved into his flat. And then? Perlis appeared to be having an increasingly difficult time catching his breath. He continued to stare, not at Bourne, but at the girl shadow, which seemed to him all that was left of the world. Is she real? It depends what you mean by real, Bourne said. Go on. What did Jaime Herrera have that you wanted Holly to steal? Perlis said nothing, but Bourne saw him curl the fingers of his right hand, pushing them into the leafy forest floor. What are you trying to hide, Noah? Perlis's left hand, which had been lying under him, swung out, a switchblade biting through Bourne's clothes into the flesh of his side. Perlis began to twist the knife, trying to find a way through muscle, sinew, and bone to one of Bourne's vital organs. Bourne struck him a horrific blow to the head, but Perlis, with a burst of superhuman strength, only plunged the knife in deeper. Bourne took Perlis's head between his hands, and with a powerful twist, snapped his neck. At once, the life force ebbed, and Perlis's eyes grew dim and all-seeing. There was a bit of foam at the corner of his mouth, either from his excessive effort or from the madness that had begun to infect him at the end of his days. Gasping, Bourne let his head go and drew out the blade from his side. He started to bleed, but not badly. He grabbed Perlis's right hand and dug the fist out of the dirt. One by one, he opened the fingers. He'd expected there to be something held against the palm, whatever it was that Perlis had taken back from Holly. But there was nothing. Circling his index finger, the one he'd been so anxious to hide, was a ring. It was impossible to slip off, so Bourne used the switchblade to cut off the finger. What he held up into the emerald and sapphire light was a plain gold band, not unlike 10 million wedding rings all around the planet. Could this be the reason Perlis had killed Holly? Why? What might have made it worth a young woman's life? He turned it over and over, tumbling it between his fingers, and then he saw the writing on the inside. It went all the way around the circumference. At first he thought it was Cyrillic, then possibly an ancient Sumerian language, long dead and forgotten, except by the most esoteric specialists. But in the end, the characters were unfathomable. A code, then, surely. As Bourne continued to hold the ring aloft, he became aware of the girl shadow approaching. She stopped a number of paces away, and because he could see the fear on her face, he rose with a grunt of pain and walked over to her. "You've been very brave, Cassie," he told the Balinese girl who had led him to the bullet casing in the village of Tanganan, where he'd been shot. "You're bleeding." She pressed a handful of aromatic leaves she had gathered to his side. He took her hand, and together they began their trek back to her family compound at the top of the terraced rice paddy not far from Tanganan. His free hand pressed the poultice of herbs to his fresh wound, and he could feel the blood coagulating, the pain receding. "There's nothing to be afraid of," he said. "Not when you're here." Cassie threw one last glance over her shoulder. "Is the demon dead?" she asked. "Yes," Bourne said. "The demon is dead." "And he won't come back?" "No, Cassie. He won't come back." She smiled, content. But even as he said it, he knew it for a lie.